Verse for opening a sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Sutra. The Bodhisattvas, upon hearing this most supremely subtle, wonderful ground, in their minds thoroughly were pure and were happy, each and every one. They all arising from their seats soared up and dwelt in empty space, everywhere scattered wondrous flowers, and simultaneously spoke these words of praise. Good indeed, O treasury of Vara! Greatly wise and who has no fear, well have you spoken of these grounds dharmas practiced by the Bodhisattvas. Moon of liberation Bodhisattva, knowing the assembly's minds were pure and that they wished to hear the second ground, all the characteristics of its conduct, right then requested Vara Treasury, greatly wise one, we wish that you would speak, disciples of the Buddha, or would like to hear about the dwelling on the second ground. Commentary. When the Bodhisattvas had heard, the Vara Treasury Bodhisattva discussed the Dharma of the first ground, the ground of happiness. Upon hearing this most supremely subtle, wonderful ground, in their minds they thoroughly were pure. The minds of all the Bodhisattvas were pure, free of any false thoughts, and they were happy, each and every one. Their minds were totally happy. They all arising from their seats soared up and dwelt in empty space. They all physically ascended into empty space, and everywhere scattered wondrous flowers. All of them in empty space scattered flowers as offerings to Vara Treasury Bodhisattva, saying simultaneously, Good indeed, O treasury of Vara. They said, Good indeed, Vara Treasury Bodhisattva, greatly wise and who has no fear. You truly are a Bodhisattva of great wisdom, courageously heroic and without the least bit of fear. Well have you spoken of these grounds dharmas practiced by the Bodhisattvas. You have well spoken about the dharmas on the ground of happiness. Moon of liberation Bodhisattva, knowing the assembly's minds were pure and that they wished to hear the second ground, made a request. The discussion of the first ground was over, and everyone still wished to hear the dharmas of the second ground, with all the characteristics of its conduct. They wanted to know all about the second ground's dharma doors, how to cultivate them, what kinds of states one has, and what fruits one obtains. And so, Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva right then requested Vara Treasury. He immediately asked of Vara Treasury Bodhisattva, Greatly wise one, we wish that you would speak. He said, Oh, one of the great wisdom, you Vara Treasury Bodhisattva, all of us would still like you to continue your discussion of the dharmas of the 10 grounds, disciples of the Buddha. All would like to hear. All the great Bodhisattvas wish to hear about the marks, characteristics, and states of the second ground, about the dwelling on the second ground. They would all like to continue and cultivate Dharma doors of the second ground. I want to say something here about the problem of holding precepts versus not holding precepts. To cultivate the way is not easy. No matter how much someone tells you to cultivate well, you still refuse to go forward and make progress. Yet, when it comes to doing bad, you do not require a teacher. You yourself know how to do it. When you hear about the way, it sounds so fine. There are so many subtle and wonderful states. However, one must practice over a long period of time, and it may happen that one encounters brambles and thorns, tigers and wolves. If one lacks great spirit of fearlessness and patience, it is very difficult to reach the goal. As to holding precepts, while there are many people who take the precepts, there are very few who do not break up or violate the precepts. To keep the precepts very purely also is not easy. Then should one simply not keep them? If you were not going to keep them, then why did you take them in the first place? Scrupulous holding of the precepts is extremely important, especially for those who have left the home life. The Buddha at the time of his nirvana said, "Take the precepts as your master." There is also the phrase, "The precepts are the basis of unsurpassed Bodhi." You should with one mind purely hold the precepts. How does one hold precepts? First, you should not be selfish and not calculate for yourself in any way. You should not kill, not steal, not commit sexual misconduct, not engage in false speech, and not take intoxicants. You should scrupulously observe the rules which disciples of the Buddha should observe. Do what you should do regardless of the difficulty or the suffering invoked. Do not do what you should not do. Do not be greedy for fame or profit and offerings. Hold and maintain the conduct of pure precepts in your cultivation. If you fail to do what you should do, that too is a violation of the precepts. We who cultivate the way should at all times return the light and reverse the illumination. We should take a good look at ourselves and alert and alarm ourselves. If we make mistakes, we should correct them and resume our solid holding of the precepts. It is like crossing the sea in a life raft. If the life raft springs a small hole, it must be repaired quickly. If neglected and not repaired, the small hole will become large. With a large hole, the raft will start to leak and eventually will sink, and your life will go down along with it. This is greatly to be feared. Therefore, I hope that everyone will be especially attentive to the matter of holding precepts purely, and then the precept protecting spirits will at all times accompany you and ensure that you peacefully and safely traverse the road of cultivation. Sutra. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva addressed the Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has already cultivated the first ground and who wishes to enter the second ground should give rise to 10 kinds of profound minds. What are they? They are a proper and upright mind, a compliant and yielding mind, a mind able to endure, a tamed and subdued mind, a still and quiet mind, a completely good mind, an unmixed and unscattered mind, a mind with no hankering or yearning, a vast mind, a great mind." The Bodhisattva using those 10 minds attains entry to the second ground of living filth. Disciples of the Buddha, when the Bodhisattva dwells upon the ground of living filth, his nature of itself leaves all killing far behind. He does not collect knives or staffs. He does not cherish resentment or hatred. He has shame and he has remorse. He is endowed with humanity and reciprocity towards all living beings who have a life. He always brings forth thoughts of benefit and kindly mindfulness. This Bodhisattva would not with evil mind even trouble living beings, how much the less give rise to heavy intent and actually kill or harm any whom he realizes are living beings. Commentary. At that time, when the great assembly of Bodhisattvas and Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva had finished speaking the previous verses, Vajrayana Bodhisattva addressed Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva. Varachajari Bodhisattva spoke to Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the great Bodhisattva, cultivates the Bodhisattva way and accumulates all kinds of good fruits, and is one who has already cultivated the first ground. He is one who has already cultivated and certified to the position of the first ground, the ground of happiness, and who wishes to enter the second ground. He further wishes to cultivate the dharmas of the second ground. He should give rise to 10 kinds of profound minds. He should bring forth 10 profound minds and have true and actual recognition of Buddha dharmas. What are the 10? What are the 10 kinds of profound minds? They are a proper and upright mind. One's mind should be straight, not devious and crooked. As it is said, the straight mind is the way place. Proper means not having any deviant knowledge or deviant views. Upright means not having any deceitful thoughts. A compliant and yielding mind. The mind of the Bodhisattva should be compliant and yielding. It should not be obstinate or stubborn. A mind able to endure, one is able to undergo and bear what is unendurable. The straight and upright mind represents the mind of giving, while the compliant of yielding mind is holding precepts, and the mind able to endure is patience. Being able to endure means the ability to be patient with the unbearable. The precepts one cannot hold on still must hold. No matter what, one cannot break the precepts. There was a bhikshu like that in the past. The bhikshu wearing red clothing went to the home of a goldsmith. The goldsmith at the time was making a pearl necklace for the king of the country. Each pearl of the strand was extremely costly. While the bhikshu was in the goldsmith's home, the goldsmith lost of the pearls and accused the bhikshu of having stolen it. Actually, the bhikshu did know where the pearl was, but he certainly had not stolen it. Where was the pearl? Because the bhikshu had been wearing red-colored clothing, the pearl had reflected the red color. Right at that time, the goose had come in, and when it saw a pearl reflecting the red color, it looked to the goose like a piece of meat, and so the goose seized it in its beak and gulped it down. Thereupon, the bhikshu had reflected, if I say the pearl has been eaten by the goose, the goldsmith will certainly kill the goose to get back the pearl. If that happens, it will be as if I indirectly had killed the goose. Therefore, he hadn't said where the pearl was. The goldsmith said, now, there are only 2 of us here, and since my pearl is missing, you must have stolen it. If you hadn't stolen it, how could it be missing? The bhikshu said he hadn't stolen it. The goldsmith grabbed a cane and started beating the bhikshu, yelling, so you didn't steal it, you're just not admitting it. He kept beating him until the bhikshu's body was entirely covered with welts, his skin broken and bleeding. When the bhikshu had been beaten to the point that he bled, the goose, seeing the blood, ran up and started drinking the blood that was flowing from the bhikshu's body. The goldsmith hadn't expected the goose to run and drink the blood and was still using his cane to beat the bhikshu. One blow of his cane smashed the goose's head, and the goose died of the blow. Once it was dead, the bhikshu said, you shouldn't beat me, now you can find your pearl. The goldsmith said, I can find it? Can I? You stole it, and now you better come up with it fast, if not I'll beat you to death. The bhikshu said, the pearl was eaten by the goose. Now that you have beaten the goose to death, I'm telling you, the pearl is in the goose's belly. If you don't believe me, you can split open the goose's stomach and you will find the pearl. As it turned out, when the goldsmith cut open the goose's belly, the pearl actually was inside the goose's stomach. When the goldsmith saw that, he realized this bhikshu is someone who really holds the precepts. In order to protect the goose's life, no matter how much I beat him, he wouldn't say anything, but in fact the goose had eaten the pearl. He informed the king of the country of what had happened, and the king was very respectful of the bhikshu. That is what is meant by a mind which is able to bear and endure. There is another story, this time about a group of bhikshus, quite a few of them, who were traveling through a stretch of wilderness, were held up by bandits. The bandits robbed the bhikshus of their valuables and also robbed them of all their clothing, so that they had no clothes to wear. Some of the bandits suggested we should kill these left-home people. If they aren't killed, they'll probably report us to the king, and it won't go well for us. It would be better to kill them. Other bandits said, don't kill them. The law of bhikshus is that not only do they not harm the lives of living beings, they are not even permitted to harm the lives of plants and trees. Let's tie these bhikshus up in the rushes. That way they won't be able to report us to the king, and no one will fight us. The other bandits thought it over and said, that's a good plan. It would be best to tie them up in the rushes and have them die on their own. So the bandits bound the bhikshus in the rushes and then went on their way. When they had gone, an elder amongst the bhikshus said, we should now recognize that in the past we robbed people of their valuables and took people's life. And so this life we have met with this retribution. So all of you bear up under this. He talked to them like that. Then at dusk, the ants and beetles and mosquitoes and all the rest came to bite them. They beat the bhikshus to the point that their entire bodies were one huge blister, which was both painful and itchy. The elder bhikshu said, everyone bear with it, don't become hateful. See how the dragons, because of giving rise to hatred by cultivating the way, fell to the bodies of dragons. Although we have now encountered this difficulty, we should have no hate to avoid ending up like the dragons. When the dragons lose their hatred, then they will be able to abandon the bodies of dragons and resume cultivating. So everyone be patient. The more he spoke that way, the more trouble there was. Bees came to sting them, everything imaginable came to bite them, and their bites were extremely difficult to endure. During the night, the hosts of the wolves, bears, panthers, and leopards terrified the bhikshus incredibly. Then at daybreak, who should appear but the king of the country conducting a hunting expedition right through the area where the bhikshus were. When he saw them from afar, the king thought that they were wild beasts, since the bhikshus were not wearing clothes. As he approached and saw them better, the king thought they must be goblins. As he got even closer and was within speaking distance, upon questioning them, he found out that they were bhikshus who had been robbed of all their possessions by bandits, and in consideration of holding the precepts were enduring hunger and thirst rather than consenting to harm the grass and bushes. When the king saw those bhikshus were that way, he felt great respect for them and said, in my country there are still bhikshus who cultivate the way like that. This is truly rare. The king immediately released them from the rushes and in which they had been tied, and invited them to return with him to the palace to accept offerings from him. All of you think it over. All people had to do was tie the bhikshus up with rushes, yet they would not consent to break the precepts and harm the rushes. They were prepared to endure starvation and being stung to death by insects rather than break the precepts. See what kind of ability they had to bear what is difficult to bear and practice what is difficult to practice. Precepts with which it was impossible to keep, they were able to keep. That is to be genuine Dharma and Sangha rules within Buddhism, and that is the mind which is able to endure. A tamed and subdued mind, not to speak of taming and subduing the minds of others. It is not easy to tame and subdue one's own mind. You tell it to cultivate the way, yet all it does is strike up false thinking. As soon as you want to cultivate the way, there are even more false thoughts. You want to become purer, and justified thoughts multiply. It is not easy to tame and subdue one's mind. If you are able to tame and subdue that mind which is so stubborn and disobedient, then you have some skill. That have a still and quiet mind does not mean that the external environment is still and quiet, but rather that one is still and quiet within one's own mind. Within one's own mind, there is no sound whatsoever. A completely good mind is a mind without the slightest evil. An unmixed and unscattered mind is when one's mind is unconfused and undispersed, with no admixtures. The opposite of a mind with no hankering or yearning would be, for instance, if you gave something away and then afterwards regretted it. A vast mind is expansive and broad. A great mind means the very greatest mind there is. Nothing is greater. The Bodhisattva using those 10 minds attains entry to the second ground of living filth. The Bodhisattva, by employing those 10 kinds of profound minds in cultivation, can attain to the second ground and leave all defiling filth far behind. Disciples of the Buddha, Vajrayana Bodhisattva again calls out, all of you disciples of the Buddha, when the Bodhisattva dwells upon the ground of living filth, his nature of itself leaves all killing far behind. He does not collect knives or staffs. He himself does not collect, that is, does not retain or prepare knives, staffs, or any instruments of killing. He does not cherish resentment or hatred. The Bodhisattva has not resentment or hatred in his mind for anyone. He has shame and he has remorse. He is endowed with humanness and reciprocity. This means that one does not subject others to what one would not want to be subjected to oneself. For instance, if you would not want others to oppress you, then you yourself do not oppress other people. If you yourself would not like to be scolded by people, then you do not scold others. Those are all minds of humanness and reciprocity. Humanness means being kind and compassionate towards people, and reciprocity also means a sense of forgiveness. No matter who does that, what wrong, you forgive them. He is endowed with his mind of human love, this mind of reciprocity and forgiveness towards all living beings who have a life, with regard to all living beings with a sentience, that is, all living beings who have blood and breath and so have lives. He always brings forth thoughts of benefit and kindly mindfulness. He always wants to benefit all those living beings and be kind and compassionate towards all people. This Bodhisattva would not, with evil mind, even trouble living beings. He would not maliciously cause living beings to become afflicted. How much the less give rise to healthy intent and actually kill or harm any whom he realizes are living beings. Being aware that they are living beings, he would not employ a heavily evil mind and then carry out that heavy intent to kill or harm living beings. Because they are living beings, one should have an attitude of humanness and reciprocity towards them. One should not kill and harm them. Sutra, his nature does not steal. The Bodhisattva is always content with his own possessions. He is always kind and forgiving towards others and does not wish to encroach upon them. If an item belongs to someone else, he gives rise to the thought that it is someone else's item and would never consider stealing it. Down to a blade of grass or a leaf, if not given, he does not take it, how much the less any other of the necessities of life. Commentary, his nature does not steal. The second ground, the ground of living filth, is also the ground of the purity of the self-nature, and it is one's basic, undefined self-nature. Within that kind of state, one's own nature is free from all defined dogmas, to the point that every state of mind and every movement of thought is pure, with no defilement. If you have one single defined thought, that is impurity. The principles expounded in the Flower Adornment Sutra are all Dharma doors which are not separate from our daily activities and concerns. Not only are the principles of the Flower Adornment Sutra not separate from the daily route of our ordinary activities, but the other sutras also are not apart from the principles which we require in our daily behavior. If the principles discussed by the sutras had no relevance to the daily lives of each and every one of us, the Buddha would not have spoken those sutras. The Buddha spoke the sutras to enable each of us to live good lives, proper and regular lives very much in accordance with the rules. That is why he spoke all of the Dharma doors and lectured all the sutras. Each sutra is presenting us with a proper road along which to travel. However, we must go along it for the sutras to be of use. If we only know the sutras and do not rely upon the sutras to cultivate, then we can listen to the sutras for 80,000 great compass, but it will be equivalent to not having heard them at all. And so, they had eyes but did not see Nishyananda Buddha, had ears but did not hear the perfect Satin teaching. It could be explained in this way. All who were listening to the sutras listened for a while and then fell asleep. And so they had eyes but they did not see, and had ears but did not hear. Therefore, the first requirement for all of you now listening to the Flower Adornment Sutra is not to fall asleep. If you fall asleep, then you too have eyes but do not see Nishyananda, have ears but do not hear the perfect Satin teaching. That's the first requirement. The second requirement is not to dream. If you fall asleep, that is not so important, but the dreaming is. A man has a dream, and in his dream he sees his girlfriend come. A girl has a dream, and in her dream she sees her boyfriend arrive. Wouldn't you say that was to kick the Flower Adornment Sutra right out beyond the ninth heaven? Then, when he wakes up, he keeps looking for his girlfriend. She just came. Where can she have gone? Oh, I saw her come. He has the dream, and then, after waking from the dream, he still wants to look for his girlfriend. Men look for girlfriends and women for boyfriends, saying, I saw my boyfriend, now where has he gone to? Looking all over the place, if it's that way, then it doesn't matter whether I lecture the Flower Adornment Sutra well or not, you won't understand it. But if you are not asleep and not dreaming, then even if I don't lecture well, you can still completely savor its flavor, feel you are in your element, and understand more principle. So return to the sutra text. His nature does not steal. Of the nature it is said, people at first are basically good. In nature, they are close to the nature, yet learn to be distant. If they are not touched, their nature then shifts. The teaching of principles merit concentration. This is a quote from the three-character class. At one time, in China, every child could recite it, but it's not well known at all in America, so I shall explain it for you. People at first means people when they have just been born are basically good in nature. Their natures are good. Some claim that our natures are evil, but the nature being evil won't stand up. They say that in nature they are good. Basically, they are good. They are close to the nature. Their natures basically are close to the good. Their natures are just about the same as our original nature and are far distant from it, yet learn to be distant. They learn to be distant from the basic nature. If they are not touched, if you do not instruct them, their nature then shifts. Those who were good in nature become evil-natured, which is the meaning of their natures then shifting. The teaching of principles merits concentration. When you teach them principles, how should you do it? It merits concentration. You should concentrate on the teaching. Now in America, the children are supposed to develop spontaneously and naturally, and so they do whatever they please. This turns out that they are like trees with branches forking off to the north, south, east, and west, and points in between. That greatly decreases the uses to which the basic trunk of the tree can be put, so that it cannot become good quality building material. As a result, many American children have become hippies, and this is the fault of improper instruction. His nature does not steal. When the Bodhisattva holds the precept against stealing, not only does he not break the precept in a tangible way, but he also does not violate it in intangible ways. This means he does not violate the precepts in ways that can be seen or known, and even when it could not be seen or found out, he still does not violate the precepts in his nature. That is, there is no yeast of stealing in it. The analogy is that of making bread or biscuits. If you are making bread and you don't add any yeast, it won't be easy to get the dough to rise, and basically it won't rise. But if you do add yeast, the dough will rise and you can make bread or biscuits. The yeast is like stealing. If there is none of that yeast in one's nature, then there will be no stealing. The Bodhisattva is always content with his own possessions. The Bodhisattva himself constantly knows how to be satisfied with his own possessions. His internal valuables of head, eyes, brains, and marrow, and his outer valuables of countries, cities, wives, and children. As it is said, if one knows how to be content, one is always happy. Why do we steal? It's because we are not satisfied and are greedy without stop. If you know how to be content, then you are always content. If you know how to be content, then you will not be humiliated. If you know when to stop, then you will not get into trouble. If you can always be content, then you will not break the law, nor will people look down on you. You will not be humiliated, means no one will come along and humiliate you. If you know when to stop, then you will not get into trouble. If you ordinarily have no greed, then there will be no dangers at all. Trouble means danger. As it is also said, if you know how to be content, then you are always happy. If you know how to be patient, then you are peaceful of yourself. What is meant by Bodhisattva? Bodhisattva are the same as real people, except that their way of thinking and their behavior differs from ours. At all times and under all circumstances, they wish to benefit living beings. At all times and under all circumstances, they are teaching and transforming living beings. They are not selfish and self-seeking. They do not scheme for themselves. They are not concerned about themselves, saying, "What about me? What's in it for me? How am I going to stay alive day after day? In the future, how am I going to die? I certainly would swallow poison and die." They're not that way. The Bodhisattva lives without living and dies without dying. He simply takes being of service to all of humanity as his own responsibility and does whatever he can to help mankind. He never does anything which would harm humankind. This is certainly not to say that the Bodhisattva has this or that spiritual penetration. Having spiritual penetrations is a natural kind of response. The Bodhisattva certainly would not employ his spiritual penetration to back up tyrannical and ruthless behavior, doing whatever he pleased. It would not be that way. Why is it that we have no spiritual penetrations? It's because if we did have them, we would use them as weapons, shouting, "I have spiritual penetrations. If you don't obey me, I'll make your head ache." Those are not spiritual penetrations, but ghostly penetrations. Why? Don't you think you are going to have to undergo retribution in the future, whether or not they obey the Bodhisattva's instructions? The Bodhisattva looks upon living beings with eyes of compassion and would never punish them or cause them any other kind of pain or suffering. He is always kind and forgiving towards others. The Bodhisattva is kind and compassionate towards living beings. Kindness can bestow happiness. To be forgiving means to be merciful. No matter what they do wrong, the Bodhisattva thinks this way. The offense is not yours, because it is due to my not having taught you any better. Therefore, although it is you who have committed the offense, basically the offense is mine. No matter what it is, the Bodhisattva always looks for the fault in himself, returns the light, and reverses the illumination. Living beings are always illumining outside, always saying, "You are wrong." The Bodhisattva says he himself is wrong, and does not wish to encourage upon them. He does not want to encourage upon others to benefit himself. If an item belongs to someone else, should there be valuables or objects which belong to other people, he gives rise to the thought that it is someone else's item. He thinks, "Oh, that thing is his. I can't steal it. I can't encroach upon his benefits," and would never consider stealing it, no matter how expensive, valuable, or rare, even if they are capital city, prized, rare, and precious gems. The Bodhisattva does not become greedy for them. He would never consider stealing them. If you have no greed, then you will not steal. Stealing is just greed. Because of insatiable greed, one thinks of stealing. Down to a blade of grass or a leaf, if not given, he does not take it. Even if it's a blade of grass or a twig, if no one gives it to you, you may not take it. How much less any other of the necessities of life. If this is true even of a single blade of grass or a twig, how much the more so is it true of other, more valuable items. So don't imitate American children who in school specialize in being mice. Those of you who've been to school have probably experienced this and will understand without my telling you. In the school, there is a refrigerator. Whoever has things to eat places them in the refrigerator. As soon as one person puts something in, another person comes along and liberates it, adds the mouse, and steals it to eat. It may be milk, bread, butter, or gasoline. No one would eat that. On ice cream, isn't that correct? If you put a gallon of gasoline in there, no one would steal it. Maybe one would, after all, steal it to put it in one's car. That is a possibility. So lots of Americans, when they are students, become mice. Why is that? It's because they don't know about the precept against stealing. They don't understand that a mustard seed not given to a person is a mustard seed that may not be taken by that person. There must be that kind of care and concern. When you're a kid in school, your attitude is what's yours is mine and what's mine is mine too. You don't make distinctions of self and others. However, what's yours is mine is not in accord with precepts, down to a blade of grass or a leaf. Do you all hear that? A single blade of grass or a twig or one leaf is not given, he does not. If not given, he does not take it. If no one has given it to me, I don't want it. For example, if this glass of juice had not been offered to me, I wouldn't drink it. Although it's a small matter, if you can't be clear about the small matters, then what can be said about the great matters? So, in cultivating the way, we should pay attention to the areas which are subtle as motes of dust. When there are a great many fine motes of dust, they become a mountain. You should not say, oh, it's just a dust mote's worth, it doesn't matter, I can just slough it over. It's precisely because you lack dust motes that you are unable to make a high and lofty mountain. In holding precepts, you should have a spirit of holding them without holding them, and the practice of cultivating without cultivating. It may look as if you are not holding precepts, but actually you are truly holding precepts. It may look as if you are not cultivating, but actually you are truly cultivating. So, maybe those of you in Gold Mountain Temple and the International Institute for the Translation of Buddhist Texts say, oh, I can't cultivate. All I do is strike up false thinking. No matter how much false thinking you strike up, it's far better than that what worldly people do. In everything they do, worldly people are planting the seeds for stealing, and in the future they will reap the fruit of stealing. Although in what we are doing here, there are still forms and habits which we are not able to change immediately. Still, we have drawn near the Buddha's way place and every day are able to understand more than before. How much the less any other of the necessities of life. If one would not casually take or steal even a blade of grass, a leaf, or a mustard seed, how much the less would one steal any other things, any other of the necessities of life? In reply to a question concerning the use of the arousal thought in cultivation, if I have thought, then that's not it. If you have thoughts, then that's like waves arising on the sea. The ocean's water has no waves. When the wind arises, there are myriad limitations. At the time of no thought, that is your inherent good. Once you have thought, you have already fallen into second place and have limitations. That's why I said, if you have thought, then that's not it. All the time, At the time when you have no thoughts of good or bad, good or evil, then that's it. Human consciousness is just like waves. Whether you believe it or not, I'm telling you, it's this way. If you don't believe, just act like I never said it. And keep on investigating. Use your own wisdom to recognize all principles. Sutra is nature does not engage in sexual misconduct. The Bodhisattva is content with his own wife and does not seek the wives of others. Towards the wives and concubines of others, the women protected by others, by relatives or those betrothed, and those protected by the law, he does not even give rise to a thought of greedy defilement, much the less follow it into action, and much the less give himself over to what is not the way. Commentary. We have talked about the precepts against killing and stealing, and how the Bodhisattva in the most subtle aspects holds and protects the precepts without violating them a hand's breadth. He looks upon the precept against sexual misconduct as even more important. His nature does not engage in sexual misconduct within his self-nature. Although he has the karma of sexual desire, it still is not sexual misconduct. Sexual misconduct is sexual conduct not sanctioned by Dharma or law, behavior not in accord with the way. How does sexual desire arise? It comes from greed. Greed for wealth is one kind of greed, and greed for sex is another. If you weren't greedy, you wouldn't have sexual desire. Therefore, thoughts of sexual desire come from greed. As soon as you are greedy, you don't distinguish between right and wrong, and you don't know black from white. You don't know what are black dharmas and what are white dharmas. This is what is known as ignorance in the 12 links of conditioned co-production. I'm always telling you that the love men and women have for one another is basic ignorance. For example, when a boy and a girl are in love with each other, you can ask the boy, how come you're so much in love with that girl? How come you can't see through it all and put it all down? His answer will be, I don't know. Why did he fall in love? He doesn't know. Not knowing is ignorance. If you ask the girl, how come you can't give that boy up? Why are you so attached to him? She say that it's because she loves him. Ultimately, why do you love him? When asked to search for the basis of it, she doesn't know. She hasn't any idea why. That's just ignorance. It's due to ignorance that there is activity, sexual behavior, and so it says that ignorance conditions activity, specifically sexual activity. Why do people engage in it? They don't know. It comes about from ignorance. They don't know the reason for it. I tell you, it's just wanting to go along the road to death, because people are born from sexual desire and die from sexual desire. They run out of that filthy cave, and then afterwards they still want to run back into that filthy cave. And so it says, they are born from sexual desire and die from sexual desire. It's just defied dharmas. They are born from defied dharmas, and they still want to die from those defied dharmas. So there is sexual activity, sexual intercourse, and after that there is consciousness. Discriminating consciousness is produced. After there is consciousness, there is name and form and outline. Once there is name and form, the 6 entrances are produced. Once the shapes and characteristics of the 6 entrances, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind are produced, after that there is contact. The sensation of contact. Once there is contact, there comes to be reception. The reception of feelings. One feels very comfortable from these feelings and gives rise to love. Having love and desire, one then wants to seek to have for oneself. Once there is having, being, there is rebirth, and with birth comes old age and death. The 12 conditioned links follow upon one another, and one turns in the 6 paths of rebirth, unable to break them. But if you can destroy ignorance, the rest are all extinguished. Therefore, the most fundamental is ignorance. Ignorance is just the lack of wisdom, the lack of light. If you had the light of wisdom, then you wouldn't be turned by defiled dharmas. You would turn the defiled dharmas so they became pure dharmas. If you can rise in the midst of defiled dharmas, turn them around, then that is purity. If you don't turn them, then that is defilement. This is just as easy as turning over your palm. You can turn your hand over as you please. Bodhi and afflictions follow the same principle. Sexual misconduct includes all kinds of afflictions within it. Why is it we people have afflictions? It's just because we are greedy and are selfish and out for self-benefit. So if something has no benefit for me in it, I become afflicted. And if it is harmful to me, I get afflicted too. This is all due to one's view of self being too deep, from having deviant views, and especially from thoughts of desire. If you cut off desire, with no desire you won't have any afflictions. It's because you have desire that you have afflictions. That's sexual misconduct. His nature does not engage in sexual misconduct. He doesn't even have those kinds of thoughts. There are not thoughts of sexual desire within his own nature. The Bodhisattva is content with his own wife. The Bodhisattva does not engage in sexual activity with his own wife. He is content because he knows how to cultivate, and so he is constantly able to get rid of desire and cast out love. Although he is within that kind of state, he isn't turned by that defiled state. He is content and does not seek the wives of others. He doesn't even have sexual relations with his own wives and concubines, much the less with the wives and concubines of other people. So, towards the wives and concubines of others, other people's wives and consorts, the women protected by others, the women protected by other people who might be handmaidens or else mistresses or concubines by the relatives or those betrothed, perhaps women relatives or women of the same family, or human for whom a matchmaker has already arranged a marriage, and those protected by the law, or women under the protection of the laws of the family. He does not even give rise to a thought of greedy defilement. The Bodhisattva towards all women relatives and all female friends, as well as all categories of women, does not have thoughts of greedy defilement. He doesn't even have defiled thinking about them at all, much the less follow it into action, much the less go and practice sexual misconduct. He would even less do that, and much the less give himself over to what is not the way. Moreover, if it is behavior that is not in accord with virtue in the way, the Bodhisattva would even less do something like that. Sutra, his nature does not lie. The Bodhisattva always utter true speech, actual speech, and timely speech, to the point that even in a dream he would not consent to utter covering, hiding speech. He would never think of wanting to do so, much the less deliberately commit violations. His nature does not engage in double-tongued speech. The Bodhisattva towards all living beings has no thought of dividing them against each other. He has no thought of troubling or harming. He does not report the speech of one person to break him off from a second person, so that second person, nor does he report the speech of the second person to break him off from the first person to the first person. If people have not already broken with each other, he does not increase the break. He does not enjoy dividing people against each other, nor is he happy when people are divided against each other. He does not utter speech that will divide people against each other, nor does he report speech that will divide people against each other, regardless of whether it is true or false. Commentary: how does the Bodhisattva manage not to engage in sexual misconduct? It's because the Bodhisattva has true and actual samadhi power. He can be such that the eyes see forms and shapes, but inside there is nothing. The ears hear defiling matters, but the mind does not know. He is thus unmoving, in a state of unmoving suchness, understanding and constantly clear. Therefore, he is endowed with the power of samadhi, so that no kind of beautiful form could shake his samadhi power. His nature does not lie, as it is said, when one thing is good, everything is good. When one thing is true, everything is true. Since he does not kill, steal, or engage in sexual misconduct, he also is not going to lie. Why do people tell lies? The only time one lies is to gain some advantage for oneself, to treat people, or if something is going to harm oneself or destroy one's own advantages, one lies. People clearly know it's not right to tell lies, yet still go ahead and tell them. But the Bodhisattva doesn't have that kind of selfish attitude and is not out for self-benefit, not out for himself. The Bodhisattva gives all good things to other people and takes all the bad things for himself, and so he basically has no need to lie. In his own nature, he has no causes for lying or any conditions of lying, and he doesn't have any karma of lying either. He doesn't create any kind of karma. Therefore, it says, the Bodhisattva always utters true speech. When other people see the Bodhisattva not telling lies, they look on him as being a great fool. How can he be so stupid, so straight? They wonder. It's not just the average person who considers the Bodhisattva an idiot, but even people who cultivate the way consider all the Bodhisattva says and does really stupid. That is not smart as most people, because he always talks straight and doesn't lie. Other people feel he is being an idiot, but this idiot is someone with great wisdom. Common people see the Bodhisattva as very doltish and stupid, but from the Buddha's point of view, the Bodhisattva is an extremely fine Buddhist disciple. That's why the Buddha is always calling him good man and considers him to have great wisdom. So stupidity and wisdom just depend on who's doing the looking. If the Buddha sees you as having wisdom, naturally you are someone intelligent. If common people feel you have wisdom, then you're just the same as they are. So when common people see the Bodhisattva, they take him to be very doltish, a fool. Maitreya Bodhisattva, who only knows about others and not about himself, called himself an old fool, a really stupid person getting on in years. He admitted it of himself and didn't call himself an old hand or someone old and smart. He called himself an old fool. The more foolish, the older he got. There's also what Confucius had to say. I can talk to Hui all day, and he does not object like a fool. But I have observed that when he is by himself, he really puts into practice what I have said. He is no fool. He said, I can talk to Hui all day long, and he never has any objections. No matter what I say, he just says, yes, yes, no problem, from morning to night. He never opposes me like a fool, a dolt, or a dummy. But when he goes back to his room, he really understands what I have said to him. He completely grasps all the principles I have spoken for him without exception. He is unusually receptive to the principles underlying what I say. Hui is no fool. It shows that on the outside he looks like a fool. He doesn't talk too much or look too much. That's not his style. That's why he looks like a stupid person. Any of you who talk or look too much are not like Yin Hui. What was Yin Hui like all the time? His eyes always contemplated his nose contemplated his mouth, and his mouth questioned his heart and didn't look at things or talk. So Confucius said he was like a fool. The Bodhisattva always utters true speech. Actual speech, that is, he doesn't lie, and timely speech, that is, when it's time to speak, he speaks, but he would never speak when it was not the right time to speak. If you go outside and answer questions that you shouldn't answer, that is not timely speech. When you speak about what you shouldn't, and when you don't talk about what you should, that's not timely. Appropriate speech, to the point that even in a dream he would not consent to utter covering, hiding speech. Even while asleep, in dreaming, he would not say things to cover up his own mistakes. He never covers up his faults even while asleep. He is very frank in admitting them, but even then does not talk too much. He would never think of wanting to do so. It would never even occur to him to lie, much the less deliberately commit violations. He would even less lie on purpose. His nature does not engage in double-tongued speech. In his own nature, he does not act the two-headed snake. In Chinese, the words for tongue and snake sound alike. Have you ever seen a two-headed snake? If you see one, don't act like one, or you'll end up being one. If you don't act like a two-headed snake, you will cross over the two-headed snake. The Bodhisattva towards all living beings has no thought of dividing them against each other. He doesn't break people up. He has no thought of troubling or harming. He doesn't like to hurt living beings or make trouble for them. He benefits living beings. He does not report the speech of one person to break him off from a second person to that second person. Some of my disciples should pay close attention to this sentence in the sutra. It would help them very much. He does not report the speech of one person. He doesn't talk about what person A said to break him off from a second person, to make trouble between person A and person B. An example of this is telling one person, do you know what so-and-so said about you? It was really rotten. That person is really out to get you. He's always talking about what's wrong with you, saying this and that. I can't remember it all. There was so much of it. I'm just telling you a little bit. If you ask him, what else did he say? The person tells you, oh, I just can't tell you. If I told you everything, you would just get upset. Then hearing that, the person really blows up and says, what did they say? This is just making someone get upset to break him off from a second person. Nor does he report the speech of the second person to break him off from the first person to the first person. He also doesn't tell the first person what the second person said about him. He doesn't tell B what A said about him in order to alienate person A from person B. For example, saying to him, I tell you something you ought to know, but it's really secret. So and so says you have got one doesn't know how many boyfriends. They also say you do this and that really rotten stuff. Nothing could be worse. And when I heard it, I felt just horrible. They start that kind of rumor, stirring up gossip to the first person. If people have not already broken with each other, he does not break them up. If people are not at odds with each other, don't set them against each other. If people have already broken off with each other, he does not increase the break. If you have already practiced setting people against each other, you'd better change, hadn't you? You shouldn't keep on increasing those kinds of offenses, should you? He doesn't enjoy dividing people against each other. The Bodhisattva does not like to turn people against each other, breaking up friendships. Nor is he happy when people are divided against each other. He doesn't think this is a lot of fun. He would never say, I'll get them so they can't stand each other. That would be a better state of affairs. If you have already done this kind of thing, you should change fast. If you change, then there won't be any trouble. If you don't have to say, oh no, I'm really done for. I'm going to fall into the house, and what will I ever do when I fall into the hell of pulling tongues? All you have to do is change. Bodhisattvas won't hold it against you. People are not sages who has not made mistakes, he said. If you have made mistakes but can change, then the mistakes will disappear. But if you cover up your mistakes, then you increase the offense. If you try to cover up what you've done wrong, then you have added an offense to the offense you already had. So, at Gold Mountain Monastery, anybody who has done something wrong should repent of it faster and reform. Once you have repented and reformed, you return to purity. He does no utter speech that would divide people against each other. So, don't keep on saying things that set people against each other. Nor does he report with speech that would divide people against each other, regardless of whether it is true or false. Whether it is true or not, don't say it. He doesn't spread that kind of gossip or rumor. Sutra. His nature does not engage in harsh speech, that is cruel, malicious speech, coarse, white speech, speech that brings suffering to others, speech that provokes anger and hatred in others, blunt speech, furtive speech, vile and evil speech, cheap and vulgar speech, speech unpleasant to hear, speech that does not delight the listener, angry, hateful speech, speech that burns the heart like fire, speech bound up in resentment, heated, irritating speech, disagreeable speech, displeasing speech, speech that can destroy oneself and others, all such types of speech as those he completely abandons. He always utters kind, encouraging speech, soft and gentle speech, speech that delights the mind, speech pleasant to the listener, speech that makes the listener happy, speech that well enters into people's hearts, elegant and refined speech, speech agreeable to most people, speech that gladdens most people, and speech that brings joy to body and mind. Commentary. His nature does not engage in harsh speech. The Bodhisattva doesn't have any harsh speech in his own nature at all. That is, he does not utter cruel, malicious speech. He would never speak words as hurtful to people as poison, which make people die from rage as if they had been poisoned. He doesn't use coarse, white speech, being very rough and unreasonable. He doesn't use speech that brings suffering to others, with one sentence making people feel very troubled and pained. He does not use speech that provokes anger and hatred in others. He does not use blunt speech. This is telling people off to their face or indirect, furtive speech. This is gossip behind their backs, vile and evil speech, that is, low and wicked talk, or cheap or vulgar speech, so despicable that what one says is utterly worthless. He does not use speech unpleasant to hear, so that when one talks, no one wishes to listen, or a speech that does not delight the listener. Sometimes when one talks with people, they don't like it. Do you hear that? Speech that people don't like is a kind of harsh speech. He does not use angry, hateful speech. When some people talk, they make people get angry and store up their hatred. He does not use speech that burns their heart like fire. There is another way of talking that is just as hard for people to endure as having fire burn their hearts. The Bodhisattva does not use speech bound up in resentment. When one talks this way, one leaves a permanent resentment burning in people. He does not use heated, irritating speech, so that as soon as one starts talking like this, it makes people upset and afflicted. Or disagreeable speech, talking in a way that makes people really not want to listen. He does not use displeasing speech. Now the sutra is telling you about all these various ways of talking. So now you can put all your effort into studying how to talk this way and go out to harm people, hurt them and upset them with a single phrase. Before you heard the sutra, you never suspected there were so many ways to upset people with your words. But now you've heard the sutra, you have mastered them all. The Bodhisattva does not use speech that can destroy oneself and others. This kind of talk, when uttered, is wounding to oneself, and it also wounds others. All such types of speech as those, the different ways of talking just listed, which are all examples of harsh speech, ways of creating evil karma from uttering evil words, he completely abandons. The Bodhisattva gives up all those ways of talking that create evil karma. He always utters kind, encouraging speech. He always talks in a way as kind and beneficial to living beings as moistening water. He uses soft and gentle speech. He always talks in a very gentle and harmonious manner to you and uses speech that delights the mind. He puts people's minds at ease and makes them very happy. His speech is pleasant to the listener. Before it was speech that was unpleasant to hear and not a speech that is pleasant to hear, the exact opposite. He uses speech that makes the listener happy. People became unhappy when they listened before, and now when they hear, they are particularly happy. Again, the complete reverse. He uses speech that well enters into people's hearts. When one talks, people find it very sweet and delightful. He is elegant and refined speech. One talks in a very lofty manner, in a very refined and controlled way. So when people listen, they want to talk like that too, and one becomes a model for speech. He uses speech agreeable to most people, and speech that gladdens most people, that makes lots of people glad in body and mind, and he uses speech that brings joy to body and mind. In body, one is so happy, one jumps for joy, and one becomes very happy at heart as well. Sutra. His nature does not engage in loose speech. The Bodhisattva always delights in thoughtful, examined speech, in appropriate speech, in true speech, meaningful speech, lawful speech, speech that accords with principle, skillfully taming and regulating speech, speech reckoned and measured according to the time, and which is decisive. This Bodhisattva, even when making jokes, always weighs his words, so how much less would he deliberately pour out scattered and abandoned talk. His nature does not engage in greed. The Bodhisattva concerning others' wealth and property, as well as things owned and used by others, does not give rise to greed. He does not wish for them or seek them. Commentary. His nature does not engage in loose speech. The Bodhisattva always delights in thoughtful mind speech. What is loose speech? It means that ridiculing people or intimidating people or making people who hear it have defiant thoughts. When the Bodhisattva talks, he doesn't just say whatever he pleases. Before he talks, he thinks over what he's going to say and examines it well, and then he says it in only appropriate speech. When he talks, it has to be just the time he is supposed to talk. If it isn't time to talk, he won't talk. He never say, I'm going to go ahead and answer questions I shouldn't answer. That would be to speak inappropriately, not knowing when it was the right time to talk. What he says is in true speech, very accurate and genuine, without the least bit of falseness. When he talks, it is meaningful speech. What he says has principle and is reasonable. At all times, when the Bodhisattva speaks, it is lawful speech in accord with Dharma. If it were talk not in accord with Dharma, he wouldn't speak it. His is speech that accords with way principle. What the Bodhisattva says has to be in accord with way principle and not opposed to it. He uses skillfully taming and regulating speech. The Bodhisattva, in teaching and transforming living beings, uses very skillful and clever expedient methods to tame and subdue them. His is speech reckoned and measured according to the time and which is decisive. According to the occasion, he estimates and measures his words, and they have certainty to them. This Bodhisattva, even when making jokes, always weighs his words. Even when he cracks a joke, he thinks it over and asks himself if it is a joke he can make, whether it is appropriate or not. So how much less would he deliberately pour out scattered and abandoned talk? He would be even less likely to come out with confused and scattered talk. His nature does not engage in greed. The Bodhisattva's nature is not greedy. He is not greedy for sexual misconduct. The Bodhisattva, concerning others' wealth and property, as well as things owned and used by others' possessions, and the things they use daily, does not give rise to greed. He would never become greedy or grasping. He does not wish for them or seek them. He'd never say, I'd really like that. I'd really like to get that, seeing people and telling them to give him gifts. One shouldn't be so greedy no matter what anyone gives you. If you can do without it, do without it. Don't be greedy and seek for things, and then no matter where you go, everything will go well and nothing will go badly. Sutra. His nature is free from anger and hatred. The Bodhisattva towards all living beings constantly brings forth a mind of kindness, a benefiting mind, a mind of pity and sympathy, a happy mind, a compatible mind, a mind of accepting and gathering them in. He once and for all abandons anger, hatred, resentment, malevolence, rage, and irritation. He is always considerate and cooperative in his conduct. humane, kind, and helpful. He is further free from deviant views. The Bodhisattva dwells in the proper paths. He does not practice astrology or divination. He does not grasp at evil precepts. His mind's views are proper and upright. He does not deceive. He does not flatter. Towards the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, he brings forth decisive faith. Commentary: his nature is free from anger and hatred. When the Bodhisattva cultivates, he very naturally, in his own nature, becomes free from anger and from hatred. The Bodhisattva towards all living beings, the Bodhisattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva way and accumulates all kinds of good rules towards the living beings of the 9 Dharma realms, constantly brings forth a mind of kindness. He at all times has thoughts of kindness and compassion, wishing to give living beings happiness. He has a benefiting mind. He is always benefiting all living beings. That's the kind of mind he should have. He has a mind of pity and sympathy. He always thinks of living beings as pitiful, and he has much sympathy for them all, and so he always helps them. He has a happy mind. The Bodhisattva in his mind is always very, very happy, and he never worries. The Bodhisattva has a compatible mind. He always gets along with living beings and is kind to them. So living beings all like them. He has a mind of accepting and gathering them in. He can also gather in and accept all living beings. He once and for all abandons anger. He gets rid of his temper, his anger, once and for all, as well as hatred, resentment, malevolence, rage, and irritation. He stops hating. He also gives up resentment and dislike. He is always considerate and cooperative in his conduct, humane, kind. He always considers how he can cooperate with others. He is humane and kind towards all living beings, and he sympathizes with them all, and he is helpful to all living beings. He is further free from deviant views. Bodhisattvas at all times maintain proper knowledge and proper views and stay far away from deviant knowledge and deviant views. The Bodhisattva dwells in the proper paths. The Bodhisattva always dwells in the 8 proper paths. He does not practice astrology or divination. The Bodhisattva does not consult the book of changes to find out if something is going to be lucky or unlucky. He doesn't use it. People can know about the principles of the book of changes, but if you are practicing the Bodhisattva way, you don't need to do divination. Why not? The superior person asks about calamities and does not ask about blessings. The superior person asks whether there are going to be disasters or not. He doesn't ask, for example, if I gamble, can I make $1 million? He doesn't ask about his rewards of blessings, wondering what good things am I going to get, what advantages will I have. Because he is that way, the Bodhisattva who practices the Bodhisattva path does not need to ask about whether events are going to be lucky or not, since he doesn't have to find out whether something is auspicious or inauspicious. He doesn't need to practice divination or astrology. The Bodhisattva is not afraid of disasters, so he doesn't have to ask about them. Whether things go for him or against him, he accepts them all. He takes whatever he has coming to him. For this reason, he doesn't practice fortune-telling and the like. He does not grasp at evil precepts. The Bodhisattva also does not maintain the precepts of cattle or dogs. For example, in India, there are people who adhere to the behavior of dogs and cows, hoping to be reborn in heaven. But the Bodhisattva doesn't discipline himself in that way. His mind's views are proper and upright. His mind is proper and upright, and his views are proper and upright too. The straight mind is the way Bliss. He is not crooked. He does not deceive. He would not be able to lie under any circumstances to treat people. He does not flatter. Also, he would never flatter people or play up to them. Towards the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, he brings forth decisive faith. He brings forth the mind of decisive faith towards the Buddha jewel, the Dharma jewel, and the Sangha jewel. He would never be able to have any doubts. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, in this way protects and maintains the 10 wholesome karmic paths constantly without interruption. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings who fall into the evil destinies without exception do so because of the 10 unwholesome karmic acts. Therefore, I should myself practice proper conduct. Why is that? If I myself am not able to cultivate proper conduct, it would be impossible to make others cultivate it. Disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva further makes the following reflection. The 10 unwholesome karmic paths are causes for undergoing rebirth in the house as an animal or as a hungry ghost. The 10 wholesome karmic paths are causes for receiving birth as a person or as a god, up to the station of the summit of existence. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths is cultivated by means of wisdom, and when one's mind is low and inferior, and when one fears the 3 realms, and because one is deficient in great compassion, and when one's understanding comes from hearing the sounds of others, one accomplishes the vehicle of a sound hearer. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths is cultivated to purity, and when one has not been taught by others but becomes enlightened on one's own, when one is not fully endowed with great compassion or expedient means, when one is enlightened through understanding of profound dharmas of causes and conditions, one accomplishes the vehicle of those solitarily enlightened. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths is cultivated to purity, and when one's mind is vast and limitless, when one is endowed with compassion and sympathy, when one uses expedient means to gather in beings, when one brings forth great vows, when one does not abandon living beings, when one seeks the great wisdom of all Buddhas, when one purifies and regulates all the Bodhisattva grounds, when one purely cultivates all the paramitas, one accomplishes the vast great conduct of a Bodhisattva. Furthermore, as to the most supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths, when one has purified almost up to and including certifying to the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses, then one accomplishes all Buddha dharmas. Therefore, I now equally cultivate the 10 wholesome paths, and I should bring them all to perfect purity. The Bodhisattva should study such expedient means as those. Commentary. Vajrayana Bodhisattva calls out and says, Disciples of the Buddha, do you know or not, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the great Bodhisattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva way and accumulates all kinds of good rules, in this way protects and maintains the 10 wholesome karmic paths constantly without interruption. He in that way protects and maintains the 10 kinds of good ways and never stops doing so. He further makes the following reflection. He again thinks, all living beings who fall into the evil destinies, who fall to be hell beings, hungry ghosts or animals, all without exception, do so because of the 10 unwholesome karmic acts. It's because of committing the 10 unwholesome deeds that they fall. Therefore, I should myself practice proper conduct. I myself should cultivate the proper conduct of the 10 wholesome karmic acts and also encourage others to practice proper conduct. I should bring other living beings to cultivate proper conduct, to practice the 10 wholesome paths of karma. Why is that? If I myself am not able to cultivate proper conduct, should I be unable to do it myself, it would be impossible to make others cultivate it. It would not be correct to tell others to cultivate. Disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, the Bodhisattva who is great among Bodhisattvas, further makes the following reflection. He also thinks, the 10 unwholesome karmic paths, the 10 kinds of bad deeds, are causes for undergoing rebirth in the house as an animal or as a hungry ghost. If you commit the 10 unwholesome acts, then you will fall into the 3 evil destinies. The 10 unwholesome karmic paths are causes for receiving birth as a person or as a god up to the station of the summit of existence. If you practice the 10 good deeds, then you may be born a person or be born in the heaven of the summit of existence, which is the highest heaven. It forms that kind of course. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths, the highest category of the 10 wholesome deeds, is cultivated by means of wisdom, and when one's mind is low and inferior, and when one fears the 3 realms, when one has a very small mind, or else is afraid of the suffering in the 3 realms, and because one is deficient in great compassion, one should open up one's mind to become a great compassion mind, and when one's understanding comes from hearing the sounds of others, upon hearing someone else lecture sutras and speak the Dharma, one understands, one accomplishes the vehicle of a sound hearer. In that way, one can accomplish the vehicle of a sound hearer and become an arhat. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths, the highest category of the 10 good deeds, is cultivated to purity, when well cultivated, and when one has not been touched by others, but becomes enlightened on one's own, when one does not hear others speak, but one becomes enlightened on one's own, refers to the solitarily enlightened ones. When one is not fully endowed with great compassion or expedient means, when one has not yet perfected great compassion or skill in means, and so needs to cultivate the 10 wholesome acts. When one is enlightened through understanding of profound dharmas of causes and conditions, one understands the interactions of causes and conditions, those profound dharmas, one accomplishes the vehicle of those solitarily enlightened. Then one becomes solitarily enlightened. Furthermore, when the supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths is cultivated to purity, if you can cultivate it to total purity, and when one's mind is vast and limitless, when one is endowed with compassion and sympathy, when one uses expedient means to gather in beings, when one brings forth great vows, when one does not abandon living beings, but forever teaches and transforms them, when one seeks the great wisdoms of all Buddhas, when one purifies and regulates all the Bodhisattva grounds to seek the great wisdom of a Buddha. One should cultivate the Dharma doors of the 10 grounds. When one purely cultivates all the paramitas, cultivating all the 6 paramitas and the 10,000 practices of a Bodhisattva, one accomplishes the vast, great conduct of a Bodhisattva. Furthermore, as to the most supreme grade of these 10 wholesome karmic paths, when one has purified the wisdom of almost up to and including certifying to the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses, then one accomplishes all Buddha Dharmas, then one can bring all Buddha Dharmas to successful conclusion. Therefore, I now equally cultivate the 10 wholesome paths, and I should bring them all to perfect purity. I should equally cultivate all the 10 wholesome paths of karma to purity. The Bodhisattva should study such expedient means as those. Bodhisattvas should study and practice those kinds of expedient Dharma doors. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva further makes the following reflection. Of the 10 unwholesome karmic paths, the most severe are causes for the health, the average degrees are causes for the animals, and the least severe are causes for the hungry ghosts. Among them, the offense of killing can cause living beings to fall to the hells, animals, and hungry ghosts. If they are born among people, they have 2 kinds of retribution. 1, a short life. 2, many illnesses. The offense of stealing also causes living beings to fall into the 3 evil paths. If they are born among people, they have 2 kinds of retribution. 1, they are poor. 2, their wealth is held in common, and they do not have free use of it. Commentary. Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva again says, disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva, this great Bodhisattva, who cultivates the Bodhisattva way and accumulates all kinds of good rules, when he attains the position of the 2nd ground, that of living filth, he further makes the following reflection. He makes another contemplation, saying, of the 10 unwholesome karmic paths, the 10 kinds of paths of karmic retribution which are not good. The most severe causes for the hells. The most terrible and serious is that one has to fall into the hells. The average degrees are causes for the animals. The middle degree is that one has to become an animal, and at least severe are causes for the hungry ghosts. The least serious is having to become a hungry ghost. Among them, the offense of killing can cause living beings to fall into the hells, animals, and hungry ghosts. The first among the 10 unwholesome karmic paths is the offense of killing, which makes living beings fall into the destiny of the hells. There are millions upon millions of hells, not just one single hell. Their varieties are limitless. Hells are one of the 3 evil destinies, and so are the animals. There are also millions upon millions of different kinds of animals. There are also countless varieties of hungry ghosts of different species and types. If they are born among people, they have 2 kinds of retribution. If you commit the 10 unwholesome karmic acts, afterwards you fall into the 3 evil destinies. When that is over and you are born as a person among people, you have 2 kinds of retribution coming to you. What are they? 1, a short life. You like to kill. When you have finished undergoing your retribution in the 3 evil paths and become a person, you still have a short life. Maybe you will be born for a few days and then die, or you may die after a few months, or even a few years, you undergo the retribution of having a short life. Too many illnesses. Perhaps your life won't be short, but when you're a person, you will always be sick. If you don't have one illness, you will have another. That's from killing. The second is the offense of stealing, which also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. It too makes all living beings who violate by committing the offense of stealing fall into the house, the animals, and the hungry ghosts. Those three evil paths, if they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they are poor. Now you know why you are so poor. It's because you committed the offense of stealing too heavily in your previous lives, so now you are destitute. Two, their wealth is held in common and they do not have free use of it. The first was being poor. In the second, you do have a little bit of money, but it is jointly owned by someone else. It's not entirely your own. Other people can tell you what to do with it. They control it, and so you can't use it freely as you wish. Sutra. The offense of sexual misconduct causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, their wives will not be good or faithful. Two, they will not have a retinue that accords with their intent. The offense of lying also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they will be slandered a lot. Two, they will be received by others. The offense of double tongue also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, their retinue will be separated. Two, their caste will be base. The offense of harsh speech also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they will always hear disagreeable sounds. Two, they will be involved in many lawsuits. Commentary. The offense of sexual misconduct also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. Sexual misconduct means sexual relations which are not sanctioned by law. It means engaging in sexual relations with someone who is not your legal spouse, as it is said. Of the myriad evils, lust is foremost. You should not walk down this road to death. Lust is the most evil of evils, and it includes all other evils in it. If you indulge in improper sexual relations, then that is the worst kind of offense. You are just heading for death, and it also makes living beings fall into the house, the animals, and the hungry ghosts, those three evil paths. If they are born among people, should they obtain a human body, they have two kinds of retribution. One, their wives will not be good or faithful. The first is that their wife or husband will not be true to them, will not be a good person. The spouse will flagrantly violate the rules and will casually indulge in sexual relationship with anybody at all. 2. They will not have a retinue that accords with their intent. The second is that their household or circle of friends will not be accord with them. They will always be fighting with other members in their retinue and never get along with them. The offense of lying also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. The offense of constantly telling lies also causes living beings to fall into the house, the animals, and the hungry ghosts. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. These two entails two kinds of retribution, which are: one, they will be slandered a lot. People will always slander you and say you are wrong. Two, they will be deceived by others. The second is that because you used to lie to other people, now people lie to you and cheat you. The offense of double tongue also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths: the hells, the animals, and the hungry ghosts. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, their retinue will be separated. Their household or circle of friends will be not united. They will always be separated from each other. 2. Their caste will be base. Their relatives and those of the same race or caste as they are will be very ugly people, very unpleasant to look at. The offense of harsh speech. If you constantly commit the offense of harsh speech, this also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths: the hells, the animals, the hungry ghosts. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they will always hear disagreeable sounds, unpleasant sounds. 2, they will be involved in many lawsuits. At the drop of a hat, they will be involved in arguments and disputes with people, or perhaps be sued in court, or themselves file lawsuits. Sutra. The offense of loose speech also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. 1. People will not accept what they say. 2. Their speech will not be clearly understood. The offense of greed and desire also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. 1. Their minds will never know contentment. 2. They will have much desire which will never be satisfied. The offense of anger and hatred also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. 1. Other people will always find fault with them. 2. They will constantly be troubled and harmed by others. Commentary. The offense of loose speech means always talking in ways that are not in accord with the rules, talking widely and saying whatever one pleases. It is saying all kinds of defiant and disordered things, making fun of other people. This offense also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths: the hells, the hungry ghosts, and the animals. If they are born among people, when they have paid off their offenses in the three evil realms and become people again, they have two kinds of retribution. Again, the retribution is of two types, of which one is that people will not accept what they say. Nobody will listen to them when they talk. No one will pay attention. 2. Their speech will not be clearly understood. The second is that when they speak, their words will not be clear, so no one will know what they are talking about. When they talk, people won't clearly hear what they have said. The offense of greed and desire also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths: the hells, the hungry ghosts, and animals. When they have undergone their retribution in the three evil paths, if they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. 1. Their minds will never know contentment. They will never be satisfied. They will always feel that nothing is right. 2. They will have much desire which will never be satisfied. They will always be greedy for this and greedy for that without satiation. That is because of having committed the offense of greed and desire. The offense of anger and hatred also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths, when they have paid off their debts in the three evil destinies. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. 1. Other people will always find faults with them. People will always be saying of the person, he's got this wrong with him and that wrong with him, and there is nothing right about him at all. 2. They will constantly be troubled and harmed by others. People will always give you a bad time, always give you trouble. No matter how good you are to people, they will try to do you in. So, when people are not good to us, we should return the light and look within and think about how in our previous lives we certainly committed the offense of harsh speech, lying, loose speech, and double tongue, greed, hatred, and stupidity, killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, and think, so that's why people are so bad to me this life, and we should quickly repent and reform. Sutra. The offense of different views also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths. If they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they will be born in a family holding deviant views. Two, their minds will be flattering and crooked. Commentary. Before it talked about stealing and sexual misconduct and loose speech, lying, harsh speech, double-tongued speech, and so forth. The offense of deviant views. What are deviant views? It means always having incorrect knowledge and views which are not in accord with Dharma. There is proper knowledge and proper views, and there is improper knowledge and improper views. If you don't have proper knowledge and proper views, you will believe in improper knowledge and improper views, and in that case you will commit a great many offenses. The offense from that also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths, the hells, the hungry ghosts, and the animals. When we people commit the offense of greed, hatred, and stupidity, we can fall into the three evil destinies. We may be in those evil paths for a short time, or the time may be long. It's not fixed. When we have paid off our offense karma in the hells and are born again among people, if they are born among people, they have two kinds of retribution. One, they will be born in a family holding deviant views. The family they are born into will be totally one of deviant knowledge and deviant views. And so, what they see and what they hear and what they are around will be deviant view, knowledge and deviant views. Two, their minds will be flattering and crooked. The second retribution that one has to undergo for deviant views is that one's mind will enjoy flattering people. If you put these in elegantly, it's called lying up to people, and it's called being a sycophant. That means when you see people who have money, you smile and are extremely pleasant. But when you see poor people, you are haughty and won't have anything to do with them. You won't even speak to them. But when you meet people who have money, you have all kinds of things to say. That's flattery. When you see people who have money, you flatter them, and when you meet poor people, you despise them. This is the fault that most people have. To be cooked means to be devious. One's mind is not straight, and so everything one does is very devious and crooked. That's the retribution that people with deviant views have to undergo. It is from holding deviant views that people kill and steal and commit sexual misconduct, and that they're greedy, hateful, and stupid, that they tell lies, is double-tongued speech, harsh speech, and loose speech. If you don't have deviant views, then you won't be able to commit those faults. Deviant views lead one to kill, and once one kills, one falls into the three evil paths. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. The 10 unwholesome karmic paths can bring forth the multitude of great masses of suffering as limitless and boundless as these. Therefore, the Bodhisattva makes the following reflection: I should leave the 10 unwholesome karmic paths far behind. I should consider the 10 wholesome paths as a garden of karma, as the garden of Dharma, and delight in dwelling within them. I myself should dwell within them and I should encourage other people to dwell within them too. Commentary. After Vajrayana Bodhisattva had described the 10 unwholesome paths of karma, he again called out, disciples of the Buddha, you should realize that the 10 unwholesome karmic paths can bring forth a multitude of great masses of suffering as limitless and boundless as these. You all know that through the 10 unwholesome karmic paths you commit offenses, and that when you commit offenses, you fall into the 3 evil destinies of hell beings, animals, and hungry ghosts. Afterwards, when you have undergone your punishment for your offenses and come back to be a person, loss and loss of limitless and boundless sufferings will arise that group together. Therefore, the Bodhisattva makes the following reflection. I should leave the 10 unwholesome karmic paths far behind, he says. I am cultivating the Bodhisattva way, and I shouldn't keep on violating by committing those offenses. I should not longer go along the 10 unwholesome karmic paths. I should consider the 10 unwholesome paths as a garden of Dharma. I should take the 10 wholesome karmic paths, that is, not killing, not stealing, not committing sexual misconduct, not being greedy, not being hateful, not being stupid, not lying, not engaging in double-tongued speech, not uttering harsh speech, and not indulging in loose talk. Those 10 wholesome paths as my moral. They should be a guideline for me, and I should delight in dwelling within them. For me, the 10 wholesome karmic paths should be like a pleasure grove that I enjoy very much, and I should dwell in them in comfort and ease. I myself should dwell within them, and I should encourage other people to dwell within them too. At that time, he encourages other people, his friends and relatives, all to dwell within those 10 wholesome paths and not commit the 10 unwholesome kinds of karma, but instead always practice the 10 wholesome karmic acts. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva further towards all living beings brings forth the thought to benefit them, the thought of making them happy, the thought of kindness, the thought of compassion, the thought of sympathy, the thought of gathering them in, the thought of protecting them, the thought of them being oneself, the thought of being their teacher, the thought of being their great teacher. He makes the following reflection, saying, living beings are pitiful, they fall into deviant views, evil wisdom, evil designs, and the thick forest of the evil destinies. I should cause them to dwell in proper views and cultivate the true and natural way. Commentary. Vajrayana Bodhisattva was afraid that people were not paying attention, and so he called out again. All of you disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the Bodhisattva who has certified to the ground of living filth, cultivates the Bodhisattva way and amasses all kinds of good rules, does no evil, and offers up all good conduct. That is why he is called the great Bodhisattva among Bodhisattvas. He, further towards all living beings, brings forth the thought to benefit them. He decides he wants to benefit all living beings. He has the thought of making them happy and how to help living beings attain happiness, the thought of kindness, and how he can help living beings attain eternal bliss, the thought of compassion, of how he can cause his own living beings to escape from suffering and difficulties, the thought of sympathy for all living beings, the thought of gathering them in, accepting and receiving all living beings, the thought of protecting them, protecting all living beings, the thought of them being oneself. He sees all living beings as being the same as himself. He has the thought of being their teacher in order to teach and transform all living beings, and the thought of being their great teacher No matter what kind of living being it is, he teaches and transforms that being. He makes the following reflection, saying to himself, living beings are pitiful, very deserving of pity. They fall into deviant views, deviant knowledge and deviant views, and evil wisdom. They have an evil kind of wisdom, evil desires, and evil thoughts of desire, and so they fall into the thick forest of the evil destinies. The three evil paths are like a dense forest from which it is difficult to escape. I should cause them to dwell in proper views, the dharmas of proper knowledge and proper views, and cultivate the true and natural way, true and natural dharma doors which have no falseness to them. There are two kinds of people in the world. One kind is the person who wants to trick himself, and the other is the person who does not want to trick himself. They are the opposite of each other. What kind of person likes to trick himself is the person who mistakes suffering for bliss and who willingly does so. What kind of person does not want to trick himself is a person who wants to separate from suffering and attain bliss and is unwilling to deceive himself. You say, "Oh, I understand. The people who don't want to trick themselves are people who have left home. Not bad, but can they leave home or not? Those who do not want to trick themselves don't even have to be talked about." There is someone who is saying, "Dharma Master, the way you are speaking Dharma is completely illogical. I haven't finished what I was saying." When I'm finished, you'll see the logic in it. Left home people do not want to trick themselves, but in fact they do trick themselves. And they are saying that at home people do want to trick themselves, but actually they don't feel they are tricking themselves. How do left home people trick themselves? They say to themselves, "Just cultivate well and pretty soon you become a Buddha. Don't be nervous. All you have to do is persevere." At first, it's like tricking yourself. It's kind of like babysitting a child. You say, "Oh, don't cry, and I'll give you a piece of candy. I don't have any candy right now, but in a little while I'll get you some." To become a Buddha works that way too. You trick yourself. But in the future, you will become a Buddha or not. You'll find out when you become a Buddha, but for the time being, it's just the same as tricking yourself. The difference is in the methods employed, because it is tricking yourself into doing good things. What do we mean by people at home not tricking themselves? Basically, they do trick themselves. They say, "Oh, worldly blessings, honor, and glory are also fine. Gold, silver, and precious gems are really wonderful. Getting fame and profit, that's all good stuff." And they trick themselves. Because those things are really not bad. You live it up eating steak, drinking wine, going to the cocktail bar, and when you drink yourself into a stupor, then you soar up to the heavens. Sutra. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings make distinctions between self and others and mutually destroy each other. Their fighting and enmity rage without cease. I should cause them to dwell in unsurpassed great kindness. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings greedily grasp without satiation. They only seek wealth and profit. They sustain themselves through deviant livelihoods. I should cause them to dwell in the dharmas of proper livelihood, in purity of the karmas of body, speech, and mind. He further makes the following reflections. All living beings constantly pursue the three poisons, and the various afflictions accordingly rage. They do not understand how to seek with determination the expedients essential for escape. I should cause them to extinguish the great blaze of afflictions and settle in the place of pure coolness of nirvana. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings are covered with the heavy darkness of stupidity and the thick membrane of false views, and so they enter the dense shade of the thick forest and lose the light of wisdom. They travel on dangerous roads in the wilderness and give rise to evil views. I should cause them to obtain the unobstructed pure wisdom eye, so they know the real mark of all dharmas and do not follow others' teachings. Commentary. He further makes the following reflection. The Bodhisattva who is on the second ground, the ground of living filth, accumulates all gurus and makes transference of them to all living beings to benefit them all. And so he makes the following contemplation. He says, all living beings without exception have a view of self and a mark of self. They make distinctions between self and others and mutually destroy each other. Because they have a view of self and a mark of self and make distinctions between themselves and others, they destroy each other. They fight over profit. They are fighting and enmity. Their battles with each other rage without cease. When the Buddha appeared in the world, it is known as a time when the proper Dharma was solid. After the Buddha entered Nirvana, it was known as the Dharma image or the Dharma semblance age. When the emphasis was on building temples and making Buddha images, now we have been born in the Dharma ending age, when the emphasis is on fighting. Take a look at the world. Countries fight with countries, families fight with families, people fight with people. They fight over power and profit and give rise to enmity, anger and hatred, which rages without cease. Their anger and their hatred is like a fire. The more it blazes, the more widely it rages. And the bigger it gets, the less it can be stopped. The blaze is so huge that it would not be easy to put it out, even with a fire struck. I should cause them to dwell in unsurpassed great kindness. I should teach these living beings who are fighting with each other how to practice the conduct of great kindness and compassion, how not to fight with living beings and not to hate them. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings greedily grasp without satiation. All living beings greedily seek and are insatiable. There is never a time when they are content. For example, take someone who is in business. In the beginning, he says, "Wait till I've made $100,000. Then I'll be satisfied and retire." But when he's earned that much, he still waits. "Oh, wait till I've made $1 million. Then I won't seek anything more." But when he has made that $1 million, he thinks he would like to have 10 million. And when he has made 10 million, he wants 100 million. So that's what's known as greedily grasping without satiation. There's never any time when he feels content, when he says he has enough. They only seek wealth and profit. It's just because they are seeking wealth and seeking benefit, they sustain themselves through deviant livelihoods. They don't pay any attention to whether it's proper or not. They may make their living by gazing upward or by gazing downward. Making a living by gazing upward is looking up and contemplating the way of heaven. For example, one gazes up at the stars and makes predictions on that basis, saying such and such a star is going to appear and the world is going to have this and that happen. You do this to make people believe in you, and that's what's known as getting your livelihood by gazing up. Making a living gazing downwards is doing divination, casting fortunes. So, a bodhisattva who is cultivating the bodhisattva way doesn't ask about good luck or bad luck, doesn't do divination. To do divination is to make your living by gazing down. Both of those sustaining oneself through divine livelihoods, I should cause them to dwell in the dharmas of proper livelihood, in purity of the karmas of Bodhi. The Bodhisattva goes on to say, I should save all those living beings who make their living through improper livelihoods, getting them to dwell in purity of body, speech, and mind, those three karmas, and not live in the dharmas of improper divine livelihoods anymore. They ought to dwell in proper livelihood and have proper knowledge and proper views in everything they do. He further makes the following reflection. The Bodhisattva, on the ground of living filth, makes another contemplation, which is this. All living beings constantly pursue the three poisons, and the various afflictions accordingly rage. The three poisons of greed, hatred, and stupidity confuse people and make them upside down. Why is it that from the limitless compass to the present they have not become Buddhas? It's just because they have greed, hatred, and stupidity. Our greed is insatiable. We figure the more the better, because we have this greed, we don't have any wisdom. Lacking wisdom, then we get angry, and people who get angry are just stupid. So greed, hatred, and stupidity are known as the three poisons. People who are greedy are very difficult to teach and transform. Because you have the three poisons inside you, all kinds of afflictions are produced inside too. These afflictions are like a huge blazing fire. They do not understand how to seek with determination the expedients essential for escape. They are not able to seek ways to get out, unable to make up their minds to transcend the three realms, to leave suffering and attain bliss. They are unable to use various expedient Dharma doors to escape from the three realms. The Bodhisattva says, I should cause them to extinguish the great blaze of afflictions. We have 84,000 kinds of afflictions, and the Bodhisattva wants us to escape from the bonfire of afflictions and settle in the place of pure coolness nirvana, to settle down in the state of non-production and non-extinction, which is that of nirvana, to certify to the four virtues of nirvana: permanence, bliss, true self, purity. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings are covered with the heavy darkness of stupidity and the thick membrane of false views. They are covered up by the blackness of stupidity and false views, which are like a thick growth. There are, as it were, cataracts on their eyes, and so they enter the dense shade of thick forest. Entering into a thick forest with a dense shade means their afflictions are just too many, like a crowded wood, and so they lose the light of wisdom, which they had to begin with. They travel on dangerous roads in the wilderness. They wander through wilds where there are wolves, tigers, panthers, bears, and lions, all kinds of wild beasts, which is extremely dangerous and give rise to evil views. They start having all kinds of evil outlooks. I should cause them to obtain the unobstructed. I should save those kinds of living beings so that they obtain an unobstructed state of perfect inner penetration, the pure wisdom eye, so they know the real mark of all dharmas, so that they have the pure eye of wisdom and are able to illumine and understand the true natural mark of all dharmas, the mark of true actuality and suchness, and do not follow others' teachings, so that they do not have to wait for people to teach them in order to understand. They themselves can, on their own, enlighten to that kind of state. Question from audience. Dharma Master, you were saying there were 84,000 illnesses and 84,000 cures in Buddhism, and that the teacher has to find the right one. But how does one know if one has found the right teacher? Answer: establish merit, establish virtue, and establish written works. If you establish enough merit, then you very naturally will meet a true natural good knowing advisor. But if you do not have enough merit and virtue, even if you meet a good knowing advisor, you will not recognize the person. And so the first requirement for people who study Buddhism is not to do any evil, but to offer up all good conduct. If you have virtuous conduct, then you will spontaneously meet a good knowing advisor. If you don't have enough and you meet one, you won't recognize that advisor. To talk of 84,000 Dharma doors being used to cure 84,000 illnesses is a comprehensive way of speaking. To speak in general terms, it means you need to get rid of greed, hatred, and stupidity. Put to rest greed, hatred, and stupidity. Diligently cultivate precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. That's what you have to do. Question: is there any relationship between deja vu experiences and schizophrenia and enlightenment in higher states of mysticism? Answer: if you take drugs and go insane, then that's an illness. It's not becoming enlightened. Question: psychologists are experimenting and finding that crazy people sometimes have spiritual penetrations and know things through the use of their wisdom, not through the senses. Answer: you can't call that insanity. It's just that they were stiff and cold, and now they are starting to thaw. In most cases where they recognize situations, they have had some connection with those kinds of states in the past, which enables them to recognize them now. For example, if you have a friend you recognized yesterday, if you meet that friend today, you will probably remember that person's first and last name. Is the same principle. Question: I would like to ask the above to comment on the little self, the greater self, and the involvement of the ego. Answer: the involvement of the ego, the view of a self, is also the mark of a self. If you have a view of self, you have a mark of a self. If you have a mark of the self, you will have the mark of others. With the mark of others, you will have the mark of living beings. With the mark of living beings, there is a mark of having lifespans. Those are known as the four marks. The view of a self is because there is first a self. However, that self is something absolutely not true. Most people say they have a self. Well, search throughout your body. The hair is called hair, the head is called head, the ears are called ears, the eyebrows are called eyebrows, the eyes are called eyes, the nose is called the nose, the lips are called lips, the trousers even are called trousers, the arms of the body are called arms, the hands are called hands, the fingers are called fingers, and the fingernails are called fingernails. Each part has its own name. If you count from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, each part has a name of its own. But what part would you say is called self? Take a look, see if you can find it. You won't be able to, and since there is no self, how can you have a view of self? It's because of the attachment of living beings. We are attached and say, this is mine, that belongs to me. But this body basically is not your own. It's simply that you mistake a thief for your son. You mistake the false for the true and say, this is mine. And because you have a self, you are selfish. You say, this house is mine, this land is mine, this gold is mine, this silver is mine, all of that is mine. All of this mine is from a single attached thought. You always think that they belong to you. If you don't hang on to them, you will lose them. If you don't hang on to them, sooner or later you yourself are going to die. And when you do die, you will have to put them all down. They will all be gone. Then where did your self run off to? It's because we people have a self that we think of what will benefit ourselves and don't pay attention to other people. That's why the world is getting worse every day, and why people's minds are worse every day. It's just from having that attachment which harms people to the point to death. All of you think it over. Since there is not even a self, how can there be a view of self or a mark of self? The great self is an attachment. You could say that the small self is having no attachment except a little bit. If you get rid of that attachment to self, then your mark of self will be emptied. At that time, all of empty space and the Dharma realm unites with one's own self-nature. That's what's called without self and without others. One contemplates this, with no emptiness and no form. One sees the thirst come one. I don't know if what I said was right or not. If you felt what you heard was not right, then forget it. If you felt it was right, if it's the way, then walk it. If it's not the way, then go back. I myself don't understand very much either, so don't take what I say as golden proclamations and jet records. Question: could you please relate this to the ego and healing and to the energies from the universe? Answer: in healing, you should not have the thought of a self. Don't have the idea, I am healing people. You should think, in wanting to heal people, I should see other people as being of the same substance as myself. People are just me, and I am just people. If people are sick, then I am sick. When I cure people, I am curing myself. That way you will have less of an attachment. When Bodhisattvas benefit all living beings, they do not think of themselves as benefiting living beings. When the Bodhisattva has rescued all living beings, he himself does not think that he has saved a single living being. This is what is known as acting as if not acting, sweeping away all dharmas, leaving behind all marks. When you heal people, if you say, I healed that person, or I used some kind of energy to cure him, you are just having a false thought. That too is false thinking. If you don't have false thoughts, basically there is not one thing. So where can dust alight? Sutra. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings are within the dangerous roads of birth and death, are about to fall into the hells, animals, and hungry ghosts. They enter the net of evil views. They are confused by the thick forest of stupidity. They follow deviant paths and practice inverted conduct. They are like blind people who do not have guides. Roads which do not lead to escape, they think lead to escape. They enter into the states of demons and are seized by evil bandits. They are caught with the demon's mind and become far removed from the Buddha's intentions. I should pull them out of such danger and difficulty and cause them to dwell in the city of the fearlessness of all wisdom. Commentary. The Bodhisattva on the second ground, the ground of living filth, leaves all afflictions far behind. He also leaves all of his bad habits and faults and all defilement. To have no defilement of mind means to have no thoughts of desire. It means that he has severed desire and cast out love, returned to the origin and gone back to the source. We people are not that way. Ordinary common people, if told to get rid of their desire and cast out love, say, I want to have even more desire, I want to have even more love. If you tell them to have fewer afflictions, then they get angry even more often. They take afflictions and ignorance for food to eat and for clothes to wear, which they cannot do without. At every meal they eat, they feel of afflictions to the point that their stomachs are about to burst, but they still don't know how to stop those afflictions. People are just that kind of stranger entity. Human beings are especially weird entities among the weird. If you tell people to do things one way, they insist on doing them another way. Not following the rules is their talent. When the Bodhisattva sees those kinds of living beings, he pities them, and so he further makes the following reflection. All living beings without exception. What's meant by living beings? It means those who are alive because of a multitude of conditions have come together. It's not one factor alone that makes a person. There are a number of factors involved. They are within the dangerous roads of birth and death. On that dangerous road of birth and death, it is very easy to do wrong. And as soon as one does something wrong, one falls into the three evil destinies. If you perform good merit and virtue, you can be born in the heavens or be an asura or a person, but if you commit offenses, then you fall into the hells, become hungry ghosts, or turn into an animal. And so in a single thought is the halls of heaven, and in a single thought is the hells. In a single thought is the fruit of Buddhahood, and in a single thought one is an animal. It's all in that single thought. And they are about to fall into the hells, animals and hungry ghosts. The danger on that road is that you never know when you are going to fall into the hells. Hells are not like human jails. We build the hells ourselves. The hells are self-imposed. We prepare our hell, and when our offenses are ripe and our life comes to an end, we go to that hell to undergo suffering. There is the uninterrupted hell. A single person feels that hell, and if everyone went there, each one would feel it. It's full if there is one person, it's full if there are many, and so it's called the unspaced or uninterrupted hell. Time there is also extremely long. Once you fall into the hell, you never get out. Why not? It's due to deviant views. One falls into the hells because of deviant views, or one becomes an animal. There are also millions of types of animals, not just a single kind. There are horses, cows, chickens, pigs, and dogs, each with its own peculiarities. Each species has its own subcategories, which number in the millions. There are millions upon millions of hells, just as there are millions upon millions of kinds of animals. Hungry ghosts, too, have millions of varieties. Some are rich ghosts who have money, but money to them is not several $1,000,000. For example, as it is with people, money to them is great power and spiritual penetrations. Actually, spiritual penetrations is not exactly the right word for it. They are ghost penetrations. Ghosts have five of six spiritual penetrations, but not the penetration of the extinction of our flows. Those are the rich ghosts. The poor ghosts are the ghosts who have no money. That doesn't mean they like our pretty printed bills. It means they don't have any power. They have no spiritual penetrations to speak of. They know very little about what's going on. It's not as in China where people burn paper money for the ghosts to use that makes the ghost rich. It doesn't work that way. No one has ever proved whether it's of any use to burn paper money for ghosts to use. The way I see it is, if there was some use in burning paper money for ghosts, then when ghosts got that paper money, it would be as when we people strike it rich. That is, if you burn money for them, they receive more, and if you burn less, they get less. If it did work that way, then all Westerners, when they died, would become poor ghosts, for in the West, paper money is very seldom burned, and if money is not burned, then the ghosts won't have any money to use, right? and so they would be poor ghosts. It isn't that way. If people believe that, I think they are wrong. Burning paper money is simply symbolic. As it is said, thoroughly go through the funeral rites for parents and the worship of ancestors. It's a way of showing one's concern and one's respect for their memory. But it's very difficult to say whether those things really have any use or not. Hungry ghosts for several hundred great compounds never have one drop of water to drink. If any of the good things we have to eat enter the mouth of a hungry ghost, they turn into the fire and burn its mouth. So, all of you think it over. How can perfectly good things to eat turn into fire in the mouths of those ghosts? This happens because of their karmic obstacles. I remember in the 33rd year of the Chinese Republic, which was 1044 in the Hunan province on the mainland of China, there was a famine. There was no harvest that year, so there was no grain and people had nothing to eat. Then there also were many locusts that appeared in the sky. Locusts blackened out the sun. They were so thick in the air that people could catch a whole net full with a single random swipe, and they cooked them to eat because they had nothing else. The locusts had eaten all the crops they had planted, and so they were going to eat the locusts in return. But once the locusts had been cooked, no one could bear to eat them because they turned into excrement. That was due to the karmic obstacles of those living beings. So everything depends upon living beings' karma. Hungry ghosts never find anything to eat because their karmic obstacles are too heavy. Good things to eat turn to fire in their mouths because their karmic obstacles obstruct them. If you talk in detail about hungry ghosts, you'll find there are millions of categories of them, and you could never describe them all. They enter the nets of evil views. Evil views means deviant views, those that are not proper deviant knowledge and deviant views. They are confused by the thick forest of stupidity. The dense ooze of stupidity confuses them. They follow deviant paths, outside ways that are not proper and correct, and practice inverted conduct. Everything they do is upside down. They are like blind people who do not have guides. They are like people who have no eyes, who have no one to lead them, no one to point out the way, roads which do not lead to escape, roads which do not lead out of the three realms. They think lead to escape. They think that they are the roads to ending birth and death. They enter into the states of demons. They are turned by demonic states and become part of the demon king's retinue, and are seized by evil bandits. They are trapped by the demons and do what the demons tell them to do. They accord with the demon's mind and become far removed from the Buddha's intentions. They no longer follow what the Buddha's intend. I should pull them out of such danger and difficulty. Now I should save them so they escape from suffering and attain to bliss. I should get them off that dangerous road, out of all those difficult circumstances, and cause them to dwell in the city of the fearlessnesses of all wisdom, so that they dwell in the four fearlessness in the city of all wisdom. If they dwell in the city of all wisdom, they won't be able to fall into the three evil paths, because they will have wisdom. They will know enough not to follow deviant views, and because they won't run after deviant views, they will have proper knowledge and proper views. To dwell in proper knowledge and proper views is itself the city of all wisdom, the city of having proper and correct wisdom. There is an announcement, which is that Gold Mountain Temple has produced a freak. It's a Heng Sure. How is he a freak? It's because next month he wants to start on the first Monday. and but once every 3 steps from Goldwell Temple in Los Angeles to the city of 10,000 Buddhas in Northern California. Why does he want to do something so stupid as that? It's because he knows that his offense karma from the past is very heavy, and he is afraid of falling into the 3 evil destinies. Now he wants to use his merit and virtue from bowing every 3 steps to repent of his previous offense karma. Also, he hopes that the merit and virtue from this will prevent disasters in the world, and that all of humankind will be at peace. So I say that he is a modern-day freak. Now I think that everybody who has a question can ask it. Whether it's a big question or a little question, an old question or a young question, all may be asked. We have a lot of people here, and we divide them up according to ability. The old will answer the old questions, the young will answer the young questions, the good will answer the good questions, and the bad will answer the bad questions. We divide them up according to categories. Question. I'm a little confused about the road to enlightenment, which I presume is the basis for our being here to become enlightened. And I presume also that it takes more than 1 lifetime to become enlightened, because we don't learn very fast. And I hear that about say that we lose the knowledge that we gained during each lifetime. So I wonder what it is that we carry over on that road to enlightenment. Answer. Karma. Not necessarily karmic obstacles, just karma. If you do good, you have good karma. If you do evil, you have bad karma. Question. I still don't understand. I want to know what carries over lifetime after lifetime that leads one to become enlightened. Can you carry over work in one lifetime to the next lifetime to achieve it eventually? Answer. You can carry it over. However, unfortunately, not just what you do, but what all the people do is not completely good. It's a mixture of good and evil. Just take people here who are cultivating the way, for example. Just talk about the people at Gold Mountain Temple. They cultivate and take 2 steps ahead, but at the very least retreat 1 step backwards. I have a disciple who knelt before me and said, "Sure fool, every time I advance 1 step, I retreat 3 steps. There is nothing I can do about it." So you see, the problem is there. Question. Is the bad carried over too? Answer. Yes, you take the bad with you as well. Whatever color you stain your white cloth is the color you take along with you. The white cloth represents the self-nature, and dyeing it a color stands for your creating good and bad karma. Question. Yesterday you talked about how people who have killed in their last life sometimes live a day and sometimes live a month or a few months, and I find it very difficult. We tend to grieve so much more when someone is younger. My cousin just lost a 7-month-old baby boy, and it's so hard to understand the reason for that. Did you say that when someone dies at such a young age, it's because they killed in their past life? Answer. You should realize that when in the person's past life he killed some kind of creature or other, the friends and relatives of that creature also were very grieved. Not to talk about anything else, just say he killed a chicken. When a chicken is killed, all the other chickens start crackling sadly, crying over the chicken that was killed. Or take crows. If you catch a small crow, the crow's mother will do her best to get the baby crow back, even if it means losing her own life. This happens among most animals and birds. For example, if you catch a mother hen's baby chicks, of course, this is the scientific age. The most chickens are hatched in incubators. Science has dispensed with mother hens. No one protects the chicks, and so you can easily take and kill them and eat their flesh. But when the old mother hen is out working with 10 or so small chicks, if anybody grasps grabs one of them, the old mother hen will go to war with that person. That actually happens. We feel that it is painful when someone in our family or circle of friends dies. When we kill someone in the family or circle of another kind of creature, the relatives and friends of that creature also mourn. It was the same way. Sutra. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings are swallowed up in great torrent waves. They enter the flow of desire, the flow of existence, the flow of ignorance, and the flow of views. They revolve in the whirlpool of birth and death. They toss and turn in the river of love. They are carried away by the galloping flood and have no leisure to contemplate. They follow after awakenings to desire, awakenings to hatred, awakenings to harming, and do not give them up. In the midst of that, they are seized by the Rakshasas of the view of the body. They are on the point of eternal entry to the dense forest of love and desire. They bring forth deep, defined attachment towards that what they greedily love. They dwell in the fertile plain of pride. They settle in the town of the 6 places. They have no one good to save them. They have no one to rescue them. I should bring forth the thought of great compassion towards them, and use all my good rules to rescue and save them, so they have no calamities or disasters, live with defilements, are at peace, and dwell on the jeweled island of all wisdom. Commentary. He further makes the following reflection. The Bodhisattva who has certified to the second ground, the ground of living filth, thinks as follows. Before he wanted to cause living beings to dwell in the city of the unconditioned of all wisdom. This time his contemplation is, all living beings are swallowed up in the great torrents waves. The great torrents are just as when a great flood pours in the sea. It causes great waves to rise up, and if anybody stands where this great tide occurs, they will be pulled under by the current and drowned by the water. They enter the flow of desire, that fast flood, and the flow of existence. They enter into the flood of the 3 realms and the 25 existences, all the 3 existences, and the flow of ignorance and the flow of views. They enter into the flowing river of ignorance and not understanding anything of lack of comprehension. They revolve in the whirlpool of birth and death. In the sea of birth and death, they are caught up in the whirlpools formed by the waves. They toss and turn in the river of love. They are spun around by love and emotion, which are like a rampaging river. They are carried away by the galloping flood. The waves stir up the current very fiercely, and it is like a galloping horse. At any moment, the person could be carried into the sea and have no leisure to contemplate. While this is happening, there is no time to observe what's going on. They follow after awakenings to desire, awakenings to hatred. They awaken to views of desire and of hatred, to the knowledge of how to have thoughts of desire and how to lose their tempers. Awakenings to harming. They learn how to do harm. They flow along with them. They flow along with them and do not give them up. They flow along with the currents of desire, hatred, and harming, which they never relinquish. In the midst of that, they are seized by the Rakshasas of the view of body, One's view of a body is like a Rakshasa ghost. They are ensnared by their attachments. They are on the point of eternal entry to the dense forest of love and desire. The Rakshasa ghost seizes them and drags them into the very thick forest of love and desire. They bring forth deep, defined attachment towards what they greedily love. These people develop deep, defined attachments to whatever they feel greed and love for. They dwell in the fertile plain of bright. They inhabit the expanse of haughtiness and arrogance. They settle in the town of the 6 places. They listen to the order of the 6 faculties: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. They have no one good to save them. They fall into the situation in which there is no one able to use clever, expedient devices to save them. They have no one to rescue them. No one can rescue those kinds of people. I should bring forth the thoughts of great compassion towards them. The Bodhisattva himself says, I should have great kindness and compassion towards those kinds of living beings, cause them to leave suffering and attain bliss, and use all my good rules to rescue and save them. I should employ all the good rules I have accumulated from cultivating to save those living beings, so they have no calamities or disasters. So living beings who are like that don't have disasters before them, so they live defilement, are at peace, so that they separate from divine dharmas and attain to purity and dwell on the jeweled island of all wisdom, the precious island of all wisdom. Sutra. He also makes the following reflection: all living beings live in the prison of the world. They have many sufferings and troubles. They constantly cherish love and hate. For themselves, they become worried and afraid. They are bound by the heavy fetters of greed and desire. They are blocked and obstructed by the thick forest of ignorance. From within the 3 realms, not one can by himself escape. I should cause them to leave behind the 3 existences forever and dwell within the non-obstruction of great Nirvana. Commentary. He, the Bodhisattva on the 2nd ground, the ground of living filth, also makes the following reflection. He says, all living beings live in the prison of the world. Their being in the world is like being in jail. They are unable to escape from the 3 realms, and so it is said, the 3 realms are like a jail, birth and death are like shackles. Those of the 2 vehicles look upon the 3 realms as a prison. We people are within birth and death, like a bird in a cage. They have many sufferings and troubles. When we are born into this world, we have lots of suffering and lots of afflictions which we can't escape. They constantly cherish love and hate. They are always loving and hating, having the suffering of being separated from what they love and being together with what they hate, and this is constantly going on. For themselves, they become worried and afraid. They always worry and are scared, being afraid of not having food to eat, fearing they will have no clothes to wear, and worrying what they will not have any place to live. There are so many things they are afraid of. They also fear not having money to use or not having sons or daughters. If they do have sons or daughters, they fear having no grandsons or granddaughters. They are always worried and afraid. They are bound by the heavy fetters of greed and desire. They are never able to stop their greed. When they have been greedy their whole life long and the time comes to die, they can't take anything with them. Greed and desire are like fetters, like a ball and chain that tie you up. Greed and desire fetter you so you cannot obtain liberation. They are blocked and obstructed by the thick forest of ignorance. The dense woods of not understanding anything, of lacking wisdom, hinders and obstructs one's own wisdom. From within the 3 realms, not one can by himself escape. No one can on his own escape from the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, those 3 realms. So the Bodhisattva says, I should cause them to leave behind the 3 existences forever. I should cause living beings to throw off the 3 existences once and for all. Existence in the desire realm, existence in the form realm, existence in the formless realm. And dwell within the non-obstruction of great Nirvana. Dwell in the state of the 4 virtues of Nirvana: permanence, bliss, true self, purity. Sutra, he further makes the following reflection. All living beings are attached to a self. They are in the cave dwelling of all the skandhas and do not seek to escape. They rely upon the empty mass of the 6 places. They give rise to the 4 kinds of upside-down conduct. They are invaded by the poisonous snakes of the 4 elements. They are harmed and killed by the vengeful thieves of the 5 skandhas. They undergo limitless suffering. I should cause them to dwell in the most supreme place of non-attachment, that is, in unsurpassed nirvana, where all obstructions are destroyed. He further makes the following reflection. All living beings have minds that are based and narrow. They do not walk the most supreme path of all knowledge. Although they may wish to escape, they merely like the vehicle of thought hearers and Pratyeka Buddhas. I should cause them to dwell in vast, great Buddha Dharma's vast, great wisdom. Commentary. He also makes the following reflection. The Bodhisattva on the 2nd ground says, all living beings are attached. What are they attached to? To a self. They are in the cave dwelling of the 5 skandhas. The 5 skandhas are form, feeling, thinking, activities, and consciousness, which are like a very dark cave dwelling and do not seek to escape. It never occurs to them to get out of that cave. They rely upon the empty mass of the 6 places. Basically, the 6 places, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, are an empty conglomeration, but they base themselves upon them. They give rise to the 4 kinds of upside-down conduct. The 4 ways of being upside down are mistaking the impermanent for the permanent, mistaking for what is not bliss for bliss, mistaking what is not self for self, mistaking what is not pure for pure. Those 4 ways of being upside down confuse one's self-nature. They are invaded by the poisonous snakes of the 4 elements. See how fierce the poisonous snakes of the 4 elements are. The 4 elements are earth, water, fire, wind. They are harmed and killed by the vengeful thieves of the 5 skandhas. The vengeful thieves of the 5 skandhas form, feeling, thinking, activities, and consciousness, harm and kill them. They undergo limitless suffering. The suffering they undergo is infinite. I should cause them to dwell in the most supreme place of non-attachment. I should teach living beings who are suffering like that to dwell where there is not attachment, the highest location, that is, in unsurpassed nirvana, where all obstructions are destroyed. I should cause all living beings to obtain the happiness of having all obstacles eradicated and dwelling in the state of nirvana, which is the very highest. He further makes the following reflection. He thinks, all living beings have minds that are base and narrow. Living beings have petty minds, which are very inferior. They do not walk the most supreme path of all knowledge. They don't cultivate the very highest path of all wisdom. Although they may wish to escape, they merely like the vehicle of sound hearers and Pratyeka Buddhas. Even though they might want to get out of the 3 realms, the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, nonetheless the measure of their minds is very small. They only like the sound hearer vehicle, the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, the low and inferior way of thinking of the 2 vehicles. I should cause them to dwell in the vast, great Buddha Dharma's vast, great wisdom. Now that I realize the sound hearers and Pratyeka Buddhas are of the small vehicle, I should teach all living beings to dwell in great vehicle Buddha Dharma, that vast, great wisdom, so they obtain limitless and boundless great wisdom. Sutra, disciples of the Buddha. The Bodhisattva in that way protects and maintains the precepts and is well able to increase his thought of kindness and compassion. Disciples of the Buddha. The Bodhisattva who dwells on this, the ground of living filth, because of the power of his vows, comes to see many Buddhas, that is, he sees many hundreds of Buddhas, many thousands of Buddhas, many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, many millions of Buddhas, many hundreds of millions of Buddhas, many thousands of millions of Buddhas, many hundreds of thousands of millions of Buddhas, and so forth, up to and including seeing many hundreds of thousands of millions of Nayutas of Buddhas. In the presence of all Buddhas, he with a vast great mind, a deep mind, a reverent and respectful mind, serves and makes offerings to them by respectfully giving them clothing, food and drink, bedding and medicines, and all the necessities of life. He also makes offerings to all the assembled Sangha, and he transfers those good rules to Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi in the presence of all Buddhas with a reverent mind. He further receives and practices the dharmas of the 10 wholesome paths. He follows what he has received even up to Bodhi and never forgets and loses it. Commentary. Varachachari Bodhisattva calls out again, all of you disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva in that way protects and maintains the precepts. He holds the precepts like that and is well able to increase his thought of kindness and compassion. He becomes more and more kind and compassionate. All of you disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva who dwells on this, the ground of living filth, because of the power of his vows, the vows that he has made, comes to see many Buddhas, that is, he sees many hundreds of Buddhas, many thousands of Buddhas, he can see many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, many millions of Buddhas, many hundreds of millions of Buddhas, many hundreds of thousands of millions of Buddhas, and so forth, continually increasing the number up to and including seeing many hundreds of thousands of millions of Nayutas of Buddhas. In the presence of all Buddhas, where all Buddhas are, he with a vast great mind, a deep mind, a reverent and respectful mind, serves and makes offerings to them by respectfully giving them clothing, food and drink, bedding and medicines, and all the necessities of life. He offers up the 4 types of offerings and other items which people use to maintain their lives. He also makes offerings to all the assembled Sangha, all left home people, and he transfers those good rules to Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi, the unsurpassed, proper, equal right enlightenment. In the presence of all Buddhas, with a reverent mind, he further receives and practices the dharmas of the 10 wholesome paths, the 10 good acts. He follows what he has received even up to Bodhi, till he becomes a Buddha and never forgets or loses it. He never loses track of or forgets those Dharma doors. Sutra. Because this Bodhisattva, throughout limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of Nayutas of Kampas, leaves far behind the filth of stinginess, jealousy, and breaking precepts, he purifies giving and holding precepts to perfection. He is like true gold, which, when in metallic compounds, can be smelted in accordance with a method until it is free of all impurities and becomes bright and pure. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground of living filth also in that way, throughout limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of Nayutas of Kampas, leaves far behind the filth of stinginess, jealousy, and breaking precepts, and purifies giving and holding precepts to perfection. Disciples of the Buddha, among the 4 dharmas of attraction, this Bodhisattva stresses kind words. Among the 10 paramitas, he stresses holding precepts. It is not that he fails to practice the others, but he only does so according to his power and proportionately. Disciples of the Buddha, this is called a general discussion of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's second ground of living filth. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground of living filth, for the most part, becomes a wheel-turning sage king, a great host of the Dharma endowed with the 7 jewels, who has sovereign power. He is able to eradicate all living beings' filth of stinginess, greed, and breaking precepts. Using wholesome expedients, he causes them to dwell secure within the 10 wholesome karmic paths. He is a great donor, and everywhere he gives without end. In giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and identical actions, in all such deeds that are done, none is separate from mindfulness of the Buddha, none is separate from mindfulness of the Dharma, none is separate from mindfulness of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of the knowledge of all modes. He also makes the following reflection: I should among all living beings be a leader, be supreme, be most supreme, be wonderful, be subtly wonderful, be superior, be unsurpassed, up to and including being one with the wisdom of all wisdom, upon whom others can rely. If this Bodhisattva wishes to renounce the whole life, and within the Buddha Dharma diligently cultivates with vigor, then he will be able to renounce his household, his wife and children, and the 5 desires. Commentary. Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva says, because this Bodhisattva who dwells upon the second ground of living filth throughout limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas of kampas leaves far behind the filth of stinginess, jealousy, and break precepts, never fails to hold the precepts, but at all times holds them perfectly, like the moon when it is full, without the least bit of defilement. He purifies giving and holding precepts to perfection. His cultivation of giving is also brought to perfection in the same way as his cultivation of maintaining the precepts. He also becomes perfect in his cultivation of pure, stainless conduct. He is like true gold, which, when in metallic compounds, when it is put in something intended to smelt gold, can be smelted in accordance with the method. The right procedure is used to smelt the gold until it is free of all impurities. All the dust, dirt, and other admixtures become smelted out, and it becomes bright and pure. The gold is far better than prior to being smelted. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground of living filth, also in that way, throughout limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas of kampas, leaves far behind the filth of stinginess, jealousy, and breaking precepts. Just like gold which has been smelted, he stops having the defilement of being stingy, being jealous, and breaking precepts, and purifies giving and holding precepts to perfection. Disciples of the Buddha, Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva says, among the 4 dharmas of attraction, this Bodhisattva stresses kind words. The 4 dharmas of attraction are giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and identity in actions. Of them all, he uses kind words most to teach and transform living beings. Among the 10 paramitas, the 10 crossings to the other shore, he stresses holding precepts. He emphasizes holding precepts, and so when the pupil cultivates stressing holding precepts, at no time can we violate them. We can't be sloppy about the precepts and fail to be responsible in our cultivation. It is not that he fails to practice the others. It's not the case that he doesn't use the other 3 dharmas of attraction, nor does he merely hold the precepts and not practice the other 9 paramitas. But how is it then? He only does so according to his power and proportionately. He does what he is able to do and practices the rest of the dharmas in proportion to his strength. Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva again said, all of you disciples of the Buddha, this is called a general discussion of the Bodhisattva Mahassattva's second ground of living filth. This has been a very brief, simple, and summary discussion of how the great Bodhisattva who cultivates Bodhisattva practices and amassed all kinds of good rules certifies to the position of the second ground, the ground of living filth. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground, for the most part, becomes a wheel-turning sage king. He will regularly go among people and be a wheel-turning sage king. Why does he want to do that? It's because wheel-turning sage kings have great power. They have the 7 kinds of jewels: the elephant jewel, the horse jewel, the woman jewel, the army jewel, the minister jewel, the chariot jewel, the treasury jewel. Or he may become a great host of the Dharma endowed with the 7 jewels, and great Dharma-speaking host who possesses these 7 precious jewels: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearls, carnelian, and who has sovereign power, great free and easy spiritual power. He is able to eradicate all living beings' filth of stinginess, greed, and breaking precepts. Using wholesome expedients, the expedient Dharma doors of the 10 wholesome karmic paths, he causes them to dwell secure within the 10 wholesome karmic paths. He is a great donor. He acts as a sponsor of wide-scale giving, and everywhere he gives without end. He bestows things upon all living beings on an infinite scale in giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and identical actions. Those 4 dharmas of attraction. In all such deeds that are done, all such actions as those, none is separate from mindfulness of the Buddha, none is separate from mindfulness of the Dharma, none is separate from mindfulness of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of the knowledge of all modes. He also makes the following reflection: I should among all living beings be a leader, lead them, be supreme, be very special, be most supreme, be special among the special, be wonderful, be subtly wonderful, be superior, be unsurpassed, up to and including being one with the wisdom of all wisdom, the wisdom of all modes, upon whom others can rely. If this Bodhisattva wishes to renounce his home life, live home and within the Buddha Dharma, diligently cultivates with vigor, then he will be able to renounce his household. Then he can give up his home, his wife and children, and the 5 desires: wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep. He can give them all up. Sutra. After he leaves home, he diligently cultivates with vigor. In a single instant of thought, he obtains 1,000 samadhis. He comes to see 1,000 Buddhas. He knows 1,000 Buddhas' spiritual powers. He can quake 1,000 worlds, up to and including being built to make appear 1,000 bodies, and with each and every body being able to make appear 1,000 Bodhisattvas acting as his retinue. If he uses the most supreme power of a Bodhisattva, then his manifestations of self-mastery surpass that number, so that in 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 1,000 million nayutas of kampas, they could not be counted or known. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva, wishing to restate his meanings, purposes, saying, upright, compliant, among with capable, subdued, quiet, and completely good, quickly leaving birth and death, of vast great intent. He uses those 10 miles to enter the second ground. Commentary. This Bodhisattva is able to renounce his possessions, his countries, cities, wives, and children, his head, eyes, brains, and marrow. He abandons the 5 desires: wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep. All signs, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, and dharmas. and afterwards he leaves home. After he leaves home, he diligently cultivates with vigor. At all times, he diligently cultivates precepts, samadhi, and wisdom, and puts to rest greed, hatred, and stupidity. In a single instant of thought, the interval of one thought, he opens enlightenment and certifies to the fruit. He obtains 1,000 samadhis, 1,000 kinds of proper concentrations, and proper receptions. He comes to see 1,000 Buddhas. In the space of a single instant, he can see 1,000 honored Buddhas. He knows 1,000 Buddhas' spiritual powers. He is able to know the powers of spiritual penetrations of 1,000 Buddhas. He can quake 1,000 worlds. At that time, he is able to make the great earth tremble in 6 ways. He doesn't just quake one world, but 1,000 worlds, up to and including being able to make appear 1,000 bodies. Although this Bodhisattva is one person with one body, nonetheless, he can manifest 1,000 bodies, and with each and every body being able to make appear 1,000 Bodhisattvas, acting as his retinue. He makes 1,000 Bodhisattvas manifest, acting as the retinue for each one of his bodies. If he uses the most supreme vow power of a Bodhisattva, should he make use of the most supreme merit and virtue of a Bodhisattva, and the power of vows, then his manifestations of self-mastery surpass that number. In a very free and easy way, his manifestations surpass the thousands mentioned above, so that in 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 100,000 million nayutas of kampas, they could not be counted or known. One could never say how many there were at that time. Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva, wishing to restate his meaning, spoke verses saying, "The proper and upright mind, and the compliant and yielding mind, along with the mind capable, able to endure, the tamed and subdued mind, the still and quiet mind, and the completely good mind, also quickly leaving birth and death, which is the unmixed and unscattered mind, and the mind with no hankering or yearning, a vast, great intent, the vast mind, and the great mind, he uses those 10 minds to enter the second ground. With those 10 kinds of minds, he can certify to the fruit positions of the ground of living filth. Sutra, dwelling in this, he accomplishes the merit and virtue of precepts. He leaves far behind overtaking life, and does not vex or harm. He is also free from stealing and from deviant sex, from lying, harsh, perverse, divisive kinds of meaningless talk. Commentary, dwelling in this means in the 10 kinds of profound minds, the proper and upright mind, the compliant and yielding mind, the mind able to endure, the tamed and subdued mind, the still and quiet mind, the completely good mind, the unmixed and unscattered mind, the mind with no hankering or yearning, the vast mind, the great mind. That is the same thing as dwelling in the second ground, the ground of living filth. The important thing is that it is essential to have those 10 kinds of minds to enter the second ground, and so you can interpret it either way. He accomplishes the merit and virtue of precepts. You have to hold the precepts in order to enter the ground of living filth. If you don't hold the precepts, you won't be able to enter the second ground of living filth, because you will not be able to leave your filth. You won't be able to get out of the dirt because you don't hold the precepts. Didn't it say before that among the 4 dharmas of attraction, he stresses kind words, and that among the 10 paramitas, he stresses the paramita of holding precepts? That's why he accomplishes the merit and virtue of precepts within the 10 minds. He leaves far behind all taking life. How does he leave it far behind? It's by not killing at all. Not killing is to leave it far behind. Because he doesn't take life, he doesn't undergo the two kinds of retribution, the first of which is having a short life, dying a few days after being born, or after a few months or years, nor does he have the second kind of retribution of having many illnesses, always being sick, having one disease after another. Any of you who are always getting sick should return the light, look within ourselves and say, it's because in the past I took too many lives, so now I'm always sick. If you don't kill, you won't get ill because you protect life. If you cherish the lives of other living beings, you will have the rewards of a long life and freedom from illnesses. You won't get sick. So no matter who you are, take a good look at yourself. He leaves killing far behind and does not vex or harm. You shouldn't kill and you shouldn't trouble or hurt other living beings. Don't deliberately make trouble for beings. Don't make them become afflicted or unhappy. He is also free from stealing. He doesn't steal either. If you steal, there are two retributions as well. The first is being poor, and the other is having your wealth held in common with someone else. You are poor, have no money, because you always took away other people's, and so now you yourself have none. That is your punishment, your retribution. The second retribution is having your wealth in common with others. Although the money is your own, other people tell you what to do with it. They control it. You don't. It belongs to other people as well as you. Or it may be that you have money and then it is taken over for communal use. And from Devin sex. Devin sex means illegal sexual relations between men and women. Sexual relations not sanctioned by law. If someone is not your legal wife or husband, you may not have sexual relations with that person. If you do so, then you violate the precept against deviant sex. What happens then? You yourself will have a husband or wife who will not follow the rules, will not act the way a wife or husband should. That is, your wife or husband will seek out lots of other people and have sexual relations with them. Why will that happen? It's because you yourself in the past violated the precept against sexual misconduct. That's the first retribution for it. The second retribution is that your family or circle of friends will not be harmonious. You won't get along with each other. From lying, harsh, perverse, divisive kinds of meaningless talk. This means false speech, telling lies, harsh speech, loose speech, speech that is not in accord with Dharma, and divisive speech. Meaningless talk is speech that is not in accord with principle. These are included in the 10 evils. If you violate these 10 kinds of evil karma, then you will not have the 10 kinds of wholesome karma, and you will fall into the 3 evil destinies. You may fall among the hungry ghosts, into the hells, or be an animal, and it is not known how long you will have to stay in those 3 evil destinies before you can escape from them. Sutra. He has no greed for wealth and things, always kind and sympathetic, of proper ways and upright mind. He has no flattery or deceit. He is free from cruelty, pride renounced. He is ultimately subdued. He practices as he is being taught and is never liked. Hell beings and animals undergo a master suffering. Hungry ghosts are on fire and give off a raging blaze. All of this occurs because of their offenses. I should take them out to dwell in actual dharmas, among people as he pleases. He undergoes birth, up to heaven's summit, the bliss of dhyana samadhi, paths up long enlightened, sound hearers, and Buddha vehicles are all brought about because of the 10 goods. In that way he reflects and is never lax. He himself holds pure precepts and teaches others to protect them. He further sees the flocks of beings, receiving many sufferings, and he even more increases his great compassionate mind to aid them. Commentary: he has no greed for wealth and things, always kind and sympathetic. People who cultivate the way should not be greedy for wealth and possessions, and should always have a kind of sympathetic attitude towards living beings, of proper ways and upright mind. They should cultivate the 8 proper paths: proper views, proper thought, proper speech, proper action, proper livelihood, proper vigor, proper mindfulness, proper samadhi. One should always cultivate the 8 proper ways and have an upright mind. The straight mind is the way place. You should use an upright mind to cultivate the way. He has no flattery or deceit. He doesn't play up to the rich or look down on the poor. That is something that should not be done. Nor is there anything phony or dishonest in what he does. He is free from cruelty, pride renounced. He is ultimately subdued. He is not evil, not cruel at heart, and he has given up his conceit. His mind is very compassionate, very compliant and agreeable. He practices as he has been taught and is never lax. One should cultivate according to the teachings spoken by the Buddhas, and one must never be lax and fail to follow the rules. To be lax means not to follow the rules, and not to be lax means follow the rules. Hell beings and animals undergo a master suffering. The retribution undergone by beings in the hells and by brute beasts entails all kinds of sufferings. Hungry ghosts are on fire and give off a raging blaze. The hungry ghosts are always being scorched by fire, by raging flames, and is very difficult to bear. All of this occurs because of their offenses. It's because of having created offenses that one undergoes all of the evil retributions in the 3 evil destinies. I should take them out to dwell in actual dharmas. I should help all of those living beings in the 3 evil destinies to escape from them and reside in true and genuine dharmas. Among people as he pleases, he undergoes birth. Wherever he wants to be born among people, he can be born. Up to heaven's summit, the bliss of dhyana samadhi, he can be born in the very highest heaven, the summit of existence, having the happiness of the 4 dhyanas and the 4 stations of emptiness, paths of long enlightened sound hearers, and Buddha vehicles to successful conclusion are all brought about because of the 10 goods. Those accomplishments are all because of having cultivated the 10 good kinds of karma. In that way, he reflects and is never lax. When he thinks that way, he is not remiss. He himself holds pure precepts and teaches others to protect them. He himself receives and maintains pure precepts, and he also teaches other people to protect and hold the pure precepts. He further sees and flocks of beings receiving many sufferings. He also sees living beings undergoing all kinds of bitterness, and he even more increases his great compassionate mind to aid them. This makes him even more kind and more greatly compassionate in his thought to teach and transform living beings. Sutra: those common stupid with divine wisdom, who do not properly understand, constantly cling to their hatred and do much arguing and fighting. In their state of greedy seeking, they know no satiation. I should cause them to eradicate all of the 3 poisons. Fettered and covered by the great darkness of stupidity, they enter paths of great danger and nets of divine views. In the care, birth, and death by hatred, they are detained. I should cause them to disperse, the demonic thieves. Commentary: compared to the way people think, the thinking of hungry ghosts is not proper or correct. The thinking of animals is also stupid, and the way the ordinary people think is stupid too. We imagine that we're thinking very correctly, but from the vantage point of sages, we are completely upside down and unable to have proper knowledge and proper views. And so it says, those common stupid with divine wisdom who do not properly understand. Common ordinary people are stupid, and due to their stupidity, they have divine knowledge and divine views. Since they lack proper knowledge and proper views, their understanding is inaccurate. They constantly cling to their hatred and do much arguing and fighting. They are always thinking thoughts of hatred and dislike. They hate this person, they can't stand that person, and it never ends. It's always as if they were suing someone in court, debating a lawsuit with people, arguing their case. In their state of greed-seeking, they know no satiation. Ordinary people are also greedy without satiation. They never know how to be content. The sole reason for fighting and enmity in the world is that people are unable to be content with what they have. If people could be content, they wouldn't fight or argue with other people. As it is said, if you know how to be content, then you will always be happy. If you can be patient, you will naturally be at peace. If you have now how you know how to be content, then you will always be content. If you don't know how to be content, then you'll never be content. There is greed for states, or greed for wealth and jewels, all kinds of things that have value, the states of wealth and possessions. They never have enough of them. There is no time when they are satisfied. I should cause them to eradicate all the three poisons. The Bodhisattva on the ground of living filth says, I should make a vow to cause living beings who are like that to become free from greed, from hatred, and from stupidity. I should cause them to expel those three poisons. Fettered and covered by the great darkness of stupidity, why is it people do improper and incorrect things? It is due to the great darkness of stupidity, to ignorance which fetters, entangles, and blocks them. They enter paths of great danger and nets of divine views. They go along highly dangerous roads and enter into the nets of divine views. In the cage of birth and death, by hatred, they are detained. We keep being born and dying over and over again, and we never get our freedom. We can't say that we were very clear about what was going on when we were born, nor that we understand very much when we die, that we know how we come and how we are going to go. Which is just to know how we were born and how we are going to die. We don't know, nor do we look into this. Birth and death are like a cage and a jail that limit our freedom. It is hatred and enmity which keeps us from being free. I should cause them to disperse the demonic thieves. The Bodhisattva on the ground of living filth says, I should now, on the ground of living filth says, I should now help those living beings to quell the demonic bandits, to overcome the 6 hateful thieves, which are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Sutra. Tossed about in the 4 floods, their minds sink and drown, with the 3 realms scorching them. Such sufferings are limitless. They take the skandhas as their home. Their egos drown within it. Because I want to save them, I diligently cultivate the way. Should they be seeking to escape their minds inferior and low, and renounce the most superior wisdom of the Buddha, I wish to cause them all to dwell in the great vehicle, to bring forth diligent vigor, and not feel tired or weary. The Bodhisattva dwelling here amasses merit and virtue. He sees limitless Buddhas and makes offerings to them all. In millions of kampas cultivation, his guild is ever bright. Either way, metallic compounds are used to smelt true gold. Commentary tossed about in the 4 floods, Their minds sink and drown. The four fluster are the four kinds of upside down thinking that cause one to revolve in birth and death. The four upside down ways of thinking are greed, hatred, stupidity, pride. They are also mistaking the impermanent for permanent, mistaking what is not bliss for bliss, mistaking what is not self for self, mistaking what is impure for pure. Those are the four kinds of upside down thought. Actually, there are not just four kinds, but hundreds upon thousands of millions of kinds. The essential ones, however, are thinking that what is not permanent is permanent, thinking that what is not happiness is happiness, thinking what is not self is self, and thinking what is not pure is pure. Something is not going to last, but one figures it will last. Something is not happiness, but one takes it for happiness. What is not self, one mistakes for self. What is not pure, one decides is pure. But that kind of upside downness is mistaking a thief for one's son, mistaking suffering for bliss, mistaking the false for the true. So it is said they are tossed about in the four floods the way one might be tossed about in the sea. Their minds sink and drown in those four ways of being upside down. For one's mind to sink and drown is to lack wisdom. With the three realms scorching them, such sufferings are limitless. The three realms have no peace, just like a burning house. They are the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. The living beings in the desire realm depend on desire for their very lives. They only live to have desire, and if they have no desire, then they feel like they are dead. That's why it is called the desire realm. In the desire realm, no one is ever satisfied, but always full of desire and longing. Being greedy for wealth, greedy for sex, greedy for fame, and greedy for food and sleep. All they desire forms, sounds, smells, tastes, and objects of touch. They are greedy for fine food, greedy for fine sounds, greedy for fine smells, greedy for fine tastes, greedy for experiences of touch. All that is desire, the desire realm. To get out of it, you have to cut off desire and cast out love. If you have no desire, then you transcend the heavens of the desire realm. But if you can't break through the attachment to form, then you'll be confused by the heavens of the form realm, and never go beyond it to the heavens of the formless realm, in which there are no sounds, no forms, no shapes, and no thinking. Those are all within the three realms. However, it says, with the three realms scorching them, such sufferings are limitless. The three realms are, as it were, burning them, and their sufferings and troubles are just too many. All of us now are living in the heavens of the desire realm. They take the skandhas as their home. Their egos dwell within it. They take the dharmas of the five skandhas, form, feeling, thinking, activities, and consciousness, to be their house and home figuring. This house is mine, and I am in the house. But that's all erroneous thinking. Because I want to save them, I diligently cultivate the way. Because the Bodhisattva on the ground of living filth wants to cross over such upside-down living beings, he very diligently cultivates the way, should they be seeking to escape their minds inferior and low. Some people want to cultivate, but they don't develop minds of great compassion. They don't develop great vehicle attitudes which are free from self. They simply want to become self-ending arhats and cultivate the dharmas of salt hearers and those enlightened to conditions. Since they only want to take care of themselves, it is said that their minds are inferior and low. They do cultivate and want to escape from the three realms, but the measure of their minds is not great, it's very petty, and they renounce the most superior wisdom of a Buddha. They only cultivate to reach the fruit position of an arhat. They don't seek to reach the wisdom of the Buddha. They don't seek out great vehicle dharmas. They don't know how to go about seeking the most lofty and supreme, unsurpassed wisdom of a Buddha. I wish to cause them all to dwell in the great vehicle. The Bodhisattva on the ground of living filth says, right now I would like to save those kinds of living beings, so they bring forth the great vehicle resolve for Bodhi and dwell within great vehicle Buddha Dharmas, to bring forth diligent vigor and not feel tired or weary. He says he wishes to cause them to bring forth a great resolve for Bodhi and courageous vigor, to diligently cultivate precepts, samadhi, and wisdom without ever becoming tired of it. The Bodhisattva dwelling here amasses merit and virtue. The Bodhisattva who has brought forth the resolve for Bodhi, who practices the Bodhisattva way and who has brought forth this vast, great attitude, when he dwells in that place, assembles all kinds of merit and virtue. He sees limitless Buddhas and makes offerings to them all. He sees limitless and boundlessly many hundreds of thousands of millions of Ganges, sends worth of nayutas of Buddhas, and he makes offerings to every one of them. In millions of kampas cultivation, his guild is ever brighter. During limitless millions of kampas of cultivating pure wisdom, his wisdom becomes ever more bright, clear, and understanding, in the way metallic compounds are used to smelt true gold. It is the same as when one uses some kind of metal or stone to refine true gold, so that the more it is refined, the more pure and bright it becomes. This means that you have wisdom. If you have wisdom, you should go on to have more wisdom. Don't stop halfway along the road. When you are only halfway there, don't say, oh, I think I have made it. I have certified to the fruit of Ahaship, and that's all I want. I don't want to keep on cultivating to Buddhahood. Instead, you should keep on going ahead and cultivate the Buddha way with diligence. Sutra. The Buddha's disciple dwelling here acts as a wheel-turning king, universally teaching living beings to practice the 10 goods. All of the good dharmas which he cultivates in practice are to seek the tenfold powers and then save the world. He willingly forsakes kingship, wealth, and jewels, abandons household life, and relies on the Buddha's teaching. With a courageous vigor inside a single thought, he obtains 1,000 samadhis and sees 1,000 Buddhas, all of the various powers of spiritual penetrations. The Bodhisattva on this ground is able to manifest. If he acts through power of vows, it surpasses even these, and with limitless sovereign ease, he saves the flocks of beings. Of the ones who help and aid each and every wound, the most supreme Bodhisattva practices which they cultivate, such merit and virtue as that upon the second ground, for all disciples of the Buddha, I have now proclaimed. Commentary. The Buddha's disciple dwelling here acts as a wheel-turning king. A Bodhisattva who certifies to the second ground regularly makes the vow to appear as the wheel-turning sage king, because such kings have great power and great spiritual penetrations, universally teaching living beings to practice the 10 goods. They can teach and transform living beings to they hold the 5 precepts, practice the 10 wholesome acts, and cultivate all rewards of blessings. All of the good dharmas which he cultivates in practice, the good dharmas which he, as a wheel-turning sage king, teaches all living beings to cultivate, are to seek the tenfold powers and then save the world, to accomplish the 10 kinds of powers of spiritual penetrations that a Bodhisattva, a Buddha has, and then save the living beings of the world. The 10 powers of a Buddha, the power of knowing from awakening to what is and what is not the case, the power of knowing karmic retributions throughout the 3 periods of time, the power of knowing all dhyanas, liberations, and samadhis, the power of knowing all faculties, whether superior or inferior, the power of knowing the various realms, the power of knowing the various understandings, the power of knowing where all paths lead, the power of knowing through the heavenly eye without obstruction, the power of knowing previous lives without outflows, the power of knowing from having cut off all habits forever. When one certifies to the position of Buddhahood, one obtains 10 kinds of powers of knowing through wisdom. The first is the power of knowing through awakening to what is and what is not the case. Awakening to means understanding. In any situation, the Buddha can tell if it is according to principle or not, whether something holds good or not, and whether it is reasonable or not. The second is the power of knowing karmic retributions throughout the 3 periods of time. The Buddha knows what kinds of causes living in every living being in the 3 realms throughout the past, the present, and the future has planted, and what retributions each being is receiving as a result, and he knows this simultaneously about all living beings. The third is the power of knowing all dhyanas, 8 liberations and 9 successive stages of samadhi, as well as a limitless number of particular samadhis. The Buddha has experienced them all, and by the power of this wisdom recognizes them all very clearly. The fourth is the power of knowing all faculties, whether superior or inferior. With this power of wisdom, the Buddha knows what the basic disposition of every living being is like. If superior, it is good and wholesome. If inferior, it is low and base. The fifth is a power of knowing the various realms. Realms means states, whether good or bad. The Buddha has already reached the very highest of states, has transcended the 3 realms, and so he is very clear about all the states and less realms within them. The sixth is the power of knowing the various understandings. Some living beings are intelligent with keen understanding, while others are dense and don't understand. The Buddha recognizes very distinctly the level of understanding of each living being. The seventh is the power of knowing where all paths lead. Where all paths lead means the fruit obtained through each way of cultivation. For example, if you hold the 5 precepts and practice the 10 good acts, you can be reborn in the heavens, and so that is a path. If you cultivate the dharmas of the 4 noble truths, you can certify to the 4 fruits of arhatship. If you cultivate the 12 links of conditioned co-production, you become one enlightened to conditions. If you cultivate the 6 paramitas and the 10,000 practices, you can become a bodhisattva. The Buddha immediately knows what the outcome will be of traveling down any given road, of employing any given method. The 8th is the power of knowing through the heavenly eye, is one of the 5 eyes. With his heavenly eye, the Buddha can see absolutely everything, even up to the highest heavens, for nothing obstructs the Buddha's heavenly eye, which is perfect. The 9th is the power of knowing previous lives without outflows. The Buddha knows very clearly that what every living being was in its past lives, whether it was an animal or a hungry ghost, or whether it is a returning bodhisattva. The 10th is the power of knowing from having cut off all habits forever. Habits refers to all the bad habits and faults we ordinary people possess. The Buddha has already seen through them all and put them all down, and will never have any of those problems again. When one becomes a Buddha, one cuts off those habits from limitless past, so they don't exist anymore. Those are the 10 kinds of power of a Buddha. He willingly forsakes kingship, wealth, and jewels. The will-turning sage king is able to give away his kingly position to someone else. He can renounce all his wealth and gems. He abandons household life and relies on the Buddha's teaching. He can bestow his countries, cities, wives, and children, his head, eyes, brains, and marrow upon living beings, and rely upon the Buddha Dharma to cultivate with courageous vigor, insight, and single thought. In the interval of one instant of thought, he obtains a thousand samadhis and sees 1,000 Buddhas. He applies through courageous vigor 1,000 samadhis, sees 1,000 Buddhas, sees 1,000 worlds, and can make 1,000 worlds quake in 6 ways. All of the various powers of spiritual penetrations of all Buddhas, the Bodhisattva on this ground is able to manifest. The Bodhisattva on the ground of living filth is able to manifest them all. If he acts through power of vows, it surpasses even these. What he can do through the power of his vows far exceeds that number, and with limitless sovereign ease, he saves the flocks of beings. He has limitless powers of spiritual penetrations, and with freedom and comfort teaches and transforms all living beings. Of the ones who have an aid each and every world, so that all living beings of all worlds obtain benefit, the most supreme Bodhisattva practices which they cultivate, the supreme doors of Bodhisattva conduct that they practice such merit and virtue as that upon the second ground. For all disciples of the Buddha I have now proclaimed. I have now told all of you disciples of the Buddha about those most supreme Dharma doors and of second ground. Sutra. Buddha's disciples who heard the conduct of that ground. The Bodhisattva stays difficult to conceive. All were most respectful, and in the heart rejoiced, and scattered flowers in empty space by way of offerings. Commentary. Buddha's disciples who heard the conduct of that ground. All the Buddhist disciples who came to hear the doors of practice in cultivation upon the second ground. The ground of living filth, the Bodhisattva stays difficult to conceive, inconceivable. All were most respectful and in heart rejoiced. None of the living beings failed to be most reverent or to become very happy at heart. They scattered flowers in empty space by way of offerings. They strewed wonderful, precious lotus blossoms in the air as offerings to the multitudes in the Dharma assembly. Sutra. They praised him, saying, "Good indeed, great mountain king, with a kindly mind and pity, you remember living beings, and well speak about the wise one's precepts and comportments, the marks of practice that exist upon the second ground. Those are all Bodhisattva's subtle and wonderful conducts, true and actual, with no other, without discrimination. From the wish to benefit all the flocks of beings, you have thus proclaimed their utmost purity. You, to whom both gods and humans all make offerings, we hope that you for us will proclaim the third ground, all the deeds of wisdom interactive with the Dharma, what their states are like in detail. Please totally explain. All the Dharmas of giving and precepts of the great immortal, his patience and his vigor, his dhyana and his wisdom, along with his expedience, the way of kindness and compassion, the Buddha's purified conduct, we wish you would proclaim." That time, Liberation Moon again requires saying, "Great Night of fearlessness, O treasury of Vira, won't you tell us of tending towards and entering the third ground, you whose heart is so compliant, who have all merit and virtue?" Commentary. All of the states of the Bodhisattva were inconceivable, and so every single living being, without exception, was very reverent and delighted, and they all scattered flowers in empty space as offerings to the Bodhisattva. They praised him, saying, Good indeed, great mountain king. The Bodhisattva is like a great mountain king with kindly mind and pity. You remember living beings. You use a mind of kindness and compassion that bestows happiness, and you are kindly mindful of all living beings, and you well speak about the wise one's precepts and comportments. The Bodhisattva speaks very well about the one with wisdom's three collections of pure precepts: the pure precepts which include all rules and observances, the pure precepts which include all wholesome dharmas, the pure precepts which include all living beings. You speak well of the marks of practice that exist upon the second ground, all about how to cultivate and practice the states that occur on the Bodhisattva way on the second ground. Those are all Bodhisattvas' subtle and wonderful conducts. That is to say, all Bodhisattvas should cultivate these subtle and wonderful doors of practice which are true and natural, with no other, without discrimination. These are dharmas that are true and not false. There are no two ways about them. There is only true natural dharma of real mark, with nothing different, and without any other discrimination. From the wish to benefit all the flocks of beings, you have thus proclaimed their utmost purity. For that reason, you have now spoken the very purest dharmas. You, to whom both gods and humans all make offerings, we hope that you for us will proclaim the third ground. This is requesting Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva to speak the dharmas of the third ground for the sake of all living beings. All the deeds of wisdom interactive with the dharma, the deeds of all wisdom, and their interaction with the dharma. What their states are like in detail, please totally explain. We hope that you will completely tell us what the states that one certifies to are like, so everyone can hear. Please explain all the dharmas of giving and precepts of the great immortal, that is, all of the Buddha's giving and holding precepts, his patience and vigor, his dhyana samadhi and his wisdom, those various kinds of dharmas along with his expedient means. The way cultivated through kindness and compassion, the Buddha's purified conduct, we with you would proclaim. We wish you would talk about all the various pure Dharma doors which were practiced by the Buddha. At that time, Liberation Moon again requested Dharma from Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva, saying, "Great Knight of Fearlessness, O Treasury of Vajra." He said, "Great Bodhisattva, Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva, who has no fear, won't you tell us of tending towards and entering the third ground? I hope that you will tell us about how to cultivate and what Dharma doors to use to certify to the third ground. You whose heart is so compliant, who have all merit and virtue, you are so compliant at heart and you have all the meritorious qualities. Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva, we wish that you would talk about the principles of the third ground for the sake of all living beings." Sutra. At that time, Vajrayacharya Bodhisattva addressed Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has already purified the second ground and who wishes to enter the third ground should bring forth 10 kinds of profound minds." What are the 10? They are a purified mind, a peacefully dwelling mind, a mind of disgust and renunciation, a mind free of greed, a retreated mind, a solid mind, a mind of flourishing brightness, a courageous mind, a vast mind, a great mind. The Bodhisattva using those 10 kinds of minds attains entry to the third ground. Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, once he dwells upon the third ground, contemplates the marks of conditioned dharmas that they really are, that is, as impermanent, as suffering, as impure, and as having no peace, as subject to destruction, as not lasting long, as produced and extinguished in a kshana, as not produced from the boundary of before, as not tending towards the boundary of afterwards, and as not dwelling in the present. He also contemplates those dharmas as not being able to rescue, and as having no reliance, as bestowing worries and bestowing grief, as being conjoined with suffering and troubles, as being bound up by love and hate, as multiplying anxiety and sorrows, their accumulation never stopping, as ceaselessly blazing with the fire of greed, hatred, and stupidity, as enmeshed in the multitudes of calamities which day and night increase and grow, like illusions without actuality. Having seen them in that way, he doubly increases his disgust for and freedom from all that is conditioned and tends towards the wisdom of a Buddha. He sees that the Buddha's wisdom is inconceivable, incomparable, limitless, difficult to obtain, without admissions, that it has no troubles, no worries, and has arrived at the city of fearlessness, that it not longer retreats, that it is able to rescue living beings from limitless sufferings and difficulties. The Bodhisattva in that way sees how there are such limitless benefits to the first command's wisdom. He says that there are limitless disasters to all that is conditioned. Then towards all living beings, he brings forth 10 kinds of minds of sympathy and pity. What are the 10? They are, he sees that all living beings are alone and forlorn, with nothing to rely on, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings are poor and destitute, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. Commentary. When Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva requested the Dharma, Vajrayana Bodhisattva was going to speak the Dharma, and so at that time Vajrayana Bodhisattva addressed the Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha, the great Bodhisattva Mahasattva who cultivates the Bodhisattva way and amasses all kinds of gurus, who has already purified the second ground, the ground of living filth, and who wishes to enlighten the third ground. To enlighten the third ground should bring forth 10 kinds of profound minds." Again, it is 10 kinds of deep minds that we should bring forth. What are the 10? They are a purified mind, one which has no defilements, a peacefully dwelling mind which does not move, a mind of disgust and renunciation which has no greed, a mind free of greed and which has become pure, an unretreating mind which only goes forward with courageous vigor, a solid mind with no doubts, a mind of flourishing brightness which is intelligent and wise, not stupid, a courageous mind, courageously vigorous and not lazy, a vast mind, one of great capacity, a great mind. The Bodhisattva, using those 10 kinds of minds, attains entry to the third ground. Is through those 10 kinds of minds that one can enter the third ground. Disciples of the Buddha, all of you, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, once he dwells upon the third ground, contemplates the marks of conditioned dharmas as they really are. He contemplates how all conditioned dharmas contradict true suchness, that is, as impermanent, as suffering, as impure, as having no peace. They are transitory and do not last forever. They always entail suffering. They aren't pure and are not peaceful. He sees them as subject to destruction, as not lasting long, as produced and extinguished in a kshana, as not produced from the boundary of what was before. They didn't arise from what was prior, as not tending towards the boundary of afterwards. They are not going towards what comes after, and as not dwelling in the present. They don't dwell in the here and now either. He also contemplates those dharmas as not being able to rescue. These dharmas cannot save one from suffering and as having no reliance. They have nothing on which one can rely. As bestowing worries and bestowing grief, they bring both worries and grief. As being conjoined with suffering and troubles, they dwell together with suffering and trouble. As being bound up by love and hate, they are tied up with hate and love. As multiplying anxiety and sorrows, their accumulation never stopping. There is not way to stop them. As zealously blazing with the fire of greed, hatred, and stupidity, the fire of greed and stupidity blazes and cannot be stopped. As enmeshed in the multitudes of calamities, disasters of all sorts, which day and night increase and grow like illusions without actuality. They are unreal, just like illusions and transformations. Having seen them in that way, after the Bodhisattva has seen those kinds of states, he doubly increases his disgust for and freedom from all that is conditioned. He wants to get out of conditioned dharmas and tends towards the wisdom of a Buddha. He wants to obtain the Buddha's wisdom. He sees the Buddha's wisdom. He can see that the Buddha's wisdom is inconceivable, incomparable, limitless, difficult to obtain without admixtures, nothing mixed in with it, and that it has no troubles, no worries, and has arrived at the great city of fearlessness. That it no longer retreats, it doesn't turn back anymore, that it is able to rescue living beings from limitless sufferings and difficulties. The Bodhisattva in that way sees, upon making that contemplation, how there are such limitless benefits to the thirst one's wisdom. The benefits from the Buddha's wisdom are infinite. He sees that there are limitless disasters to all that is conditioned. All conditioned dharmas being non-ultimate, then towards all living beings, he brings forth 10 kinds of minds of sympathy and pity. He has 10 kinds of attitudes of sympathy and pity for living beings. What are the 10? He sees that all living beings are alone and forlorn with nothing to rely on. He sees living beings as being all by themselves with nothing they can depend on, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He produces an attitude of sympathy and concern for all living beings. He sees that all living beings are poor and destitute, and brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. He again has to feel very sorry for those living beings and sympathizes with and pities them. Sutra. He sees that all living beings are being scorched by the fire of the 3 poisons, and brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings are shut up in the prison of the existences, and brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings are constantly covered and hemmed by the dense forest of afflictions, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings are not good at contemplating, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings do not desire wholesome dharmas, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings lose all Buddha dharmas, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings follow along with the flow of birth and death, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. He sees that all living beings lose liberation and expedience, and brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity. Those are the 10. The Bodhisattva in that way sees that the realm of living beings has limitless sufferings and troubles. He rouses up great vigor and makes the following reflection: I should rescue all these living beings. I should liberate them. I should purify them. I should cross them over. I should establish them in a wholesome place. Commentary. He, the Bodhisattva, further sees that all living beings are undergoing as much pain as if they were being scorched by the fire of the three poisons, great hatred and stupidity, being like fire burning them, and he brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity towards them. He also sees that all living beings are shut up in the prison of the existences. He says that the three realms and all the existence in the design realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, imprison all living beings as if they were shut up in a jail, and brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. This too makes him feel very sorry for them. He also sees that all living beings are constantly covered and hemmed in by the dense forest of afflictions. He sees that living beings have so many afflictions, they are like the trees of a thick forest, that their afflictions are greed, hatred, stupidity, and the rest, block and over them like a dense woods, and brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. He, for that reason, also pities them. He also sees that all living beings are not good at contemplating. They are not skilled at carefully examining and contemplating all states. They don't pay any attention to whether states are good or evil, wholesome or unwholesome, and so towards those kinds of living beings, the Buddha and Bodhisattva also brings forth the mind of sympathy and pity. He again takes a look and sees that all living beings do not desire wholesome dharmas. Their thoughts are not those of desiring and killing to cultivate wholesome dharmas, and because of that, the Bodhisattva again brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity for those kinds of living beings. He also sees that all living beings follow along with the flow of birth and death, and they run back and forth after birth and death, and he brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity once again, wanting to save them. He furthermore sees that all living beings lose liberation and expedience. They lose liberation and expedient Dharma doors, and towards those living beings he brings forth a mind of sympathy and pity, seeing them as very pitiful. Those are the ten kinds of minds and of sympathy and pity. The Bodhisattva in that way sees that the realm of living beings has limitless sufferings and troubles, lots and lots of things that go wrong. At that time, he rouses up great vigor. He puts on the armor of great vigor and makes the following reflection, saying to himself, I should rescue all these living beings. The living beings who are like that, I should liberate them, free and save them. I should purify them. I should cause living beings who are like that to purify and regulate all Bodhisattva practices. I should cross them over, rescuing all such beings. I should establish them in a wholesome place. I should have them dwell in a good location. Sutra. I should cause them to be secured. I should cause them to be happy. I should cause them to know and see. I should cause them to be tamed and subdued. I should cause them to attain nirvana. Commentary. The Bodhisattva says, I should cause them, all of those living beings, to be secured in the position of Buddhahood. I also should cause them, all those living beings, to be happy, to obtain limitless happiness. I should also cause them to know and see, so that all those living beings have proper knowledge and proper views. I should also cause them, all living beings, to be tamed and subdued. I should also cause them, all living beings, to attain the bliss of nirvana. Sutra. The Bodhisattva in that way becomes disgusted with and leaves behind all that is conditioned. He in that way is sympathetically mindful of all living beings. He knows the supreme benefits of the wisdom of all wisdom. He wishes to use the first command's wisdom to rescue and cross over living beings. He makes the following reflection. All these living beings have fallen into the midst of the great sufferings of afflictions. What expedients can be used to pull them out and save them, so they attain the bliss of ultimate nirvana? Then he makes the following reflection: one wishing to cross over living beings, so they dwell within nirvana, does not separate from unobstructed wisdom of liberation. Unobstructed wisdom of liberation is not separate from awakening to the reality of all dharmas. Awakening to the reality of all dharmas is not separate from the light of wisdom of non-doing and non-production. The light of wisdom of non-doing and non-production is not separate from investigation, though the wisdom of clever. Through the wisdom of clever, decisive contemplation, investigation through the wisdom of clever, decisive contemplation is not separate from skilled learning. Commentary: the Bodhisattva in that way becomes disgusted with and leaves behind all that is conditioned. That's how the Bodhisattva comes really to despise all conditioned dharmas, and so he wants to leave all conditioned dharmas behind. He, in that way, is sympathetically mindful of all living beings. That's how he feels sorry for living beings and remembers them with pity. He knows the supreme benefits of the wisdom of all wisdom, that the wisdom of all wisdoms has supremely beneficial advantages. He wishes to use the first command wisdom, the wisdom of Tathagata, to rescue and cross over living beings, all living beings within the six paths. He makes the following reflection, thinking yet again: all these living beings have fallen into the midst of the great suffering of afflictions, and that cause trouble and difficulty. What expedients can be used to pull them out and save them? What kind of expedient Dharma doors can I use to pluck out and rescue all those living beings, so they attain the bliss of ultimate nirvana, so that they obtain non-production and non-extinction, neither defilement nor purity, permanence, bliss, true self, and purity, which is the happiness of ultimate nirvana? Then he makes the following reflection, contemplating in this way: one wishing to cross over living beings, one who wants to cross over all living beings, so they dwell within nirvana, so they reside in the principle and substance of nirvana, does not separate from unobstructed wisdom of liberation. One should not leave wisdom of liberation, which is unobstructed. If one has unobstructed wisdom of liberation, one can cause all living beings to be free from suffering and attain bliss. It is not separate from awakening, so the reality of all dharmas. One should not separate from the awakening to the true thirstiness of all dharmas. If one can manage not to separate from awakening to the reality of all dharmas, then one can cause all living beings to turn back from confusion and return to enlightenment, for it is not separate from the light of wisdom of non-doing and non-production. It is not separate from the light of wisdom of doors of practice, such that there is nothing that is cultivated, and one certifies to patience with the non-production of dharmas. The light of wisdom of non-doing and non-production has nothing that is practiced and nothing that is produced, is the wisdom light of that kind of behavior, and it is not separate from investigation through the wisdom of clever, decisive contemplation. It is not separate from wisdom which skillfully investigates through decisive contemplation. With the investigation through the wisdom of clever, decisive contemplation, then one can truly and actually end birth and death. It is not separate from skilled learning. Sutra. After the Bodhisattva in that way contemplates and thoroughly understands, he doubles his diligent search for and practice of proper dharmas, Day and night, he only wishes to hear the Dharma, delights in the Dharma, relies upon the Dharma, follows the Dharma, reaches the Dharma, dwells in the Dharma, and cultivates the Dharma. The Bodhisattva in that way diligently seeks the Buddha Dharma. He does not begrudge any of his gems or wealth. He does not see that there is any object difficult to obtain or estimable, but has the thought that only someone who is able to speak the Buddha Dharma is difficult to meet. Therefore, the Bodhisattva in his search for the Buddha Dharma is completely able to give up all inner and out wealth. There is no reverence, he is unable to practice. There is no pride, he is unable to renounce. There is no service, he is unable to perform. There is no suffering, he is unable to undergo. If he hears a single phrase of Dharma that he has not heard before, he becomes more delighted than if he obtained precious jewels that fill the 3,000 great thousand-world system. Commentary. After the Bodhisattva in that way contemplates and thoroughly understands, when the Bodhisattva has made those kinds of contemplations and gains clear understanding, then after that he doubles his diligent search for and practice of proper dharmas. He doubly intensifies his diligence in seeking and practicing proper dharma. Day and night he only wishes to hear the dharma. In the daytime and at night as well, all he wants to do is listen to the Buddha Dharma. He delights in the Buddha Dharma. He likes the Buddha Dharma. He relies upon the Buddha Dharma to cultivate. He follows and accords with the Buddha Dharma to rescue and cross over all living beings. He clearly understands the Buddha Dharma and teaches and transforms all living beings. He accords with the Dharma, following and according with the real mark of all Dharmas, and he reaches the Dharma, the other shore of all Dharmas. He dwells in the Nirvana of Dharma and cultivates the unconditioned aspect of all Dharma. The Bodhisattva in that way diligently seeks the Buddha Dharma. He does not begrudge any of his gems or wealth. He would never think of being unable to give them up. He does not see that there is any object, any possession that is difficult to obtain or estimable. He doesn't see any articles as very hard to possess or valuable, but has the thought that only someone who is able to speak the Buddha Dharma is difficult to meet. Only toward a person who can speak Buddha Dharma does he bring forth the thought that such a person is difficult to encounter and difficult to meet. Therefore, the Bodhisattva in his search for the Buddha Dharma is completely able to give up all inner and outer wealth. He can give both the inner and outer wealth away in order to seek the Buddha Dharma. There is no reverence. He is unable to practice. There is no act of respect or veneration he would not be able to bring himself to do. There is no pride he is unable to renounce. There is no kind of arrogance he would not be able to let go of. There is no service he is unable to perform. He would never say, I can't possibly attend upon and serve all Buddhas. There is no suffering he is unable to undergo. There isn't any toil of which he would say, I can't stand it. If he hears a single phrase of Dharma that he has not heard before, upon hearing that one sentence of Dharma he had never before heard, he becomes more delighted than if he obtained precious jewels that fill a 3,000 great thousand-world system. His joy is greater than if he came into possession of all the precious jewels in an entire trichiliocosm. Sutra. If he hears one verse of proper Dharma he has never heard before, he becomes more delighted than if he obtained the position of well-turning sage king. If he obtains one verse of Dharma he has never heard before, which can purify the Bodhisattva conduct. It surpasses obtaining the royal positions of Shakra and Brahma and remaining in them for limitless hundreds of thousands of kalpas. If a person were to say to him, I have a phrase of Dharma spoken by the Buddha that can purify the Bodhisattva conduct. If you can now enter a great pit of fire and undergo ultimately great suffering, I shall bestow it upon you. The Bodhisattva at that time makes the following reflection. Since with a single phrase of Dharma spoken by the Buddha, I can purify the Bodhisattva conduct, if the 3,000 great 1,000-watt system were filled with massive fire, I would even be willing to hold my body down from the top of the Brahma heaven and endure it. So how much less is there question of whether I can enter a small pit of fire? For now, to seek the Buddha Dharma, I should undergo all the sufferings of the hells, much less the small vexations in the realm of humans. Commentary. The Bodhisattva, if he hears as little as one sentence of Buddha Dharma that he hasn't ever heard before, becomes very happy and feels more content than if he obtained an entire great trichiliocosm filled with precious jewels. If he hears one verse, most verses being 4-line gathers of proper Dharma that he has never heard before, orthodox Dharma he has never listened to, he also becomes very happy, more delighted than if he obtained the position of willow-turning sage king. When you listen to sutras and heard the Dharma, you need to know how to apply that Dharma. You listen to the sutras and hear the Dharma every day, and you sort of get tired of it. So there is true natural Dharmas, but you don't recognize it, and you don't feel the Dharma's value and importance. But the Bodhisattva isn't that way. The Bodhisattva, if he hears just one phrase of Buddha Dharma that he hasn't heard before, or else a single gather whose principles he never understood before and now gets to hear, he likes it better than if he got to be a willow-turning sage king. If he obtains one verse of Dharma he has never heard before, which can purify the Bodhisattva conduct. Purify means perfect the conduct of a Bodhisattva. It surpasses obtaining the royal positions of Shakra and Brahma. It's great happiness for him than if he received the kingly positions of the god Shakra or the great Brahma heaven god. First, it was the jewels in a great trichiliocosm. Next, the position of will-turning sage king, and now it surpasses obtaining the positions of kingship while held by the god Shakra and the great Brahma heaven god, and remaining in them for limitless hundreds of thousands of kalpas. It is better than enjoying the reward of blessings of the god Shakra and the great Brahma heaven god throughout unlimited hundreds of thousands of kalpas. If a person were to say to him, I have a phrase of Dharma spoken by the Buddha, I now have just one sentence of Dharma spoken by the Buddha in the past that can purify the Bodhisattva conduct. It can purify and regulate the doors of practice cultivated by Bodhisattvas. If you can now enter a great pit of fire, if right now in your search for the Dharma, you can cast yourself into a huge fiery pit and undergo ultimately great suffering, the most intense bitterness, suffering within suffering, I shall bestow it upon you. If you can do that, it proves you have real sincerity, and I will transmit the single phrase of Buddha Dharma to you. The Bodhisattva at that time, the Bodhisattva who is cultivating the Bodhisattva way, when that happens, makes the following reflection. Since with a single phrase of Dharma spoken by the Buddha, because of that one sentence of Buddha Dharma, I can purify the Bodhisattva conduct. I can purify and regulate the doors of practice cultivated by a Bodhisattva. If the 3,000 great 1,000-world system were filled with massive fire, should the great trichiliocosm turn into a huge pit of fire, I would even be willing to hold my body down from the top of the Brahma heaven. In order to seek that one phrase of Buddha Dharma, I would be willing to jump from the top of the great Brahma heaven down into the great pit of fire and endure it, myself undergo being physically burned by the fire of the pit in exchange for the Buddha Dharma. So how much less is there a question of whether I can enter a small pit of fire? There is even less question about my being able to jump into a tiny little pit of fire in search of the Dharma. For now, to seek the Buddha Dharma, I should undergo all the sufferings of the hells, much less the small vexations in the realm of humans. I would willingly renounce my body in that way in order to seek the Buddha Dharma. Even if I had to endure all the sufferings in the hells in order to do so, I would still seek the Dharma spoken by the Buddha, and so the minor torments and vexations, such as a little fiery pit in the human realm, are even less of a problem. Even if I have to give up my body and life, I absolutely wish to seek the Buddha Dharma. Sutra. The Bodhisattva in that way rouses up diligence and vigor in his search for the Buddha Dharma. In accord with what he hears, he contemplates and cultivates. Once this Bodhisattva comes to hear the Dharma, he collects his mind and dwells secured. In a quiet and tranquil place, he makes the following reflection. It is by practicing as is spoken that one obtains the Buddha Dharma. Merely talking cannot make one pure. Disciples of the Buddha, when that Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of emitting light, he dwells in the first dhyana, having become free from desires and from evil and unwholesome dharmas, possessing reflection and possessing consideration in the joy of separation from production. He dwells in the second dhyana, having extinguished reflection and consideration with the inner purity and singleness of mind, devoid of reflection and consideration in the joy of production of samadhi. He dwells in the third dhyana, having separated from joy, dwelling in renunciation while still possessing thought and proper knowledge, so that his experience of personal bliss is as described by all sages. The bliss of renunciation while still possessing thought. He dwells in the fourth dhyana, having severed bliss by first expelling suffering and then extinguishing joy and sorrow, feeling neither suffering nor bliss in the purity of renunciation of thought. Commentary. The Bodhisattva forgets about himself for the sake of the Dharma. He is able to renounce his body and life to seek the Buddha Dharma, and he in that way rouses up diligence and vigor in his search for the Buddha Dharma. In order to seek the Buddha Dharma in accord with what he hears, he wants to put what he has heard into practice. He contemplates and cultivates, investigating and bit by bit actually doing the work of cultivation. Once this Bodhisattva comes to hear the Dharma, after the Bodhisattva in question has heard the Buddha Dharma, he collects his mind and dwells secured. He gathers in and collects his body and mind and dwells secured within that Buddha Dharma in a quiet and tranquil place, in a very still and quiet location, empty and retired, and where there are no people. He makes the following reflection. He thinks this way in the course of his cultivation, saying, "It is by practicing the Buddha Dharma as it is spoken that one obtains the Buddha Dharma. One needs to cultivate according to the Dharma spoken by the Buddha, and it is in that way that one can certify to the attainment of the states of the Buddha Dharma. Merely talking cannot make one pure. It is not by chanting Buddha Dharma from morning to night with one's mouth and not cultivating just mouthing Buddha Dharma but not practicing, that one obtains purity. Disciples of the Buddha, all of you, when that Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of emitting light, the third ground, he dwells in the first dhyana, having become free from desires and from evil and unwholesome dharmas. One leaves behind thoughts of desire and all of one's evil reflections and considerations of evil wisdom and the divine knowledge and divine views of unwholesome dharmas, possessing reflection and possessing consideration. He has that kind of reflective process and consideration, yet he wants to leave behind all evil reflection and consideration. That means evil advisors, not good advisors. This is the first dhyana that he certifies to, the stage of the joy of separation from production, also called dwelling in the joy of separation from production. He dwells in the second dhyana, having extinguished reflection and consideration. He eradicates all evil reflections and considerations with inner purity and singleness of mind. Inside, he is pure and of one mind, devoid of reflection and consideration. He doesn't have any of those evil reflections and considerations. At that time, samadhi arises. It is the stage of the joy of the production of samadhi, also called dwelling in the joy of production of samadhi, the second dhyana in which samadhi is produced. He dwells in the third dhyana, having separated from joy. He leaves joy behind, dwelling in renunciation, while still possessing thought and proper knowledge. He has a kind of thought as proper knowledge, so that his experience of personal bliss, a kind of ecstasy, is as is described by all sages, the bliss of renunciation, while still possessing thought. The first dhyana is the stage of joy of separation from production. The second dhyana is the stage of joy of production of samadhi. The third dhyana is the stage of wonderful bliss of separation from joy. The fourth dhyana is the stage of purity of renunciation of thought. He has certified to the third dhyana. He dwells in the fourth dhyana, having severed bliss by first expelling suffering and then extinguishing joy and sorrow. He cuts off all bliss, the stage of wonderful bliss from separation from joy. If he can go on to destroy all suffering, joy and sorrow, feeling neither suffering nor bliss, at that time he reaches the stage of dwelling in the purity of renunciation of thought, the fourth dhyana. Question: what is the karma involved in wearing clothing stuffed with down feathers from geese? Answer: if you have merit and virtue, if you wear such clothing, you can cross the birds over. If you cultivate and make a transference to them, you can increase their reward of blessings and lessen their offense karma. That's what happens when someone who cultivates wears such clothing. If it's someone who continually commits offenses, however, as he keeps on wearing such clothing, he will become the same as the geese. From having formed too close an association with them, he'd end up incorporating with them, forming a corporation limited. So, although it's just a small matter, there are a great many principles involved, and it can't be completely discussed according to a single rationale. Sutra: he transcends all thought and form, destroys all relative thoughts, and does not have various thoughts. He enters boundless emptiness and dwells in the station of boundless empty space. He transcends the station of all boundless empty space, enters boundless consciousness, and dwells in the station of boundless consciousness. He transcends the station of all boundless consciousness. Commentary: he transcends all thought and form. The fourth dhyana is the ground of purity of renouncing thought. It is said, when a single thought is not produced, the entire substance manifests. When the 6 organs suddenly move, there is a covering of clouds. At this time, he transcends all thought and all form and destroys all relative thoughts. For him, there are no relative dramas, only the absolute, and so he does no thinking, and thoughts do not exist. And he does not have various thoughts. He doesn't think all kinds of thoughts. When thinking stops and thoughts are gone, that is true blessing and honor. When selfish desire is brought to an end, that is the true field of blessings. He enters the boundless emptiness. At that time, he unites with the world. Space is just him, and he is empty space. He doesn't have a self or an emptiness. Both self and empty space are gone, and he dwells in the station of boundless empty space. He dwells in the station of boundless emptiness, yet is free from the station of boundless emptiness. That is to dwell within dwelling, and to be stationed without a station. Although he is said to dwell in the station of boundless empty space, he basically has transcended emptiness. What is it like to be beyond emptiness? You haven't reached that state, and so you don't know. And I haven't reached it either, and so I don't know. It just that it says in the sutra, he transcends in the station of all boundless empty space. At that time, inside that there is no mind or body, outside there is no world. One sweeps away all dharmas and is free from all marks. He enters boundless consciousness. At this point, he is going through the 4 boundless stations: the station of boundless empty space, the station of boundless consciousness, the station of nothing whatsoever, the station of neither thought nor non-thought. He here enters boundless consciousness. Consciousness is boundless at this time. For him, there is not emptiness, but he still has not emptied consciousness. He enters boundless consciousness, and then he dwells in the station of boundless consciousness. He dwells in it, and then he transcends that station of all boundless consciousness. He also transcends that station of boundless consciousness, and so arrives at the station of nothing whatsoever. After that will be the station of neither thought nor non-thought. In short, all of those thoughts are emptied. He has passed through the 4 dhyanas, and now is in the state of the 4 stations of emptiness. Right now, there are people thinking, I keep hearing about the 4 dhyanas, but I don't understand what they are, and I'm even less clear about the 4 stations of emptiness. Couldn't you discuss them in detail? The 4 dhyanas are states experienced through meditation. They are the heavens of the first dhyana, which is also called the ground of the first dhyana. When the aspect of heavens is stressed, the meaning is that of naturalness. When approached from the aspect of ground, the meaning is that of production and growth. The person sitting in dhyana sees in such a way that inside there is not body or mind. The mind is emptied, and so is the body, and the self-nature manifests, emitting a kind of light that is called the ground of joy of separation from production. Separation here means to leave behind all defiled thoughts, all false thoughts and afflictions. What is produced is the result for Bodhi and wisdom, along with understanding of the mind prana. That is the ground of joy of separation from production. It's not a state you can claim to have attained when you haven't. There is something that proves you are in the first dhyana with its heavens. When it happens, as you are sitting in meditation, your pulse stops. Yet, this is not something you say is happening to you. You yourself are unaware of it. You need certification from a good knowing advisor that you have reached the state. Why don't you yourself know? When your pulse stops, you have entered samadhi, and you don't have any idea your pulse has stopped. So, if you yourself say, my pulse has stopped, that to tell a lie as big as all creation. Why? Well, you could know? How could you know? If you know your pulse has stopped, then your pulse hasn't stopped. The reason is that you're in samadhi when it happens and so are unable to know. You may say, I find out when I come out of samadhi. But as soon as you come out of samadhi, your pulse starts up again. So how could you yourself know about it? Then you ask, how does the good knowing advisor know about it? They are because of your having experienced any state you've been through as if notes were taken. When you have had such a state, all the good knowing advisor has to do is take one look at you, and he sees your coloring has changed, and so has your light, and the energy when you breathe is different. You're the same person and are breathing in the usual way, yet that prana true is not the way it was before. You can't pretend. I've been to the first dhyana, my pulse came to a stop. That's utterly shameless. You've had to go through a good knowing advisor, a bright-eyed one. Someone without eyes can't be a good knowing advisor. A good advisor who has opened the wisdom eye has to certify you, saying, now you've reached the first dhyana. It's not something you say yourself, like saying, I've already become a Buddha, did you know? I've already become enlightened. How can you certify your own enlightenment? A good knowing advisor has to certify that you actually have become enlightened and say, now you do. You haven't taken the wrong road. That was right. You can't certify yourself. It's as when a person breaks the law and the police say, you have broken the law and you are under arrest. There has to be some proof, some evidence that you did break the law. You are innocent until proven guilty. In the same way, someone has to testify that you are enlightened, and that witness is the good knowing advisor. He's been along that road before you. You can't say, I've opened enlightenment on my own, unless it's at a time when no Buddha is in the world, and in distant mountains and remote valleys, you cultivate the 12 links of conditioned co-production and become enlightened. But then you are one solitarily enlightened. You've become an arhat. All we are talking about here are the first and second dhyanas. When you certify to the fruit of arhatship, then you know the past, the present, and the future, and know what level you yourself have reached. It's not that you sit in meditation for 20 minutes or so and get enlightened. If it were that easy, then everyone would be enlightened. Your pulse stops, but it's not that. You say, my pulse has stopped. If you do that, you are just trying to put something over on people. Who would have expected that when you took your counterfeit bills to the bank, people would immediately recognize them for what they were? In the first dhyana, the pulse stops, and in the second dhyana, it's the breath that stops. There isn't even any breathing, but if you think, I feel like my breath has stopped, if you feel it has, it doesn't count. If you aren't aware of it, if you are really dead, then that counts. If you haven't really died, your breath hasn't stopped. When it stops, basically you have no self to know you have breath. If you wish never to die, you must first become a living dead person. A living dead person doesn't know he's eating, sleeping, or wearing clothes. If you ask him, have you slept? He doesn't know. This is really a case of not knowing. If you haven't reached that level, then you are unable to know your breathing has stopped. And it's not that you feel like you're not breathing. Any such feeling is a false one, an erroneous impression. There has to be a good knowing advisor who takes one look and see you have reached that level, that your skill has reached that point. But even when it has, it doesn't count as anything fantastic. It's not occasion for saying, in heaven above and on earth below, only I am honored. That's not so. It's just a state, and reaching that state doesn't mean very much. Don't say, "Do you see me? See how terrific I am?" This is truly meaningful. What meaning does it have? If you don't eat, you starve to death just the same. That's simply knowing no shame. In the second dhyana, the breath stops, and in the third dhyana, thoughts stop. You don't even have awareness. You don't have anything at all. It is truly not to know. What's the point of that, you ask? Well, what's the point in your being alive? This is just Kung Fu. When you arrive at this state, you aren't greedy. You have no greed for wealth, and you don't seek for fame, and you immediately put down sex, food, and sleep. If you haven't put them down, then you haven't reached that level. For when it happens, you aren't greedy for anything, and you don't have any impediments or obstructions. Thoughts stop. You don't think. Have any of you reached this level? If you have a wife, you can't put her down. The same holds true if you have a husband or children. If you have sons, you can't give up the wish for daughters. Or if you have daughters, you can't put down the wish for sons. If you have the one, you want the other too. Look at the kinds of false thoughts you are striking up, and you claim to have attained that level. You haven't. It's not at all easy. Yet, when you do reach that level, there is no great use in it. You can't be smug, like the self-made patriarch who came here a few years ago, claiming to have opened enlightenment. I don't know what kind of enlightenment he had opened. Thoughts stop in the third dhyana, and in the fourth dhyana, they are emptied. So the progression is: the first dhyana, the ground of joy and separation from production. The second dhyana, the ground of joy of production of samadhi. The third dhyana, the ground of wonderful bliss of cessation of thought. The fourth dhyana, the ground of purity of renunciation of thought. When you reach the fourth dhyana, there fundamentally is no thought, and you are just about to merge with the empty space. You haven't quite united with it yet. That is the ground of purity of renunciation of thought. Someone once tried to claim that Buddhism was true communism. That kind of thinking is mistaken. Buddhism has no party or factions to it. It is world transcending Dharma, not worldly Dharma. Ordinary and average people have parties and factions, but there are no parties in transcendental Dharma and no sects. Anytime there are such things, it's because stupid people have dreamt up those problems. When one studies the Buddha Dharma, it is with the intention of transcending the world and to have great wisdom, which basically cannot be compared at all with holding parties and factions. Therefore, all the worldly dharmas are within the Buddha Dharma. The Buddha Dharma transcends worldly dharmas, and they can't be treated as if they were alike or even discussed in the same terms. If you can't claim fish eyes are pearls, you can't claim fish eyes are pearls. If you do, you're simply cheating yourself. We who study the Buddha Dharma should sweep away any notion of factions and far transcend the way the average person thinks. The Dharma doors of Buddhism are inconceivable, while if any faction or party could be compared to Buddhism, then Buddhism fundamentally would not be world transcending Dharma. Whether you study the Buddha Dharma or not, you really should clearly recognize this point. Buddhism is talking about ending birth and death. Anything that has parties and factions is not Buddhism. In the very substance of Buddhism, there are 5 great schools: Trun, teaching, Vinaya, secret, Pure Land. This is from Buddhist disciples themselves when nothing was going on, looking for something to do, and so dividing up doors and discriminating kinds to make trouble for themselves. This is like going to the sea to count the sand. There's no way you can count how many grains of sand it contains. Do you think a computer, an electric brain, could do it? Not even a spiritual brain could calculate exactly how many there are. It might always be off by one, too many or too few, and it would never be certain ultimately how many there are. The Buddha Dharma is inconceivable, and it shouldn't have parties or factions or schools. From the time I arrived in this country, people have been asking me to which school of Buddhism I belong. I tell them I don't have any school. If I did, that would be an attachment. I also have no sect. I'm of the same sect and school with all people. I am pupil and people are me, and there's no difference. So there shouldn't be any setting up of schools and sects, let alone parties and factions. People who study the Buddha Dharma must certainly recognize what Buddhism is really like and not figure whatever they think up is right. When you certify to the fourth fruit of arhatship, then what you think can stand. Before you reach the fourth fruit, what you think and want to set forth is all wrong. Parties and factions, sects and schools are small problems. The big problem now, as everybody knows, is that science is considered so fantastic. I'll tell you something totally reliable. All the people who investigate science are the most stupid of people. They are all like people going to the sea to count the grains of sand. They never be able to come up with the total number. People who don't want to hear this are just cheating themselves. If you want to hear it, I'll say it, and I'm still going to say it if you don't want to listen. Sutra. And does there being not the slightest things whatsoever, and dwells in the station of nothing whatsoever. He transcends the station of all being nothing whatsoever, and dwells in the station of there being neither thought nor non-thought. He only cultivates by according with the Dharma and has not liking or attachment. Disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva's mind accords with kindness. It is vast, great, and limitless. It is non-dual. It has no resentment, no antagonism, no obstruction, and no affliction. It pervasively reaches all locations, to the exhaustion of empty space and the Dharma realm. It pervades all worlds. His dwelling in compassion, joy, and giving are the same way too. Commentary. The sutra has spoken of the station of boundless emptiness and station of boundless consciousness. Now it says the Bodhisattva enters there, being not the slightest thing whatsoever. There is not the least bit of existence, and he dwells in the station of nothing whatsoever. Within his state there is thought without thought, consciousness without consciousness, and emptiness without emptiness. One doesn't have the slightest bit of attachment. Think it over. When this happens, one's own body, mind, and thought are all gone. So how could one have any afflictions? He transcends the station of all being nothing whatsoever. He goes beyond the station of all not being in existence, and dwells in the station of there being neither thought nor non-thought. He resides in the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought, where thought neither exists nor non-exists, existence and non-existence having both been transcended. He only cultivates by according with the Dharma, the substance of all Dharmas, and has no liking or attachment. In all he does, there is no attachment at all, no forms or habit patterns. Varachajari Bodhisattva calls out again, saying, all of you disciples of the Buddha, this Bodhisattva's mind accords with kindness. There is just kindness in his heart, and he dwells in the beings. His mind, is vast, great, and limitless. It is non-dual. Furthermore, it has no resentment, no antagonism, no obstruction either, and no affliction. How large is it? It pervasively reaches all locations to the exhaustion of empty space and the Dharma realm. It uses up all of empty space and the Dharma realm. It pervades all worlds. His dwelling in kindness of mind is like that, and the way he dwells in the mind of compassion, the mind of joy, and the mind of giving, renunciation, are the same way too. That he only cultivates by according with Dharma means that his mind accords with the great minds of kindness, compassion, joy, and giving, all of which are in the same way vast, great, limitless, non-dual, without resentment, antagonism, obstruction, or affliction, and pervasively reach all places, exhausting empty space and the Dharma realm, pervading every world. All four minds are in that way the same. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva obtains limitless powers of spiritual penetrations. He can move the great earth. He can make one body into many bodies, and many bodies into one body. He can either disappear or appear. He goes through stone walls and obstructive mountains as if they were space. In the midst of empty space, he travels in full lotus, just like a bird in flight. He enters earth as if into water, and treads upon water as if it were earth. His body puts forth smoke and flames like an immense heap of fire. He further sends down rain, just like a mighty cloud. The sun and moon in space have tremendous awesome might, yet he can touch and rub them with his hand. His body is free and at ease, even up to the world of Brahma. This Bodhisattva's heavenly ear is purified, surpassing human hearing. He can hear all the sounds of humans and gods, whether near or far away. Even sounds of mosquitoes, gnats, and so forth are completely audible to him. Commentary. Vajrayana Bodhisattva calls out once more all of you disciples of the Buddha. This Bodhisattva of the third ground obtains limitless powers of the six types of spiritual penetrations, that is, the penetration of heavenly ear, the penetration of the heavenly eye, the penetration of others' minds' thoughts, the penetration of past lives, the penetration of the extension of outflows, the penetration of spiritual fulfillments. He can move the great earth so that it quakes in 6 ways, that is, cracking, roaring, striking, quaking, buckling, heaving. He can make one body into many bodies. To start with, he is a single Bodhisattva body, yet he can turn into numerous bodies, and he can also make many bodies into one body, and the many are the one, and the one is the many, one not obstructing many, nor many obstructing one, in mutual non-obstruction of one and many, existence and non-existence, disappearance and appearance. That's why it says he can either disappear or appear, he vanish or else be visible. He goes through stone walls and obstructive mountains as if they were space. If he wants to enter a rock, he can, or plunge into a mountain. Nothing blocks him from going wherever he wants, for his very body is the same as empty space. In the midst of empty space, up in the air, he travels in full lotus without having to walk or take a plane. Just like a bird in flight, he enters the earth as if no water. He can go into the earth just as if he were entering some water, and he treads upon water as if it were earth he was walking on. His body pours forth lots of smoke and flames like an immense heap of fire, a bonfire. He further sends down rain just like a mighty cloud. He can pour water from the top of his body while sending out fire from the bottom portion, or else emit fire from the top of his body while pouring out water below. His power of transformation is just that great. The sun and moon in space heave tremendous awesome might, yet he can touch and rub them with his hand. This Bodhisattva can stroke the sun and moon in the sky with his hands. His body is free and at ease in all respects, even up to the walls of the great Brahma heaven. This Bodhisattva's heavenly ear is purified so that he hears every single sound extremely clearly, surpassing human hearing. It's not like the ears of average people. He can hear all the sounds of humans in the realm of people and of gods in the heavens. Whatever they do or say, he can hear, whether near or far away. He hears every kind of sound, even sounds of mosquitoes, gnats, and so forth. Sounds such as those of ants and flies and worms are completely audible to him. He can hear them all distinctly. Question. I have a question about whether a particular method of helping to rescue animals would be workable. Specifically, animals can be trained to choose one of two pictures, to go to one of two pictures or one of two symbols by being given food for going to one, so after a while they go to that particular one. Or they can be trained to go to one type of image. Now, if an animal were trained to choose to go to a picture or an image of a Bodhisattva or a Buddha over a period of time, would this help to plant a seed which would eventually lead to the animal's enlightenment? Answer. If you feel it will be to their advantage, you can trick them. If it's harmful to them, you can't. But if it's beneficial to them, you can do it so they gradually understand. As is said, if you wish to make them enter the Buddha's wisdom, first you have to bait the hook with something they like. You can do it only if you have good intent. To say it's tricking them is just joking. Everything most people do is harming others to benefit themselves. People who cultivate the Bodhisattva way and practice the Buddha Dharma must be willing to be harmed themselves for the sake of aiding others. If something is of no benefit to one personally, but of benefit to all other living beings, one should exhaust one's efforts to do it. If it's something that has no benefit for other beings but only benefits oneself, no matter what, one shouldn't do it. Question. In the Dharma Sutra, I read that it is beneficial for plants if one mantras water 21 times and put it around the outside of the garden to chase away pests. Would the abode please tell us the proper way to put the water around? Answer. You just have to use pure water and recite the Great Compassion Mantra over it. You don't need some special method, and anyone can do it. As you recite the mantra, contemplate the Kuan Yin Bodhisattva, making the water efficacious and the use you want to make of it. You just need to do it with true-hearted sincerity. Have you forgotten how one of the people here at Gold Mountain Temple recited the Great Compassion Mantra 108 times a day for his father who had cancer and the cancer was cured? He didn't take medicine or have any kind of operation or shots, yet he got well. That was a response. If anyone had an incurable illness and you recite the Great Compassion Mantra with a true mind, it will be cured. Sutra. This Bodhisattva, using the knowledge of others' minds, knows the minds of other living beings as they actually are. That is, if they have minds of greed, he knows their minds of greed as they actually are. If they are free from minds of greed, he knows their freedom from minds of greed as it actually is. Whether they have minds of anger or are free from minds of anger, have minds of stupidity or are free from minds of stupidity, have afflicted minds or unafflicted minds, have meticulous minds or negligent minds, great minds or limitless minds, uncomplicated minds or complicated minds, scattered minds or unscattered minds, concentrated minds or unconcentrated minds, liberated minds or unliberated minds, unsurpassed minds or unsurpassed minds, defined minds or undefined minds, expansive minds or non-expansive minds. All of these he knows as they actually are. The Bodhisattva in that way, with the knowledge of others' minds, knows the minds of living beings. Commentary: this Bodhisattva who has been certified to the third ground is capable of using the knowledge of others' minds. Right now, every single person has the knowledge of others' minds. It simply has not revealed itself, so most people don't know what other people are thinking. However, if you cultivate and rid yourself of defilement, the knowledge of others' minds will appear as a matter of course. We ordinary beings each have that knowledge, but it's not especially clear. For example, you can often wonder that what someone else is thinking or is about to say and guess correctly. If you guess right, you've known their mind. But if, for instance, you think a person intends to go north when actually they headed south, when you guessed wrong, then you guessed wrong. It's like dialing a wrong number, reaching the wrong person on the phone. In that case, it's not the knowledge of others' minds, but having the wrong false thought about what others are thinking. You could even say it's like taking the wrong bus, plane or train, perhaps wanting to go to New York, but ending up in Seattle instead. In that case, your knowledge is unclear, but if it were accurate, it would be the knowledge of others' minds. The reason we don't have that accurate kind of knowledge is that we don't use all our wisdom, but only a slight amount of it. An analogy will make this clear. Say, knowledge of others' minds is the actual person. If you don't see the person himself, but just see his shadow and think the shadow is this or that, that's not the knowledge of others' minds. The knowing we employ right now is like the shadow, and also as when something seems to be the person but is not. The Bodhisattva here knows the minds of other living beings as they actually are, like knowing the actual person, not the shadow. He knows what other people's thoughts are like. That is, if they have minds of greed, he knows those beings are greedy. Greed comes in various forms. Some beings are greedy for wealth from the time they are born till the day they die. Others are tremendously greedy for sex their entire lives. Some are not especially greedy for wealth and can take or leave sex, but can't give up their greed for fame. They are intent upon making a good name for themselves up until the day comes and they die due to fame. You die from what you're greedy for. If it's wealth, you die from that, and sex is what kills you if that's the object of your greed. Fame's the same. There are some people who don't especially care about wealth or sex or fame, but who are excessively greedy for delicious food. Anywhere they go, they want to have good food and forget everything else if they get it. This includes things like chocolate, coffee, wine, cigarettes, and candy. Even when they age and die, their greed continues. A case in point in Hsuan Hua, the Chinese monk who wrote such brilliant essays. Intelligent as he was and as uninterested, no doubt, in wealth, sex, and fame, his greed for food was considerable. As it turned out, he died of gluttony. Then you have another kind of person who can take or leave wealth, sex, fame, and food, but is greedy for sleep. If they sit down to meditate, they immediately start to snore and even fall asleep standing up. See what greed for sleep can be like. They never feel they've had enough rest. The more they sleep, the more they love to sleep, and as their love for sleep increases, so does the amount they sleep. They sleep and sleep from the time they're born until the time they die, yet still haven't slept enough. He, the Bodhisattva, knows their minds of greed as they actually are. He has an accurate perception of them. If they are free from minds of greed, he knows they are freedom from minds of greed as it actually is. There are living beings who once did have greedy minds, but who were able to apply their efforts to cultivation and leave those minds of greed behind. The Bodhisattva also has accurate knowledge of them. Sometimes it happens that as they rid themselves of greed, anger arises. They feel displeased with everyone and each hair paw of their bodies is a launching pad for an atomic bomb. Bump into any of their hair paws and that sets off the bomb. They get angry. Whether they have minds of anger, which of course is a fault, or have been able to leave behind their bad tempers and are free from minds of anger, the Bodhisattva knows them as they actually are. If they have minds of stupidity or are now able to be free from minds of stupidity, the Bodhisattva knows that too. They may have afflicted minds or have freed themselves from afflictions to have unafflicted minds. They may have meticulous, careful minds or negligent, sloppy minds. Theirs may be great minds or limitless minds, or uncomplicated, non-complex minds or complicated, intricate minds. They may have scattered, chaotic minds or unscattered minds with samadhi, concentrated minds which are unscattered, or unconcentrated, scattered minds. Maybe they have liberated, free and easy minds, or unliberated, unfree, uneasy minds. They may have unsurpassed minds, such as those brought forth by Bodhisattvas, or unsurpassed minds, which are those of the Buddhas, defined minds of ordinary beings, or undefined minds of sages. Whether they have broad expansive minds or narrow non-expansive minds, all of these he, the Bodhisattva, knows as they actually are. All the various thoughts which occur to living beings are completely known by the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva in that way, with the knowledge of others' minds, knows the minds of living beings. Sutra. This Bodhisattva remembers and knows the particulars of limitless past lives. That is, he remembers and knows for one life, remembers and knows for 2 lives, 3 lives, 4 lives, up to 10 lives, 20, 30, and so on, including 100 lives, limitless hundreds of lives, limitless thousands of lives, limitless hundreds of thousands of lives, for the coming into being of a kampa, the decaying of a kampa, for limitless coming into being and decaying of kampas, how I was born in such and such a clan and such a race, with such and such food and drink, having such and such a lifespan, dwelling such and such a length of time, with such and such suffering and happiness. Having died there, I was reborn in such and such a place. Having died in such and such a place, I was reborn in this place with such and such a form, with such and such characteristics and appearance, and such a mode of speech. In that way he can remember and call to mind the limitless particulars of the past. Commentary. This Bodhisattva remembers and knows the particulars of limitless past lives, possessing the wisdom of to perceive. One does not know how many previous lives of living beings with their differences. That is, he remembers and knows for one life the events of one lifetime, remembers and knows the events for 2 lives, 3 lives events, those 4 lives up to 10 lives, 20, 30, and so on, including the events of 100 lives, all of which he knows along with limitless hundreds of lives events, those of limitless thousands of lives, and limitless hundreds of thousands of lives. The Bodhisattva even knows what happened for the coming into being of a kampa and the decaying of a kampa, and the events during both taken together. He knows everything that went on for limitless comings into being and decayings of kampas, such as how I was born in such and such a place with such and such a name. I was called so and so when I lived in that particular place and was of such and such a clan. My family name was that one when I was in that particular place and was of such and such a clan. My family name was that one when I was in that particular location, and I was someone of such and such a race right there with such and such food and drink. Those were the kinds of things I used to consume. Having such and such a lifespan, my life was that long, during such and such a length of time in the world, with such and such sufferings and happiness. He knows all the bitterness he underwent, along with the enjoyment. Having died there, I was reborn in such and such a place. Having died in such and such a place, I was reborn in this place with such and such a form, with such and such characteristics and appearance. I looked like that and had such and such a mode of speech. That's what my voice sounded like in each case. In that way, he can remember and call to mind, understand, and know all the limitless particulars of the states of his lives of the past. How is one able to have the penetration of past lives? Here's an analogy to illustrate it somewhat. If you consider it life that is past, the penetration of past life on the part of average, ordinary people is whatever they can remember of their present life that's already past. They can't remember previous lives at all the way sages can. The reason one person can know of another's past lives is that there is interconnected karma among us all. The person we see are those we have affinities or other conditions with. Another way of saying karmic links. Yesterday, most of us, for instance, were at the city of 10,000 Buddhas holding the Kuan recitation session, and there were a lot of more people there too. Today, there were fewer of us back at Gold Mountain Temple, but we can think of and remember who was there yesterday and what was done, how there were flies and mosquitoes too reciting Kuan Yin's name with us. The flies were buzzing and the mosquitoes were humming, each with its own work and sound. Last night, the text talked about the Bodhisattva knowing what mosquitoes were saying. Each mosquito yesterday was telling us, "Give me a little blood, give me a little blood. It won't kill you, and that way I won't go hungry." That's the song we sang as they begged from you, saying, "Be compassionate, donate some blood to sustain my life. It won't hurt you much, and it will help me a lot." Today, as we think of what happened yesterday, that's the penetration of past life. It works the same for previous lives, so that's why I say everyone has penetration of past life if you can remember yesterday, and greater penetration if you recall past lives. It just depends upon the amplitude of your memory power, how much of the past you can know, but actually it's better not to remember. What's the point of knowing all that anyway? It will just give you that many more afflictions. See how Mahamahudgayana cried when he saw his parents of past lives suffering in the hells. That's the advantage of that penetration, crying. If you don't know, you won't have to cry. So even though bodhisattvas have the penetration of past lives or other spiritual penetrations, they don't necessarily use them. It's like people with money, they don't necessarily spend it, but just use it where they have to. For example, to practice giving. That's how I feel it is. If you don't agree, bring up your objections for discussion. Objection. Although we might have more afflictions if we knew the events of past lives, which is undesirable, we might want to know the vows we made in previous existences in order to fulfill them now. Answer. That's right. What I was saying before was cautioning you not to have afflictions or be turned by states if you do possess the penetration of past lives. It wasn't to say that to have that penetration is not good. The point is that whatever state comes, you yourself shouldn't move, but should retain your samadhi. Sutra. This Bodhisattva's heavenly eye is purified, surpassing human sight. He sees all living beings when they are born and when they die, with good forms or bad forms, in accordance with their karma, going to good or evil destinies. He sees how, if those living beings have performed evil actions of the body, performed evil actions of speech, or performed evil actions of mind, how, if they slandered worthies and sages, held Devin views, and had the causes and conditions for karma of Devin view, when their bodies decline and their lives come to an end, they certainly fall into the evil destinies and are reborn in their hells. This is how, if those living beings have performed wholesome actions with the body, wholesome actions of speech, and wholesome actions of mind, and have not slandered worthies and sages, but have held proper views and had the causes and conditions for karma of wholesome views. When their bodies decline and their lives come to an end, they certainly are reborn in the good destinies within the heavens. The Bodhisattva knows that all accurately with his heavenly eye. Commentary. This, the third ground, Bodhisattva's heavenly eye is purified. Our human eyes aren't pure, and so we can't see what the gods and the heavens are like. If our heavenly eye was pure, it would be surpassing human sight, transcending the average size of pupil. He sees all living beings and how they are born when they're born, and he also sees how they die when they die, and whether they are beings with good forms or bad forms. All of that is clear to him, along with how, in accordance with their karma, they are going to good or evil destinies. If the karma they created was good, they go to wholesome destinies. But if they created evil karma, they go to evil destinies. This is how, if those living beings have performed evil actions of the body, violations of killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct of it with their mouths, they have performed evil actions of speech, loose speech, lying, harsh speech, or double-tongued speech. Or if they have performed evil actions of mind by being greedy, angry, or stupid. And how, if they slandered people who were worthies and people who were sages. And how, if they held Devin views, which was why they did that slandering, and had the causes and conditions for karma of Devin views, those karmic obstacles, when their bodies decline and their lives come to an end, they certainly fall into the 3 or the 4 evil destinies and are reborn in the hells due to their Devin views. This is how, if those living beings have refrained from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct, wholesome actions of speech, their bodies not engaging in loose, false, harsh, or double-tongued speech, and wholesome actions of mind, not being greedy, angry, or stupid, and have not slandered worthies and sages, that have held proper knowledge and proper views, and had the causes and conditions for karma of wholesome views. When their bodies decline and their lives come to an end, they certainly are reborn in the good destinies, either as wealthy and honored pupil in the human realm, or else within the heavens as gods. The Bodhisattva knows that all accurately with his heavenly eye, seeing it all with utmost precision. Sutra, this Bodhisattva is able to enter and come out of all dhyana samadhis and samapattis, and yet does not undergo birth through their power. It is just according to his ability to fulfill the stations of 3 bodhishas through the power of his intent and his vows that he is born within them. Commentary. This Bodhisattva is able to enter and come out of all dhyana samadhis and samapattis, the various stoppings and contemplatings. He can go into all samadhis and leave them as he wishes, and yet does not undergo birth through their power. Even though he goes to all those locations, he isn't forced to by some power of evil. It is just according to this ability to fulfill the stations of the Bodhi shares, wherever he is born, in every single birth, through the power of his intent and his vows, that he is born within them. It's only from having decided to do so and made those vows in the past that he goes to be reborn in the various destinies, whether the three evil or three wholesome ones. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha, when this Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of emitting light. Because of the power of his vows, he comes to see many Buddhas. That is, he sees many hundreds of Buddhas, sees many thousands of Buddhas, sees many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, sees many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, up to and including seeing many hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas of Buddhas. He reveres and honors them completely with a vast and great might and a profound might, attends upon and makes offerings to them. He offers up all the necessities of life, clothing, food and drink, bedding and medicines. He also makes offerings to all the multitudes of the Sangha, and he transfers those gurus to Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Commentary. Disciples of the Buddha, Vajrayana Bodhisattva calls out again. When this Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of emitting light, because of the power of his vows, he comes to see many Buddhas. That is, he sees many hundreds of Buddhas, sees many thousands of Buddhas, sees many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, sees many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, up to and including seeing many hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas of Buddhas. He reveres and honors them completely with a vast and great might and a profound might, attends upon and makes offerings to them, all those Buddhas. He offers up all the necessities of life, clothing, food and drink, bedding and medicines. He also makes offerings of all those things to all left-home people, the multitudes of the Sangha, and he transfers those gurus to Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, unsurpassed, proper and equal right enlightenment, so that all living beings will become Buddhas soon. Sutra. In the presence of those Buddhas, he reverently listens to the Dharma. Having heard it, he accepts and holds it and cultivates it according to his power. This Bodhisattva contemplates all dharmas as not produced and not destroyed, as existing due to causes and conditions. He first eradicates the bonds of views, then all the bonds of desire, the bonds of form, the bonds of existence, and the bonds of ignorance, which decrease to threads. Throughout the limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas of kampas, because of non-accumulation, his deviant greed, deviant hatred, and deviant stupidity all become extinguished, and all of his gurus become brighter and more pure. Disciples of the Buddha, it is just like real gold, which, when expertly refined, does not decrease in weight and becomes brighter and more pure. For the Bodhisattva, it is also that way, while dwelling upon this ground of emitting light. Because of non-accumulation, his deviant greed, deviant hatred, and deviant stupidity all become extinguished, and all of his gurus become brighter and more pure. Commentary. The Bodhisattva on the ground of emitting light makes offerings to limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of Buddhas, cultivating and amassing all gurus. He also makes offerings to the Dharma spoken by limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of Buddhas, along with as many members of the Sangha. Then he transfers those gurus to Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, in the presence of those Buddhas, in the way place of every single one of those Buddhas. He reverently listens to the Dharma. With great reverence and respect, he listens to all Buddha's Dharma. Having heard it, he accepts and holds it. After hearing the Dharma, you should cultivate according to the Dharma you have heard. If you merely listen to the Dharma but don't cultivate, this is of no benefit. Therefore, all of us who are here investigating the Buddha Dharma together should go on to cultivate according to the teaching we have investigated and put the principles discussed in the Buddhist sutras into practice. That is, having the Dharma to accept and hold it. Acceptance is with the mind, being able to remember the Dharma. Holding is done with the body, actually putting the Dharma into practice and really doing what has to be done. Then it is of use, and he, therefore, cultivates it according to his power. In cultivating, you do not need to force things. You should cultivate according to what you are able to do and do as much as you can. If you can manage 1% of cultivation, then cultivate 1%. Cultivate 100% if that is your capacity. The point is to actually cultivate. This Bodhisattva on the ground of emitting light contemplates all dharmas as not produced and not destroyed and existing due to causes and conditions. His contemplation is that all dharmas from conditions are produced, all dharmas from conditions are destroyed. Since they are produced from conditions and perish due to conditions as well, they have no substance of their own. Having no substance of their own, they are neither produced nor destroyed. He first eradicates the bond of views. We people are bound up by view delusions. Views here means deviant knowledge and deviant views, not proper knowledge and proper views. He first gets rid of the bonds of deviant knowledge and deviant views, then all the bonds of desire. After that, he extinguishes the bonds of desire. Sexual desire is like a cord or rope that ties you up. If you can get rid of views, then you won't have desire, and those bonds of desire will be extinguished. Without desire, the bonds of form will be gone too. You won't have any attachment to form. When the bonds of form are gone, then the bonds of existence are extinguished as well, as so are the bonds of ignorance. Once rid of existence bonds, you also rid yourself of the bonds of ignorance, which decrease to threads. You become thinner, they become thinner and light, so that they are not so heavy and severe. Throughout limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of nayutas have come past, during that many great compass, because of non-accumulation of those kinds of bonds of views, of desire, of form, of existence, or of ignorance, his deviant greed, deviant hatred, and deviant stupidity all become extinguished. He will never again have unprincipled greed, unprincipled hatred, and unprincipled stupidity. Deviant knowledge, deviant views, and deviant greed, hatred, and stupidity are gone for good, and all of his good rules become brighter and more pure. His good rules will keep increasing day by day. Disciples of the Buddha, all of you, it is just like real gold. It is as when a goldsmith refines gold, which, when expertly refined, does not decrease in weight. When he employs a variety of scientific and other methods to refine and smelt the gold, it does not weigh the least bit less and becomes brighter and more pure. The gold is daily refined better. For the Bodhisattva, it is also that way. The same holds true of the Bodhisattva. By dwelling upon this ground of emitting light, because of non-accumulation, because he does not accumulate his deviant greed, deviant hatred, and deviant stupidity, those three poisons, all become extinguished, and all of his good rules become brighter and more pure. His good rules are increasingly brighter, purer, and more numerous. Sutra. This Bodhisattva's patient mind, compliant mind, harmonious mind, cheerful mind, non-hating mind, unmoving mind, non-turbid mind, mind of no high or low, mind not seeking reward, mind of repaying kindness, non-flattering mind, non-deceitful mind, and non-treacherous mind, all increase in purity. This Bodhisattva among the four dharmas of attraction emphasizes beneficial conduct. Among the 10 paramitas, he emphasizes the paramita of patience. He does not fail to cultivate the others, but only does so according to his power and proportionately. Disciples of the Buddha, this is called the Bodhisattva's third ground, that of emitting light. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground, for the most part, becomes ruler of the heaven of the 33, able to employ expedients to cause living beings to abandon greed and desire, using giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work. All such karmic actions which he performs are not separate from mindfulness of the Buddha, mindfulness of the Dharma, and mindfulness of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of all modes. Commentary. This Bodhisattva cultivates the giving of offerings and accumulates all kinds of good fruits, which daily increase and become more perfect. Therefore, it says, this Bodhisattva's mind is especially patient. He can bear what others cannot bear. His mind is also a compliant mind. He is not obstinate, stubborn, difficult to tame and subdue the way we living beings are with our huge view of self. The Bodhisattva has none of that. Instead, he has a harmonious mind. The Bodhisattva gets along with everyone and has no malicious thoughts. He is happy and cheerful in mind about everything and has a non-hated mind and an unmoving mind. No matter what states he encounters, he is unmoved, and since he is free from greed, his mind does not move. He has a non-turbid mind. As this Bodhisattva cultivates and accumulates all sorts of good rules, his mind is extremely clear and pure, with no turbid thoughts. His attitude of mind toward all living beings is at all times impartial and fair, with no thought of high or low. When the Bodhisattva practices giving, he has a mind not seeking any reward. He benefits living beings and is kind to them, and does not hope they will repay his kindness towards them. When it is the Bodhisattva who gives to other beings, he does not seek repayment of that kindness from those beings. However, the Bodhisattva has a mind of repaying kindness. He does want to repay all kindness that living beings show towards him and keeps that in mind. The Bodhisattva is a non-flattering mind. He would never play up to anybody. He also has a non-deceitful mind and would never dream of treating people or lying to them. He would never take anyone for a ride or deceive them with a false smile. So those spiritual minds and his non-treacherous mind all increase in purity. All improper attitudes diminish, and his wisdom is daily brighter and more pure. This Bodhisattva among the four dharmas of attraction, giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work, emphasizes beneficial conduct. He stresses the door of practice of benefiting others. Among the 10 paramitas, he emphasizes the paramita of patience. He particularly works on perfecting patience. He does not fail to cultivate the others. Is that he doesn't cultivate the other 3 dharmas of attraction or other 9 paramita, but only does so according to this power and proportionately. He does so in proportion to his strength and as suits the circumstances in which he finds himself. Disciples of the Buddha, this is called the Bodhisattva's third ground, that of emitting light. Do you disciples of the Buddha know? This is the third Bodhisattva ground, the ground of emitting light. The Bodhisattva who dwells upon this ground, for the most part, becomes ruler of the heaven of the 33. Generally, he will be Lord God of the Jayashrimsha heaven and be able to employ expedients to cause living beings to abandon greed and desire. He will be able to use all kinds of clever and expedient methods to teach and transform living beings, getting them to give up their craving and desire, using giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work. He is able to use those four dharmas of attraction. All such karmic actions which he performs are not separate from mindfulness of the Buddha, mindfulness of the Dharma, and mindfulness of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of all modes. He practices to the point of not failing to be mindful of endowment with all wisdom, the wisdom of all modes. Sutra. He further makes the following reflection: I should, among all living beings, be a leader, be supreme, be specially supreme, be wonderful, be subtle and wonderful, be superior, be unsurpassed, up to and including being one of wisdom of all wisdom, on whom one can rely. If he diligently cultivates with vigor in a single instant of thought, he obtains 100,000 samadhis. He comes to see 100,000 Buddhas, knows the spiritual powers of 100,000 Buddhas, can move 100,000 Buddhas' wands, up to and including making to appear 100,000 bodies, each and every body having 100,000 Bodhisattvas as his retinue. If he employs the most supreme power of vows of a Bodhisattva to appear at will, the number is far greater. In 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 100,000 million nayutas of kampas, it could not be reckoned. It could not be reckoned or known. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva, wishing to repeat his meaning, used verses saying, Commentary. He, the Bodhisattva, further makes the following reflection: I should, among all living beings, be a leader. As a leader of living beings, I should be supreme victor. I should be especially supreme among beings, as well as be wonderful, and in their midst be a most subtle and wonderful person. I should be superior among those beings, and be unsurpassed as a person amid living beings, up to and including being of a wisdom of all wisdom, on whom one can rely. Be someone who has the wisdom of all wisdom for them to rely upon. If he diligently cultivates with vigor in a single instant of thought, in one moment of thought, he obtains 100,000 samadhis. With vigor, he can acquire 100,000 kinds of powers of concentration. He comes to see 100,000 Buddhas, knows the spiritual powers of 100,000 Buddhas, can move 100,000 Buddhas' wands, up to and including making to appear 100,000 bodies, each and every body having 100,000 Bodhisattvas as its retinue. If he employs the most supreme power of vows of a Bodhisattva to appear at will, the number is far greater. In 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 100,000 million nayutas of kampas, it could not be reckoned or known. Should he be using the especially supreme vow, power of a Bodhisattva, to appear freely and at ease, no one could calculate by how much that number is greater. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva, wishing to repeat his meaning, wanting to reiterate used verses, he will be saying it over again in verse. Sutra. Minds which are pure, secured, and flourishing in brightness, of disgusted, non-greed, and non-harming minds, solid, valiant minds, minds which are both vast and great, the wise one uses such to enter the third ground. Commentary. Bodhisattvas who are cultivating the practices of the third ground, first of all, must have minds which are pure. A pure mind is free of all defilements and therefore able to attain to purity. The second is a mind which is secured. One is irreversibly secured within the enlightenment, which is Bodhi, and has an intelligent mind with wisdom flourishing in brightness, the third. A mind of disgust with the mundane, a mind of non-greed, a mind and a non-harming mind are the fourth, fifth, and sixth minds. A solid mind and a valiant mind are the seventh and eighth minds. The ninth and tenth are minds which are both vast and great. The wise one uses such kinds of minds to give rise to all wisdom, and then is able to enter the third ground, the ground of emitting light. Sutra. The Bodhisattva dwelling on this ground of emitting light contemplates all activity dharma such as suffering and impermanent, impure, defeated, quickly hated, for extinction, non-solid and non-dwelling, not coming and not going. He contemplates the conditioned all as serious illness, fettered by anxiety, depression, suffering, and delusion, always blazing with the ferocious flames of the poisons three, from beginningless time to now, never finding rest. Disgusted with the three existences, not greedy or attached, he intently seeks the Buddha's wisdom with no other thought, hard to fathom, hard to think of, and incomparable, limitless and boundless, by troubles unoppressed. Commentary. The Bodhisattva dwelling on this ground of emitting light contemplates all activity dharmas as suffering and impermanent. The Bodhisattva who cultivates the practices of a Bodhisattva who wishes to certify to the position of the third ground cultivates the practices of a Bodhisattva who wishes to certify to the position of the third ground cultivates the Dharma doors of the ground of emitting light. He contemplates all activities as impermanent, as suffering, empty, lacking self, impure, defeated, quickly headed for extinction. All of them are defined, impure, ultimately defeated, and hated for destruction, non-solid and non-dwelling, not coming and not going. They have no solidity to them, and they do not remain for long, nor do they come or go. He contemplates the conditioned all as serious illness. The Bodhisattva cultivating the Dharma doors of the third ground contemplates all conditioned dharmas as being like grave illnesses, which he wishes to get far away from fast, and as they are fettered by anxiety, depression, suffering, and delusion, they are all bound up in worry, sadness, difficulty, and confusion, always blazing with the ferocious flames of the poisons three. The three poisons of greed, hatred, and stupidity are like a raging fire, always burning with intensity from beginningless time to now, never finding rest. From limitless compass up to the present, the fire of the three poisons has never stopped. Disgusted with the three existences, not greedy or attached, the Bodhisattva becomes really disgusted with the three existences: existence in the desire realm, existence in the form realm, and existence in the formless realm, and is not greedy for or attached to them. He intently seeks the Buddha's wisdom with no other thoughts. He concentrates his mind on the search for the wisdom of a Buddha, not thinking of anything else. All of you study the Buddha Dharma should not be confused by greed, hatred, or stupidity. You should diligently cultivate precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. That is itself the concentrated search for the wisdom of the Buddha. That wisdom of a Buddha is hard to fathom, hard to think of, and incomparable. Nothing can match it. Limitless and boundless, by troubles unoppressed, that wisdom is limitless and boundless, and no afflictions or suffering can oppress it. Sutra. Having seen the Buddha's wisdom, he pities living beings as fallen without support and not being saved, with three poisonous blazes always vexing them, dwelling in existences, jails, ever suffering, by afflictions bowed, obscured, blind and lacking eyes, their inclinations low and vile. They lose the Dharma jewel. They follow after birth and death, frightened of nirvana. I should for their rescue be diligent with vigor. He sets out seeking wisdom to benefit all beings, considers what expedients will bring them liberation, not apart from the thirst comes unobstructed knowledge, which in turn arises from non-production wisdom. He is mindful that wisdom is obtained from hearing. Making such reflections, he urges himself on day and night to hear and practice with no interruption, only taking proper Dharma as worthy, as important. Countries, cities, wealth, as well as every precious jewel, wives and children, retinues and royal positions, the Bodhisattva for the Dharma bringing forth respect, all such things as those and more is able to renounce. Commentary. Having seen the Buddha's wisdom, he pities living beings. He brings forth a great heart of compassion for living beings as fallen without support and not being saved. He pities them since they are all alone, with nothing to rely on and with no one to rescue them, and with three poisonous blazes always vexing them. He sees that the three poisons of greed, hatred, and stupidity are always blazing like a huge fire which constantly torments those beings who are dwelling in existence jails, ever suffering. They live in the jails of all the existences, existence in the desire realm, existence in the form realm, and existence in the formless realm, constantly undergoing suffering by afflictions bound, obscured, blind, and lacking eyes. They are all tied up by afflictions which obscure them, so they are like blind persons who have no eyes. Their inclinations low and vile. They lose the Dharma jewel. The inclinations, the things they enjoy, are of a despicable nature, not high and lofty, and they lose the precious jewel of Dharma. They follow after birth and death, frightened of nirvana. They are carried along by the current of birth and death, and fear the Dharma doors for ending birth and death, nirvana. I should for their rescue be diligent with vigor. I should hurry up and cultivate the way, so that when I have accomplished the way, I will be able to rescue those living beings. That's why I should work hard and be vigorous. He sets out seeking wisdom to benefit all beings. I'm dedicated to the search for the wisdom of a Buddha, so that I can bring benefit to each and every living being, and considers what expedients will bring them liberation. I wonder what expedient methods will enable all of those living beings to obtain liberation, not apart from the first comes unobstructed knowledge. One has to attain the unobstructed knowledge, jnana, of a Buddha before one can rescue living beings, which in turn arises from non-production wisdom. That unobstructed knowledge arises from wisdom, prana, which is neither produced nor destroyed. It is based upon wisdom. He is mindful that wisdom is obtained from hearing. I keep in mind that the wisdom of a Buddha is acquired from hearing, considering, and cultivation. The wisdom of hearing, the wisdom of considering, and the wisdom of cultivating. Making such reflection, he urges himself on. Upon thinking that way, he himself is vigorous and exhorts himself not to be lazy. Day and night to hear and practice with no interruption. Day and night he wants to listen to the Buddha Dharma, investigate the Buddha Dharma too, and cultivate the Buddha Dharma without ever letting up, only taking proper Dharma as worthy and important. Nevertheless, he only seeks the proper Dharma, respects and reveres the proper Dharma. Countries, cities, wealth, as well as every precious jewel, all tangible objects such as countries, cities, riches and precious gems, wives and children, retinues and royal positions, the Bodhisattva, for the Dharma bringing forth respect with renounce. The Bodhisattva brings forth an attitude of respect, reverence and worship for the search of the Dharma, and so all such things as those and more is able to renounce, such things as described above, the countries, children, all precious gems, along with his head, eyes, brain, and marrow. The Bodhisattva is completely able to give away to living beings. Sutra: head, eyes, ears, and nose, tongue as well as teeth, hands and feet, his marrow, his heart, and blood and flesh, all such things as those renouncing he does not find hard. Only a chance to hear the Dharma he counts as most hard. Commentary: a person cultivating the Bodhisattva way is able to give away his own head, his own eyes, along with his own ears and nose, tongue, as well as teeth for other people to use, up to and including his own hands and feet, his marrow, his heart, his blood and flesh. He can give them all to others, and all such things as those renouncing he does not find hard. Giving away those kinds of things doesn't amount to a really difficult matter. It's something easy to do. Only a chance to hear the Dharma he counts as most hard. However, to be able to hear the Buddha Dharma is the most difficult thing to do. The Bodhisattva considers hearing the Dharma as the hardest thing to be able to do, everything else being easy. Yet, however hard it is, he still wants to hear the Dharma. He wants to do the most difficult thing to do. In the same way, for lay people, to be able to live a home life is the most difficult thing to do. It's really hard. But although it's hard, if one really wants to do it, then one actually leaves home. Sutra: should a person come and tell the Bodhisattva, if you can hold your body into a huge mass of fire, I shall bestow upon you the jewel of Buddha Dharma. Having heard this, he throws himself without trepidation. Should fire even fill the 3,000 realms, he would cast his body from the Brahma world and enter it. In order to seek Dharma, he would not find it hard, much the less all minor sufferings in the human realm. From his first resolution up to Buddhahood, all avicious sufferings in that interval. In order to hear Dharma, he can undergo, much the less all sufferings in the human realm. He reflects upon the principles after he has heard, acquires the 4 dhyanas and formless samapattis, 4 others, 5 penetrations in sequence then arise. Not following their power does he undergo rebirths. The Bodhisattva dwelling here can see many Buddhas, make offerings to and hears them with certitude of mind. He severs deviant delusions and becomes more pure, just as gold, true gold, when melted, does not decrease in weight. Dwelling here must become Jayashrimsha rulers, acting as guiding teachers to limitless host of gods, causing them to forsake greed and dwell in wholesome ways, singly intent upon the search for Buddha's virtues. Buddhist disciples dwelling here on is diligent in vigor and with hundreds of thousands of samadhis, one then becomes in doubt. He sees hundreds of thousands of Buddha's bodies adorned with marks. If he uses power of vows, it surpasses even that, universally benefiting every living being. That Bodhisattva's conducts, which are most supreme, all of which, like that, exist upon the third ground, based upon those doctrines I have already explained. Commentary. Should a person come and tell the Bodhisattva, hypothetically, if someone were to say to the Bodhisattva who is cultivating the dharmas of the third ground, if you can hold your body into a huge mass of fire, if anyone can manage to throw his or her own body into a huge mass of fire, I shall bestow upon you the jewel of Buddha Dharma. If you are that sincere, I shall transmit to you the Buddha's Dharma. Having heard this, he threw himself without trepidation. Upon hearing Buddha Dharma, he immediately hurls himself into the mass of fire, without the slightest fear. Should fire even fill the 3,000 realms, not to mention a bonfire, if fire were to fill up the entire 3,000 great thousand world system, he would cast his body from the Brahma world and enter it. He would hurl his body down from the great Brahma heaven and fall into the fire that filled the 3,000 great thousand world system. In order to seek Dharma, he would not find it hard. He would do that, hurl himself from the great Brahma heaven into the huge fire raging in the 3,000 great thousand world system in order to seek the Buddha Dharma without considering it hard. I could endure it for the sake of the Buddha Dharma, much the less all minor sufferings in the human realm. How much the less would any of the minor torments and pains of human beings matter to him? They would be even less of a problem. From his first resolution up to Buddhahood, from his first production of the resolve for Bodhi, up until the time he becomes a Buddha, all avicious sufferings in that interval would cover a very long stretch of time. Shakyamuni Buddha cultivated 3 great Asamkhya Kampas. Each Asamkhya Kampa is a limitless amount of time, and he cultivated for as long as 3 limitless periods of time. Avicious sufferings refers to the sufferings in the uninterrupted hell. That hell is formed whether it contains one person or many persons. Time, too, is of really long duration, and everything there is suffering. In order to hear Dharma, he can undergo this because he seeks the Buddha Dharma. He is even willing to undergo the sufferings in the avicii hell, much the less all the sufferings in the human realm. The far less intense suffering among people is even less a problem for him. He reflects upon the principles after he has heard. After he has heard the Buddha Dharma, he bases himself upon true principle to consider and cultivate and to acquire the 4 dhyanas and formless samapattis. In that way, he is able to attain the 4 dhyanas, the first dhyana, the second dhyana, the third dhyana, and the 4th dhyana, and the formless samadhis, in which even from disappears for others 5 penetrations in sequence then arise. For others refers to the 4 stations of emptiness, etc. The penetrations are 5 in number, for he has not yet attained the penetration of the extinction of outflows, but has the others: the penetration of the heavenly eye, the penetration of the heavenly ear, the penetration of others' minds, the penetration of past lives, the penetration of spiritual accomplishments. He is lacking the penetration of the extinction of outflows, but he will attain them in all order. He will attain them all in order. Not following their power does he undergo rebirths. Although within the world he is born here and dies there, or else is born there and dies here. Being born and dying over and over, nonetheless, he does so through the power of his vows, not because of being confused and upside down, which he is not. He does undergo birth due to the power of karma. The Bodhisattva dwelling here can see many Buddhas. The Bodhisattva who dwells in the state of the third ground can see many hundreds, many thousands, many millions of Buddhas, makes offerings to, and hears them with certitude of mind. He makes offerings to the Buddhas and hears those Buddhas speak the Dharma, and has absolutely no doubts in his mind. He severs delusions and becomes more pure. He cuts off all deviant delusions, deviant greed, deviant hatred, and deviant stupidity, and becomes purer and purer day by day, just as true gold, when melted, does not decrease in weight. It is the same as when all sorts of methods are employed to refine pure gold. The amount of gold content does not decrease in the slightest. Dwelling here, most become Jayashimsha rulers. Most every Bodhisattva, when dwelling on the third ground, the ground of emitting light, becomes Lord God, ruler of the heaven of the 33, acting as guiding teachers to limitless hosts of gods. He teaches and transforms limitless and boundlessly many through gods, causing them for the sake to forsake greed and dwell in wholesome ways. He teaches all living beings to abandon greed and dwell in good ways, singly intent upon the search for Buddha's virtues. He concentrates on seeking the merit and virtue of a Buddha. Buddhist disciples dwelling here, one is diligent with vigor. If all of you disciples of the Buddha, when one is dwelling on the third ground, one has to be diligent and vigorous, and with hundreds of thousands of samadhis, one then becomes endowed. One attains to 100,000 kinds of concentrations and proper receptions, 100,000 samadhis, all of which are perfected. He sees hundreds of thousands of Buddha's bodies adorned with marks. He becomes able to see 100,000 Buddhas and can make 100,000 Buddha lands tremble and quake. If he uses power of vows, he surpasses even that. If he uses the power of Bodhisattva vows, the number will be far greater, universally benefiting every living being. Living beings universally are benefited. That Bodhisattva's conducts which are most supreme, the most supreme doors of practice cultivated by the Bodhisattva while on the third ground, the ground of emitting light, all of which like that exist upon the third ground. When one is that way, one can attain to the states of the third ground. I, based upon those doctrines, have already explained. Varachajari Bodhisattva refers to himself, saying, I now have based myself upon the doctrines of the third ground, and explained this all to you, and of the third ground. Sutra. Buddha's disciples, having heard this vast, great conduct, the agreeable, deep, wondrous, supreme ground, in their hearts rejoiced and were greatly delighted, and universally scattered flowers as offerings to the Buddhas. Commentary. Buddha's disciples, having heard this vast, great conduct, after Varachajari Bodhisattva had finished speaking the previous ground of emitting light, all the Buddhist disciples, when they had heard about those kinds of vast, great Dharma doors which are cultivated by Bodhisattvas, the agreeable, deep, wondrous, supreme ground, those kinds of profound and could be wished for most wonderful supreme Dharma doors, which are just the Dharma doors cultivated by Bodhisattvas on the third ground in their hearts rejoiced and were greatly delighted. All of those Bodhisattvas in their minds were heroically vigorous and brought forth great joy, and universally scattered flowers as offerings to the Buddhas. All of them together scattered flowers everywhere to make offerings to Shakyamuni Buddha and all the other Buddhas of the 10 directions. Sutra. At the time of proclamation of such wondrous Dharma, the great earth and the seas, waters all trembled and quaked. All the heavenly goddesses rejoiced in delight, and together sang out the wondrous sounds in praise. The heavenly king of comfort was greatly happy and rained down many jewels as offerings to the Buddhas, saying in praise, Buddha has for our sakes appeared and proclaims the foremost conduct and merit and virtue. All the wise ones grasp meanings such as these in 100,000 compounds are very hard to obtain. Now we certainly have a chance to hear the wondrous Dharma sound of Bodhisattva's conduct supreme. We hope the brightly wise one will go on to proclaim the next grounds way decisive with nothing left out for the benefit of every single god and human. These disciples of the Buddha all would like to hear. Heroically great-hearted moon of liberation requested Vajrayana, saying, Disciple of the Buddha, from here in turn to enter into the fourth ground, all the marks of practice we wish you would proclaim. Commentary. At the time of proclamation of such wondrous Dharma. This is talking about how when Vajrayana Bodhisattva proclaimed the subtle and wonderful, inconceivable Dharma doors of the third ground, the great earth and the sea's waters all trembled and quaked. All the mountains, the rivers, and the great earth and all the waters in the four great seas trembled and shook with the 6 kinds of quakes. All the heavenly goddesses rejoiced in delight. When this Dharma was spoken, all the goddesses in the heavens were ecstatic and together sang out wondrous sounds in praise. All the heavenly goddesses poured forth subtle and wonderful sounds praising the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The heavenly king of comfort was greatly happy. The god Maheshvara, king of the heaven of great comfort and self-mastery, had happiness that knew no bounds, and he rained down many jewels as offerings to the Buddhas. He rained down great precious money gems to make offerings to all Buddhas, saying in praise, Buddha has for our sakes appeared. He spoke in praise, saying, The Buddha has appeared in the world for the sake of all of us gods and proclaims the foremost conduct and merit and virtue. He can talk about the foremost doors of conduct of merit and virtue. All the wise ones grounds, meanings such as these, such principles of all the grounds of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who have great wisdom, in 100,000 compounds are very hard to obtain. You could go through hundreds of thousands of 10,000s of eons, and it would still not be easy to encounter this kind of wonderful Dharma. Now we certainly have a chance to hear these most supreme kinds of Dharma doors, the wondrous Dharma sound of Bodhisattva's conduct supreme. The supreme doors of practice cultivated by Bodhisattvas, the wondrous sound of that Dharma. We hope the brightly wise one will go on to proclaim. We now hope even more that the one of great wisdom will go on and proclaim for us the principles of the fourth ground, the next ground's way decisive, with nothing left out, the Dharma doors for decisive cultivation of the fourth ground. For the benefit of every single god and human, it wouldn't just be Dharma spoken for our sakes, but it would be of benefit to all the gods. these disciples of the Buddha would like to hear. All the Buddhist disciples within this Dharma assembly would really like to hear these Dharma doors. Heroically great-hearted moon of liberation, the great-minded Bodhisattva of heroic vigor, who was in the assembly at the time named Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, requested Vada Treasury, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha here again made a request of Vada Treasury Bodhisattva, this time asking him to speak about the meaning of the fourth ground, and said, from here in turn, to enter into the fourth ground, the doors of practice for going from this, the third ground, in turn, to the fourth ground, all the marks of practice we wish you would proclaim, how to go about cultivating all the Dharma doors of practice. Please, disciple of the Buddha, tell everyone about that." Sutra. At that time, Vada Treasury Bodhisattva addressed Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who has already purified the third ground and who wishes to enter the fourth, the ground of blazing wisdom, should cultivate 10 doors for understanding the Dharma." What are the 10? They are contemplating realms of living beings, contemplating realms of Dharma, contemplating realms of worlds, contemplating realms of empty space, contemplating realms of desire, contemplating realms of form, contemplating realms of formlessness, contemplating realms of vast mind, faith, and understanding. The Bodhisattva, using these 10 kinds of doors for understanding Dharma, obtains entry to the fourth ground, that of blazing wisdom. Commentary. When the Great Assembly and Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva had finished speaking the preceding verses, at that time, Vada Treasury Bodhisattva addressed Moon of Liberation Bodhisattva, saying, "Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the great Bodhisattva, who has been cultivating and has already purified the third ground, having well cultivated and purified it, so he has been certified to it, and who wishes to enter the fourth, the ground of blazing wisdom, at that time should cultivate the 10 doors for understanding Dharma." What are the 10? They are contemplating realms of living beings, contemplating all the various causes and conditions underlying the realms of living beings, contemplating realms of Dharma, what period the Dharma has reached, whether it is the proper Dharma age, the Dharma semblance age, or the Dharma ending age, contemplating realms of worlds, contemplating all the living beings of world realms, and what period the world systems themselves have reached in the cycle of coming into being, dwelling, decaying, and going empty. Contemplating realms of empty space, what Dharma should be spoken upon contemplation of the realm of empty space, contemplating realms of consciousness, contemplating the realm of consciousness of all living beings, contemplating realms of desire, what desires living beings have, and which dharmas need to be employed and save living beings in the heavens of the desire realm. Contemplating realms of form, what methods need to be used to rescue living beings in the heavens of the form realm. Contemplating realms of formlessness, what means to employ to cross over living beings in the heavens of the formless realm. Contemplating realms of vast minds, faith, and understanding, what level of understanding has been reached by the living beings in the heavens who have vast minds. Contemplating realms of great minds, faith, and understanding, what level of understanding has been attained by beings in the heavens who possess great minds. Those who are about to undertake cultivation of the Bodhisattva way. The Bodhisattva, using these 10 kinds of doors for understanding Dharma, obtains entry to the fourth ground, that of blazing wisdom. By employing those 10 kinds of doors of understanding Dharma, he can enter the position of the fourth ground, on which one's wisdom is as bright as a blazing fire. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva, while dwelling on this, the ground of blazing wisdom, they can, by using 10 kinds of wisdom for maturing dharmas, obtain those internal dharmas and be born in the third come one's household. What are the 10? They are by having a deep mind that does not retreat, by giving rise to pure faith in the triple jewel, which is ultimately indestructible, by contemplating the production and extinction of all activities, by contemplating the non-production of the self-nature of all dharmas, by contemplating the comings into being and destructions of world realms, by contemplating how there is production because of karma, by contemplating birth and death and nirvana, by contemplating the karma of living beings and countries, by contemplating the boundary of before and the boundary of afterwards, by contemplating what has no exhaustion. Those are the 10. Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva who dwells upon this, the fourth ground, contemplates inside his body, making a methodical contemplation of the body, diligently and heroically is mindful of wisdom and expels worldly greed and worry. Commentary. Vajra Treasury Bodhisattva calls out again. All of you disciples of the Buddha, do you know that the Bodhisattva, while dwelling on this, the fourth ground, the ground of blazing wisdom, they can, by using the 10 kinds of wisdom for maturing dharmas, employing 10 kinds of wisdom to contemplate and bring to maturity all dharmas that he cultivates, obtain those internal dharmas, dharmas pertaining to the mind within, and be born in the third common household. He is born in the family of the Buddha. What are the 10? The 10 kinds of wisdom through which one can bring internal dharmas to maturity. They are, by having a deep mind that does not retreat, the Bodhisattva brings forth a deep resolve, a great resolve, and never retreats from his resolve for Bodhi. It is also by giving rise to pure faith in the triple jewel. He is able to produce pure belief in the triple jewel, which is ultimately indestructible. That pure resolve for Bodhi will never be destroyed or disappeared. It is also by contemplating the production and extinction of all activities. He contemplates how all activities are produced and destroyed and are all impermanent. It is also by contemplating the non-production of the self-nature of all dharmas. The self-nature of all dharmas has no production and no destruction. The reason being that all dharmas are characterized by still extinction, having no substance of their own, but being the product of causes and conditions. Therefore it is said, dharmas produced from causes and conditions, I proclaim, are empty. On the one hand, they are called false names, on the other, called the meaning of the middle way. It is also by contemplating the comings into being and destructions of world realms, how world systems come into being, dwell, decay, and go empty, and he brings forth a great resolve for Bodhi. By contemplating how there is production because of karma, it is due to karma that all causes and retributions are brought about. By contemplating birth and death and nirvana, he contemplates what is meant by birth and death and what is not being born and not dying, that is nirvana. By contemplating the karma of living beings and countries, all beings born in a given country create a certain kind of karma and undergo a certain kind of retribution. By contemplating the boundary of before and the boundary of afterwards, he also contemplates how all false thoughts, the preceding thought and the thought after it, are produced. By contemplating what has no exhaustion, he contemplates how there is not exhaustion to living beings and no exhaustion to afflictions, or any end to empty space. Those are the 10. He makes those 10 kinds of contemplations. Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva who dwells upon this, the fourth ground, the ground of blazing wisdom, contemplating inside his body, making a methodical contemplation in order of what is inside the body, diligently and heroically mindful of wisdom, mindful of all wisdom, and dispels worldly greed and worry. He gets rid of the kind of greedy, craving worldly people have and their kinds of worries and anxieties. If anyone who has committed offenses can change, repent of them, and reform, then those offenses can disappear. If you cover them up and don't want to change, the offenses remain. When the Buddha was in the world, if any bhikshu or bhikshuni had committed an offense, he or she had to make a public repentance of it in front of everyone. This is as when your clothes are dirty and you wash them so they are clean again. When your mind ground is not bright and luminous, if you repent, that brightness can return to your mind ground. You go back to your original wisdom. What prevents your inherent wisdom from appearing is because each of us puts on a false mask and tries to keep other people from seeing what is wrong with us. That's why the Buddha instructed people to repent. Sometimes someone doesn't know what his or her offenses are, and if someone else knows what the offenses are, they should bring up to enable that person to return to purity. It was that way when the Buddha was in the world and is known as the proper Dharma dwelling in the world. Afterwards, the bhikshus and bhikshunis forgot about repenting and covered up their offenses. The Dharma therefore declined day by day. Now in this country, we are emphasizing the proper Dharma, and so, no matter who has what offense, if they can make a public repentance of it before the great assembly, after repenting and reforming, they return to purity. If you don't repent, you will always have blackness stored away in your self nature. If you speak out and let others know of it, then you can go back to the basic purity of your fundamental nature. In cultivation, the essential thing is not to be selfish and to have no thought of benefiting the self, to have no self. If something is harmful to oneself, but of benefit to a larger group, one should not hesitate to do it. If something is beneficial to oneself but harmful to the group at large, then you can't do it. So one takes what is beneficial to the large group as important and is willing to divide up one's body and grind up one's bones to benefit the larger group. But if something has no public benefit but benefits oneself, even if it only means doing a hair's worth of harm to the group so as to reap an enormous amount of benefit for oneself, one must not do it. So you shouldn't be selfish, and then you can accomplish the way cultivated by a Bodhisattva. Sutra, he contemplates outside his body, making a methodical contemplation of the body, diligently and heroically mindful of wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry. He contemplates inside and outside his body, making a methodical contemplation of the body, diligently and heroically mindful of wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry. In the way, he contemplates inner feelings, outer feelings, inner and outer feelings, making a methodical contemplation of feelings. He contemplates the inner mind, the outer mind, the inner and outer mind, making a methodical contemplation of the mind. He contemplates the inner dharmas, outer dharmas, inner and outer dharmas, making a methodical contemplation of dharmas, diligently and heroically mindful of wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry. Commentary, he contemplates outside his body. Signs, sounds, smells, tastes, and objects of touch are what is outside the body. He contemplates that, making a methodical contemplation of the body. He follows along the body in order, contemplation all the myriad things and events outside the body, all of which speak Dharma. If you realize that everything is speaking Dharma, you will thoroughly understand the real mark of all Dharmas. He makes that systematic contemplation of the body, diligently and heroically mindful of wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry. He is heroically vigorous at all times. We need to know how constantly to return the light and look within, and see how to expel all worldly greed and love, and all worldly worry and anxiety. He contemplates inside his body and outside his body, making a methodical contemplation of the body, both of the five skandhas inside his body form, feeling, thinking, activities, and consciousness, and of the six dusts outside his body sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, and dharmas. Again, he cultivates diligently and heroically, is mindful of all wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry. We shouldn't have any greed for worldly fame or profit, unlike some left-home people who are greedy for offerings. When someone donates a red envelope, we quick think, there must be a lot of money in it. Then when they open it and take a look, it's just $1, and they are incredibly disappointed, all because of greed. In that way, he contemplates inner feelings, outer feelings, inner and outer feelings, making a methodical contemplation of feelings. He contemplates like that, returning the light and turning back the illumination in a very detailed investigation of what his inner emotional feelings are all about, as well as the feelings coming from outside. He also looks into what feelings that are both internal and external are like, thus methodically contemplating feelings. He contemplates the inner mind, the outer mind, the inner and outer mind, making a methodical contemplation of the mind. He looks at what the mind inside is like and what is the mind outside is like, along with what inner and outer minds working together are all about. He investigates in systematic contemplation of the conscious mind. He contemplates the inner dharmas, outer dharmas, inner and outer dharmas, making a methodical contemplation of dharmas. He contemplates all the dharmas inside and all the dharmas external to the body, along with internal and external dharmas. Systematically contemplating dharmas, again having to do so diligently with vigor and heroically mindful of all wisdom, and expels worldly greed and worry, every kind of greed and anxiety worldly people have. We who have left the home life should leave the home of the three realms, the home of the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. We should also leave the home of afflictions by cutting all of them off. We also have to leave the home of the mundane, which means dispelling worldly greed and worry. Is easy to say, but very hard to do. Yet, even so, the harder it is, the more you have to do it. If you don't do it because it's hard, it will never get done. As it is said, human needs is difficult at first, but afterwards acquired. If you want to master human needs, you first must go through some very difficult experiences, and after that you come to have kindly and human concern for other people. Sutra. Furthermore, to prevent all evil and unwholesome dharmas which have not yet arisen from arising, that Bodhisattva wishes to bring forth diligent vigor and makes up his mind to properly cut them off, to cut off all evil and unwholesome dharmas which have already arisen. He wishes to bring forth diligent vigor and makes up his mind to properly cut them off, in order to cause all wholesome dharmas which have not yet arisen to arise. He wishes to bring forth diligent vigor and makes up his mind to properly cultivate them, in order to cause all wholesome dharmas which have already arisen to remain and not be lost. He cultivates to increase and extend them. He wishes to bring forth diligent vigor and makes up his mind to properly cultivate them. Commentary. The text has not finished explaining about how casting out all worldly greed and worry brings forth world-transcending bliss, and so it continues in more detailed explanation, saying, furthermore, after having cultivated the third ground of emitting light and being on the ground of blazing wisdom, to prevent all evil and unwholesome dharmas which have not yet arisen from arising, that Bodhisattva wishes to bring forth diligent vigor, so that all evil thoughts and unwholesome dharmas which have not arisen in his mind will not arise. He wants to be courageous, which is identical with being diligent and vigorous, and he makes up his mind with a great resolve for Bodhi to proper cut them off. He wants to keep all those evil and unwholesome dharmas from arising, and wants to cut off all evil and unwholesome dharmas which have already arisen. No matter who you are or what kind of offense you've committed, if you can cut off those evil, unwholesome dharmas, the body's three evil acts of killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, the mouth's four evil acts of lewd, false, harsh, and double-tongued speech, and the mind's three evil acts of greed, hatred, and stupidity, then you stop creating that kind of bad karma. In order to do that, he, the Bodhisattva, wishes to bring forth diligent vigor, act with the utmost courage, and makes up his mind in a great resolve for Bodhi to properly cut them off. Evil not yet arisen should be prevented from arising, and if it's already arisen, one cuts it off. But what about good and wholesome dharmas? In order to cause all wholesome dharmas which have not yet arisen to arise, that is, not being greedy, angry, or stupid, not killing, stealing, or committing sexual misconduct, not speaking loosely, falsely, harshly, or in a double-tongued manner, which together constitute the 10 wholesome acts of refraining from the 10 kinds of evil karma. He wishes to bring forth diligent vigor and makes up his mind to properly cultivate them. Again, one must be courageous in one's vigor, be gravely resolved on Bodhi, and actually go and do the work in order to cause all wholesome dharmas which have already arisen to remain and not be lost, to hang on to those good dharmas which have come into being. He cultivates to increase and extend them. He wishes to bring forth diligent, courageous vigor and makes up his mind to properly, reliable, and actually cultivate them. So those states of wholesome dharmas daily expand and grow. Sutra. Moreover, this Bodhisattva cultivates the samadhi of zeal, cutting off activities, and accomplishes the basis of psychic power, relying on disgust, relying on living, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates the samadhi of vigor, the samadhi of thoughts, the samadhi of contemplation, cutting off activities, and accomplishes the basis of psychic power, relying on disgust, relying on living, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Commentary. Moreover, continues Varachajari Bodhisattva, this Bodhisattva we've been talking about cultivates the samadhi of zeal. This is the first of the four bases of psychic power. Among the 37 wings of enlightenment, the stations of the Bodhi share dharmas which the Bodhisattva was previously described as taking rebirth in order to perfect. This includes cutting off of all evil activities while bringing forth all good conduct. There are 8 cutting off activities: conducts of severance, zeal to do so, diligence of applied effort, faith in what is certified to securing oneself in joy, mindfulness, dwelling in stopping, shamatha, proper knowledge, dwelling in contemplating, vipassana, reflection, one's mind operating according to stopping and contemplating, renunciation of views of states that appear. And the Bodhisattva thus accomplishes the basis of psychic power, the fruit of samadhi. He does this by relying on disgust for all dharma doors of evil actions, by relying on leaving them, cutting them off, by relying on distinction of those doors to evil conduct, and he makes transference to renunciation. He transfers this to the cultivation of all practices of giving. One must give away that one cannot bear to part with, and put down what one does not want to let go of. He cultivates the samadhi of vigor, always keep at his cultivation of samadhi, which is the second basis of psychic power. He also cultivates the samadhi of thought, so that his mind in samadhi is not moved by the 8 winds. The 8 winds: approval, ridicule, suffering, happiness, benefit, devastation, acclaim, bad repute, and sometimes gain, loss. That means if someone praises you, your mind does not move, and is also unmoving if people make fun of you. No matter how much suffering you undergo, you don't feel it's bitter, and whatever happiness you experience, you don't feel happy. You're not moved by outer states or inward emotions. Benefit is when you obtain some personal advantages, while devastation means you undergo harm. But if neither situation moves you, your mind, your thought is in samadhi. Then, too, you may be acclaimed and enjoy fame and have bad repute and be slandered, or else you may get something or lose it. If your mind remains unmoved when those 8 winds blow, then you have samadhi power. But if you become delighted at a few words of praise from someone, or upset when scolded just a little, you've been all stirred by those winds from outside, proof that you lack samadhi power. If you had it, you would be such that the eye see forms and shapes, but inside there is nothing. The ears hear defiling matters, but the mind does not know. Then you have a bit of samadhi power, but not yet the total amount. And he cultivates the samadhi of contemplation, mimamsa, often worldly wisdom, of whether or not his samadhi has reached accomplishment, cutting off all evil activities, and in that way he accomplishes the basis of psychic power, which are one of the 6 types of spiritual penetrations, also called the penetrations of spiritual states. He does this by relying on disgust for all worldly dharmas, by relying on leaving them all behind, by relying on extinction of all evil practice of worldly dharmas, and makes transference to renunciation. He transfers this to the Dharma door of giving. Sutra. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva cultivates the root of faith, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates the root of vigor, the root of mindfulness, the root of samadhi, and the root of wisdom. relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Commentary. Furthermore, to explain the previous principle in more detail, this Bodhisattva cultivates the root of faith, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates the root of vigor, the root of mindfulness, the root of samadhi, and the root of wisdom. These are the 5 roots: faith, vigor, mindfulness, samadhi, wisdom. He does that by relying on disgust for the Saha world, relying on leaving behind all afflictions, relying on extinction of all habit patterns, and makes transference to renunciation, the paramita of giving. Sutra. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva cultivates the power of faith, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates the power of vigor, the power of mindfulness, the power of samadhi, and the power of wisdom, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Commentary. Furthermore, to go into even more detail, this Bodhisattva, who is on the ground of blazing wisdom, cultivates the power of faith, and that too is done by relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and again, he makes transference to renunciation. He also cultivates the power of vigor, the power of mindfulness, the power of samadhi, and the power of wisdom by relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Before it discussed the 5 rules, and now these are the 5 powers: faith, vigor, mindfulness, samadhi, wisdom. Being produced from the rules, they have a lot of strength. Based on those, he becomes disgusted with and leaves behind all worldly dharmas, cultivates all world transcending dharmas, and transfers that to the Dharma draw of giving. Sutra. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva cultivates the enlightenment share of mindfulness, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates the enlightenment share of selecting a dharma, the enlightenment share of vigor, the enlightenment share of joy, the enlightenment share of casting out, the enlightenment share of samadhi, and the enlightenment share of renunciation, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva cultivates proper views, relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He cultivates proper thought, proper speech, proper actions, proper livelihood, proper vigor, proper mindfulness, and proper samadhi, relying in disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Commentary. The text has been going through the 37 wings of enlightenment, and now Varachajari Bodhisattva continues. Furthermore, this Bodhisattva, who is on the 4th ground, that of blazing wisdom, cultivates the 7 body shares, also known as the 7 enlightenment shares, for Bodhi means enlightenment. He cultivates the enlightenment share of mindfulness by relying on disgust for the mundane, by relying on leaving it, by relying on extinction of involvement with it, and makes transference to renunciation, to giving. The 37 wings of enlightenment are discussed at length in the commentary to the Dharma Flower Sutra, in which it says they are composed of the 4 applications of mindfulness, the 4 right efforts, the 4 bases of psychic power, the 5 rules, the 5 powers, the 7 limbs of enlightenment, the 8 sagely wishes, the Eightfold Path. He, this Bodhisattva, also cultivates the remaining Bodhi share dharmas, cultivating the enlightenment share of selecting a dharma, the enlightenment share of vigor in cultivating it, the enlightenment share of joy as response is attained, the enlightenment share of casting out cause delusions, the enlightenment share of samadhi, the fruit of his cultivation, and the enlightenment share of renunciation of subtle delusions. The seventh is the enlightenment share of mindfulness. He does that by relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. Furthermore, the same Bodhisattva cultivates the Noble Eightfold Path, the Eightfold Proper Way, the first of which is proper views. Again, he is relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and makes transference to renunciation. He also cultivates the rest of the eight: proper thought, proper speech, proper actions, proper livelihood, proper vigor, proper mindfulness, and proper samadhi by relying on disgust, relying on leaving, relying on extinction, and he makes transference again to renunciation. These are all explained in detail in the commentary to the Dharma Flower Sutra. Sutra. The Bodhisattva cultivates such merit and virtue in order to abandon any living being through the maintaining of his original vows, because he takes great compassion as foremost due to the accomplishment of great kindness. Commentary. Why is it that the Bodhisattva cultivates such merit and virtue? Is in order not to abandon any living being whatsoever. It also happens through the maintaining assistance of his original vows made in the past that sustain him. Another reason is because he takes great compassion as the foremost, most important thing there is, and it is due to the accomplishment of all living beings performed through his great kindness. That's why he cultivates the 5 roots, the 5 powers, the 7 enlightenment shares, and the Eightfold Proper Paths. Sutra, because he remembers and ponders the wisdom of all wisdom, in order to bring about the adornment of Buddha lands, to become perfectly endowed with the powers, fearlessnesses, uncommon Buddha dharmas, marks, characteristics, and sounds of the first one, because he seeks the very highest, most supreme way, because he follows in accord with the deeply profound liberation of a Buddha he has heard, and because he thinks of clever expedients of great wisdom. Commentary. The Bodhisattva upon the ground of blazing wisdom also cultivates the Bodhisattva way, because he remembers and ponders things about the wisdom of all wisdom, which also means the wisdom body of all wisdom. It is also in order to bring about the adornment of all Buddha lands of all Buddhas. Another reason is to become perfectly endowed with the 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, the 18 uncommon Buddha dharmas, and all the marks, characteristics, and sounds of the first one. It too is because he, the Bodhisattva, seeks the very highest, most supreme Buddha way, and because he follows in accord with the wonderful drama of the deeply profound liberations of a Buddha, of which he has heard, and it is because he thinks of clever expedients, Dharma doors of great wisdom which he can use to teach and transform living beings. That is why he cultivates the Bodhisattva way. Sutra. Disciples of the Buddha. When this Bodhisattva dwells upon the ground of blazing wisdom, he makes all views of a body his primary consideration. That is because with regard to a self, others, living beings, ones with lifespans, skandhas, realms, and locations as arising, being attached to, made to appear and disappear, thought about, contemplated, or regulated, and because with regards to anything as belonging to a self, wealth and possessions, and places of attachment, he can become completely free. Commentary. Venerable Bodhisattva again calls out, saying, all of you disciples of the Buddha, at the time when this Bodhisattva dwells upon the ground of blazing wisdom, in his cultivation, he makes all of his views of a body his primary consideration, the very first thing he has to expel. That is because with regard to a self, he has none. For him, there are no others either, or any living beings or anyone's with lifespan. There are also none of the five skandhas, form, feeling, thinking, activities, consciousness, or the 18 realms, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, the 6 organs, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, dharmas, the 6 sense objects, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, mind consciousness, the 6 consciousnesses are also empty. At the 12 locations, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch, dharmas are also gone. Any view of them as arising or as being attached to has been emptied. In the midst of those dharmas, any view of them as being made to appear and disappear, as thought about, contemplating, or regulated is totally emptied. So all attachments are absolutely gone. And it is also because with regard to anything as belonging to a self, he has seen all those states as empty, along with what a self could own, wealth and possessions and places of attachments as false thoughts of desire. Concerning all of that, he can become completely free. He leaves behind all the previously listed 5 skandhas, 18 realms, and 12 locations, the 6 sense faculties and their corresponding 6 objects. He frees himself from them, empties them, and empties any thought of them. So he has emptied any attachment to person or to dharmas. Sutra. If this Bodhisattva sees karmic actions that have been reproved by the thirst come one and are defined by afflictions, he abandons them all. He sees karmic actions that accord with the Bodhisattva way and have been praised by the thirst come one. He completely cultivates them. Disciples of the Buddha thought the wisdom of experience to which this Bodhisattva gives rise and his cultivation of the way and the shares that aid the way. He thus obtains a kind of a nourishing mind, a compliant and yielding mind, a mind of blending and according, a mind of bringing benefit and making happy, undefined mind, a mind of seeking the very highest supreme Dharma, a mind of seeking most supreme wisdom, a mind of rescuing all world, a mind of revering honored virtuous ones and not opposing teachings and instructions, and a mind of according with the Dharma he has heard and well cultivating it all. Commentary. If this Bodhisattva sees evil karmic actions that have been reproved as not wanted by the Buddha, the thirst come one, and that are defied by all the impure dharmas of afflictions, he abandons and puts them all down. If he sees wholesome karmic actions that accord and are not in conflict with the Bodhisattva way and have been praised by the thirst come one as for cultivation, he completely bases himself upon those dharmas and cultivates them. All of you disciples of the Buddha, says Venerable Bodhisattva, through the wisdom of experience to which this Bodhisattva gives rise on the ground of blazing wisdom and his cultivation of the Dharma doors of the way and the shares that aid in cultivation of the way. He thus obtains the kind of a nourishing mind, a very compliant and yielding mind, a mind of blending and according, a mind of bringing benefit to all beings and making all living beings happy, an unmixed, undefined mind which has no thoughts of desire stemming from greed, hatred, and stupidity, a mind of always with utmost sincerity seeking the very highest, unsurpassed, and most supreme Dharma. He also obtains a mind of always seeking the most supreme wisdom, a mind of rescuing the beings of all worlds, a mind of ever revering and respecting honored, greatly virtuous ones, and follow not opposing the teachings and instructions from those good knowing advisors. And he also comes to have a mind of according with the Dharma he has heard, wherever he hears it, and well cultivating by relying upon it all. Sutra, this Bodhisattva knows kindness done for him and knows to repay that kindness. His mind is well disposed for the good, and he is pleasant to associate with. He is upright and gentle, not acting like a dense thicket. He is free from pride, well accepts teachings and advice, and well grasps the intention of what is said. The Bodhisattva in that way becomes accomplished in patience, and in that way becomes accomplished in self-control, compliance, and still extinction. In that way, being accomplished in patience, self-control, compliance, and still extinction, he purifies and regulates the karmic actions of the next ground. When he sets his mind on cultivating and maintaining, he attains to unresting vigor, unmixed, undefined vigor. Commentary: when someone is kind to this Bodhisattva, he certainly knows the kindness that was done for him, and he knows to repay the person who has been good to him thought that kindness. His mind is very well disposed for the good, and he is pleasant for anyone to associate with. He is upright, not wayward, yet very accommodating and gentle, not acting like a dense thicket. It is not as if his entire body were covered with thorns that stop people and cause them loss of pain. He is free from pride and arrogance, and very well and very willingly accepts, and he well grasps the intention of what is said and liked by Dharma masters, Bodhisattvas who are propagating the Dharma. This Bodhisattva in that way becomes accomplished in all kinds of patience of mind and ability to endure, and in that way becomes accomplished in self-control, compliance, and the Kung Fu of still extinction. In that way, being thoroughly accomplished in the paramita of patience, in self-control, compliance, and still extinction, he purifies and regulates through cultivation the karmic actions which need to be cultivated of the fifth ground. When he sets his mind on cultivating and maintaining, he attains to unresting vigor, as well as unmixed, undefined vigor. Sutra: non-retreating vigor, vast, great vigor, boundless vigor, blazing vigor, incomparable vigor, indestructible vigor, vigor to bring all living beings to maturation, and vigor that well distinguishes what is and what is not the way. The realm of this Bodhisattva's mind is pure. His deep resolve is never lost. His enlightened understanding is clear and keen. His good rules increase and grow. He leaves behind worldly filth and turbidity. He cuts off all doubts and delusions. He is endowed with perfect clarity of severance, and he is joyful. The Buddhas draw near to and mindfully protect him. His limitless resolutions and inclinations all become accomplished. Disciples of the Buddha, when this Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of blazing wisdom, through the power of his vows he comes to see many Buddhas. That is, he comes to see many hundreds of Buddhas, sees many thousands of Buddhas, up to and including seeing many hundreds of thousands of millions of Nayutas of Buddhas. He reveres and honors them all, attends upon them and makes offerings to them, completely offering up all the necessities of life, clothing, bedding, food and drink, and medicines. He also makes offerings to all the multitudes of the Sangha and completely transfers those good rules to Anuttara Samyak Sambuddhi. In the presence of those Buddhas, he reverentially listens to the Dharma, and having heard it, he himself accepts and maintains it and perfectly cultivates it. Commentary. This Bodhisattva has non-retreating vigor, never giving up or turning back, but remaining vigorous and unretreating in the three irreversibilities. Irreversibility in thought, irreversibility in position, irreversibility in conduct. He also has the vast great vigor, so that the range of his cultivation of the Bodhisattva way extends to the exhaustion of empty space and the Dharma realm, and boundless vigor which has no limits. He is as exuberant as a blazing fire in his vigor, and nothing can be compared to his incomparable vigor. It is also indestructible, unbreakable vigor, and vigor to bring all living beings to maturation. He himself cultivates the Bodhisattva way, and he is also able to teach all other living beings to cultivate it, so their good roots ripen, and he has a vigor that well distinguishes what is and what is not the way. The realm of this Bodhisattva's mind within is pure. His deep resolve for Bodhi is never lost. He never retreats from it. His enlightened understanding, what he comprehends and has become enlightened to, is clear and keen, exceptionally penetrating. All of his good roots day by day increase and grow. He leaves behind worldly defilements of filth and turbidity. He cuts off all doubts and delusions whatsoever. He is endowed with perfect clarity of severance, clearly understanding what should be cut off and what should not be, and his joy is full. He is always happy. All of the Buddhas of the 10 directions personally draw near to this Buddha, to this Bodhisattva, and mindfully protect him. His limitless resolutions and inclinations all become accomplished. Disciples of the Buddha, when this Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of blazing wisdom, through the power of his vows made in the past, he comes to see many Buddhas. That is, he comes to see many hundreds of thousands of millions of Najutas of Buddhas. He reveres and honors them all, attends upon them, and makes offerings to them, completely offering up all the necessities of life, the 4 requisites of clothing, bedding, food and drink, and medicines, giving them to all those Buddhas. He also makes offerings of them to all the multitudes of the Sangha of worthies and sages, and completely transfers those kinds of gurus to Anusara Samyak Sambuddhi, unsurpassed, proper and equal right enlightenment, the position of Buddhahood. In the presence of those Buddhas, he reverentially listens to the Dharma, and having heard it, he himself accepts and maintains it, and perfectly cultivates it, all the Dharma he has heard. Sutra. Moreover, within all those Buddha's Dharma, he lives the home life to cultivate the way. He then even more cultivates and regulates his deep mind of faith and understanding. Passing through limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of Najutas of Kampas, he causes all of his good roots to become increasingly bright and pure. Disciples of the Buddha, it is just as when a goldsmith smelts and refines true gold, making it into ornaments. No other gold is able to match it. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is also that way. When he dwells upon this ground, all of his good roots cannot be matched by any of the good roots of the grounds below. It is just like a many jewel, whose pure and luminous orb is able to send out light which no other jewels can match, and no factors such as wind or rain and so forth are able to destroy. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva also is that way. When he dwells upon this ground, the Bodhisattvas of the grounds below are not able to match him, and the hordes of demons and afflictions all cannot destroy him. This Bodhisattva among the 4 dharmas of attraction emphasizes similar work. Among the 10 paramitas, he emphasizes vigor. It is not that he fails to cultivate the others, but he only does so according to his strength and proportionately. Disciples of the Buddha. This is called general discussion of the Bodhisattva Mahasava's fourth ground, that of blazing wisdom. When the Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground, for the most part, he becomes king of the Suyama heaven. Using skillful expedients, he can make living beings expel their delusions, such as the view of a body, and so forth, and cause them to dwell in proper views. In giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work, all of the karmic actions he performs are not separate from mindfulness of the Buddha, not separate from mindfulness of the Dharma, not separate from mindfulness of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of all modes. Commentary. Moreover, within all those Buddha's Dharma which this Bodhisattva on the ground of blazing wisdom hears them speak, he lives the home life. He can renounce it and leave home, cutting off desire and casting out love to cultivate the unsurpassed Buddha way. He then even more cultivates with increasing ability and regulates his deep mind in its innermost recesses of faith in and understanding of all Buddha Dharmas. That is, he has not a hair's breadth of doubt about any Buddha Dharma. Passing through as many as limitless hundreds of thousands of millions of najutas of great compass, he causes all his good rules which a Bodhisattva cultivates to become daily better, increasing more numerous, more bright and pure. Disciples of the Buddha. What is this like? It is just as when a goldsmith, an artisan, smelts and refines true gold, making it into ornaments. No other gold which has not gone through the refining process is able to match it, the refined gold. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, great among Bodhisattvas, is also that way, the same as the gold which is refined to be shaped into ornaments. When he dwells upon this, the ground of blazing wisdom, all of his good rules upon the ground of blazing wisdom cannot be matched by any of the good rules of the grounds below. None of the good rules of the first, second, or third grounds can compare to the good rules upon the fourth ground. It is just like a many jewel, a precious many gem, whose pure and luminous orb is able to send out light which no other jewels can match. They can't compare, and no factors such as wind or rain and so forth are able to destroy that many jewel. The great fourth ground, the ground of blazing wisdom, also is that way. When he dwells upon this, the ground of blazing wisdom, the Bodhisattvas of the grounds below, the first, second, and third grounds, are not able to match him, and the demonic hearts of any kind, the heavenly demons and those of outside ways, and the various afflictions, all cannot destroy him. They cannot harm the good rules of the Bodhisattva upon the fourth ground. This Bodhisattva of the fourth ground of blazing wisdom, among the four dharmas of attraction, giving, kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work, emphasizes similar work. That is what he stresses. Among the 10 paramitas, he emphasizes the paramita of vigor. It is not that he fails to cultivate the others, the remaining 3 dharmas of attraction, or the other 9 paramitas, but he only does so according to his strength and proportionately in conformity with his own causes and conditions. Varachajari Bodhisattva calls out again, all of you disciples of the Buddha. This is called a very general and summary discussion of the states of the Bodhisattva Mahasava's fourth ground, that of blazing wisdom. When the Bodhisattva dwells upon the position of this ground and cultivates those doors of practice, for the most part, he becomes the heavenly king of the Suyama heaven. Using all kinds of clever and skillful expedients, he can make all living beings expel their doubts and delusions, such as the view of a body and so forth. Views of a body, views of extremes, views of grasping at views, deviant views. All cause them to dwell in proper knowledge and proper views, in giving kind words, beneficial conduct, and similar work. All of the wholesome karmic actions he performs are not separate from mindfulness of the Buddha. He is always mindful of the Buddha and not separate from constant mindfulness of the Dharma, not separate from mindfulness of all the worthies and sages of the Sangha, up to and including not being separate from mindfulness of endowment with the wisdom of all modes. Sutra, he further makes the following reflection: I should among all living beings be a leader, be supreme, be specially supreme, be wonderful, be subtle and wonderful, be superior and be unsurpassed, up to and including being one with the wisdom of all wisdom upon whom one may rely. This Bodhisattva, if he brings forth diligence and vigor, within the space of a thought enters 100 million samadhis. He comes to see 100 million Buddhas. He comes to know 100 million Buddha's spiritual powers. He is able to quake 100 million world systems, up to and including being able to manifest 100 million bodies, and with each and every body being able to manifest 100 million Bodhisattvas as his retinue. If he employs especially supreme power of Bodhisattva vows to manifest at ease, he surpasses that number. In 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 100,000 million nadutas of kampas, the number could not be counted or known. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva, wishing to restate his meaning, spoke verses saying, Commentary. He, the Bodhisattva on the fourth ground of blazing wisdom, further makes the following reflection and contemplation, saying, I should among all living beings be a leader, be supreme, be specially supreme, be wonderful, be subtle and wonderful, be superior, be unsurpassed, up to and including being one with the wisdom of all wisdom upon whom one may rely. This Bodhisattva of the ground of blazing wisdom, if he further brings forth the vow to have diligence and vigor, within the space of a thought enters 100 million samadhis, that many proper concentrations and proper receptions. He comes to see as many as 100 million Buddhas. He comes to know 100 million Buddhas' spiritual powers. He is able to quake 100 million world systems, up to and including being able to manifest as many as 100 million bodies, and with each and every body being able to manifest, and as many as 100 million bodhisattvas acting as his retinue. If it should be that he employs the especially supreme power of bodhisattva vows to manifest these, he surpasses that number in such a long time as 100 kampas, 1,000 kampas, up to and including 100,000 million nadutas of kampas. The number of them could not be clearly counted or known. At that time, Vajrayana Bodhisattva, wishing to restate his meaning, spoke verses saying once again these principles. Sutra. The Bodhisattva who has already purified the third ground, then contemplates realms of beings, worlds, and Dharma, the realm of space, the realm of consciousness, and the three realms, minds, understandings, thoroughly, and can tend towards and enter them. Commentary. Vajrayana Bodhisattva, having received the great and awesome mind of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, takes a look at all living beings' causes and conditions. He causes those who have not yet planted gurus to plant them. He causes those who have already planted gurus to make them increase and grow. He causes those whose gurus have already increased and grow to bring them to maturity. He causes those whose gurus are already mature to obtain liberation. Therefore, he wishes to use repeating verses to again state what has said in the preceding passage of prose. That's why he says, the Bodhisattva who has already purified the third ground, When he has already successfully completed his cultivation of the first ground of happiness, the second ground of living filth, and further position of the third ground of emitting light, and purified it, then contemplates realms of living beings, worlds and Dharma, the realm of space, the realm of consciousness, and the three realms, the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm, along with the realms of mind's understandings thoroughly, and can tend towards and enter them. Those 10 doors of understanding Dharma, the Bodhisattva cultivates to enter the fourth ground, which were discussed before. He completely understands what minds understand, and is thoroughly aware of them, and then can tend towards and enter the Dharma doors of the fourth ground. Sutra. He first ascends to the fourth ground, increasing strength and might. Is born in the third commons family and never retreats. Towards Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, his faith cannot be destroyed. He contemplates dharmas as impermanent and having no arisal. He contemplates the world's becomings and decayings as produced from karma, birth, death, nirvana, and kshatras as equally from karma, contemplates before and after bounds, and contemplates their exhaustion. That is how he cultivates to be born in the Buddha's household. Having obtained this Dharma, he increases in sympathy and kindness, and with ever-increasing diligence cultivates the 4 stations of mindfulness: body, feelings, thoughts, and dharmas inside and outside contemplating. Worldly greed and worries in that way are all expelled. Commentary. He first ascends to the fourth ground, increasing strength and might. This says, when the Bodhisattva tends towards and enters the fourth ground of blazing wisdom, there is an increase in the Bodhisattva's work in the way, as well as in his wisdom, strength, light, and great might for the way. He is born in the third commons family and never retreats. When he reaches the fourth ground, he is born in the family of the Buddha and becomes forever unretreating from unsurpassed, proper, and equal right enlightenment. Towards Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, his faith cannot be destroyed. At the position of the fourth ground, the Bodhisattva deeply believes in the Buddha, in the Dharma, and the Sangha. Due to his solid mind of faith, his root of faith could never be destroyed by heavenly demons or those of outside ways. He contemplates dharmas as impermanent and having no arisal. He contemplates all dharmas as being impermanent without any production or arising, and without any destruction or end. He contemplates world's becomings and decayings as produced from karma. He contemplates how the entire cycle that worlds go through of coming into being, dwelling, decaying, and disappearing into emptiness is produced from the karma of living beings, and birth, death, nirvana, and kshatras as equally from karma. Whether there is birth or death or certification or rebirth in a given Buddha land, all of it is due to the existence of karma and the undergoing of retribution. He contemplates before and after bouts and contemplates their exhaustion. He contemplates how the boundary of afterwards cannot be guarded and the boundary of the present cannot be guarded, which is why he is said to be contemplate their exhaustion. That is how he cultivates to be born in the Buddha's household. Through that kind of cultivation, he is born in the lineage of the Buddhas, which means being certified to the position of Buddhahood. Having obtained this Dharma, he increases in sympathy and kindness. Once born in the Buddha's household, he brings forth a mind of great kindness and compassion, the effect of obtaining the great wisdom of the fourth ground, and with ever-increasing diligence cultivates the 4 stations of mindfulness: contemplation of the body as impure, contemplation of feelings as suffering, contemplation of thoughts as impermanent, contemplation of dharmas as without a self. Inside, he contemplates the mind and does not see the mind. Outside, he contemplates shapes and does not see shapes. In the distance, he contemplates objects and does not see objects. Worldly greed and worries in that way are all expelled. What worldly people are greedy for, the Bodhisattva has no greed for, and what they worry about does not worry him. He has expelled a worldly person's thoughts of love and desire, and therefore has a kind of samadhi power which enables him not to be turned by outside states. How can one manage to be that way? The first way to apply one's efforts is by contemplating the body as impure. You contemplate how your body has 9 orifices which constantly pour out impurities. Your 2 eyes have eye matter, your 2 nostrils have snot, your 2 ears have wax, your mouth has saliva and phlegm, all filthy. In addition to those 7 holes, there are the outlets for urine and excrement, making 9. Unclean matter is always flowing from them, and what is there to love about that? Then you contemplate all feelings you experience as suffering, and how happiness itself is suffering's cause. You contemplate thoughts as impermanent, each being produced and then passing away, not lasting. You contemplate dharmas as without a self. All dharmas at their basis are characterized by extinction and cannot be expressed in words. So how could they have a self to them? The Bodhisattva cultivates those dharmas of the 4 stations of mindfulness and expels all greed for the 5 objects of desire, so it's gone. Sutra. The Bodhisattva cultivates the 4 right efforts conduct. Evil dharmas are extinguished and the good increased. The basis of psychic power, the rules of the powers, he all well cultivates. The 7 enlightenment shares, the 8-fold path are also that way. To rescue living beings, he cultivates those conducts, protected by his basic vows with compassion foremost. He seeks all wisdom and the Buddha countries, and is mindful of thus commons 10 kinds of powers. The 4 fearlessnesses and the uncommon dharmas, the most special marks and characteristics, the deep, beautiful sounds. He also seeks the wondrous path, the stations of liberation, along with great experience. He cultivates these, with view of Bodhi as the first, the 62 views of self, and what belongs to self of the limitless kinds of skandhas, realms, locations, or attachment to such. Upon this, the 4th ground, all is left behind. Afflicted types of behavior, reproved by the third one as non-beneficial, are completely cut off. What the wise one cultivates is purified karma. To save living beings, there is none not performed. Commentary. The Bodhisattva cultivates the 4 right efforts conduct within the 37 wings of enlightenment, just as were the 4 stations of mindfulness. With the 4 right efforts, evil dharmas are extinguished and the good increased. All evil karma that has not yet arisen, he keeps from arising, and evil karma already produced, he causes to be extinguished. All good karma that has not yet arisen, he causes to arise, and good karma already produced, he causes to increase and grow. Then one asks the basis of psychic power, the rules, the powers, the 4 bases of psychic power, the 5 rules, the 5 powers, those he all well cultivates. One further adds the 7 enlightenment shares, the 8-fold path, the 7 Bodhi shares, and the 8 sagely ways shares, which are also that way. He cultivates them too with diligence. To rescue living beings, he cultivates those conducts. Because he wants to cross over every living being, he cultivates the 37 wings of enlightenment, protected by his basic vows with compassion foremost. This is brought about by the vows he made in the past, and also because he makes great kindness and compassion of primary importance. He seeks all wisdom and the Buddha countries and is mindful of first come one's 10 kinds of powers. He constantly cultivates and is mindful of the 10 powers the Buddha has, along with the 4 fearlessnesses, the 18 dharmas special to a Buddha, the most special marks and characteristics, the deep, beautiful sound. He also seeks the wondrous path, the stations of liberation. He cultivates the inconceivable way and achieves dhyana samadhi, along with great expedience. He cultivates these. He acquires the most greatly expedient Dharma doors, with the view of Bodhi as the first, the 62 views. He expels the 62 views, starting with the views of a body, views of extremes, views of observances, views of grasping at views, and deviant views of self and what belongs to self of limitless kinds. There are also those of skandhas, realms, locations, all attachment to such, all grasping at the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, or the 12 locations. Upon this, the 4th ground, all is left behind. All of it is emptied, for when one cultivates the Dharma doors of the 4th ground, one has to become free from all such dharmas of attachment. Afflicted types of behavior were reproved by the third one. Afflictions are what the Buddha said not to have as non-beneficial. Since there are no advantages whatsoever to afflictions, they must be cut off. Therefore, they are completely cut off. What the wise one cultivates is purified karma. Of the good and pure karma which the third one praised to save living beings, there is none not performed. Because he wants to rescue all beings, there is none he fails to cultivate. Sutra. The Bodhisattva diligently cultivates and is never lax or lazy. He right away obtains 10 minds, all of them perfected. In intently seeking Buddhahood, he never tires or wearies, determined to take office to rescue living beings. Commentary. In his cultivation, the Bodhisattva sacrifices himself for the sake of others, only knowing to benefit living beings and constantly forgetting about himself in his concern for them. You can see that people who cultivate the Bodhisattva path are not the same as ordinary people. What common mortals are greedy for, like, and are attached to, the Bodhisattva has greed for, does not like, and has no attachment to. Anyone can walk the Bodhisattva way, the only condition being the ability to forget about oneself to benefit others, having no greed for enjoyments or pleasures for oneself. If one can be happy at others' happiness and like it when other people like things, then one is a Bodhisattva. A Bodhisattva would willingly sacrifice his own body and life if that would be of benefit to living beings, and would do what he himself does not want to do if living beings needed him to do it for them. He can do that because he sees himself as existing. He has no self, but only knows about other living beings. That's why when a Bodhisattva suffers, he doesn't feel that it is suffering, and no matter what difficulties he encounters in his cultivation, he doesn't feel there are difficulties. That's because he wishes to cross over living beings so they all live suffering and attain to bliss and birth and cast off death. So the Bodhisattva diligently cultivates and is never lax or lazy. He realizes that living beings are all waiting for him to come, teach and transform them and cross them over, and so at all times he is vigorous both in body and mind. The Bodhisattva, even in his sleep, has work he does and even teaches living beings in his dreams. You may see the Bodhisattva as simply being asleep, but actually he is sending out hundreds of thousands of millions of transformation bodies to other world systems to instruct and transform living beings. The Bodhisattva state, therefore, is an inconceivable one that we ordinary common beings are unable to recognize, understand, or know. The Bodhisattva at all times is diligently vigorous and never remiss or indolent, and he right away obtains 10 minds, all of them perfected. Due to his constant vigor, he comes to have 10 kinds of Bodhi minds, all perfected and complete. Intently seeking Buddhahood, he never tires or wearies. What the Bodhisattva is seeking is the Buddha way, and his search is unrelenting. There's never a time when he feels tired or wearies of it, because he knows living beings are waiting for him to save them. He is determined to take office to rescue living beings. His hope and wish is that in the future he will be able to accomplish Buddhahood, succeed to the position of anointment of the crown, and then take office as Dharma King. Afterwards, turning the boat of kindness around and vastly crossing over living beings. For that reason, he never ever rests. Sutra, he reveres honored virtuous ones and cultivates their dharmas, knows the kindness and is easily instructed and without exasperation. He abandons pride, does not flatter, in mind is tamed and compliant. He increases in vigor and is irreversible. When the Buddha dwells upon this ground of blazing wisdom, his mind is purified and it is never lost. His enlightened understanding is decisive, his good increases and grows. The nets of doubts, turbidities he completely leaves behind. This grounds Bodhisattva among people is supreme, and has made offerings to limitless Nayutas of Buddhas. Upon hearing proper Dharma, he also leaves home and is as indestructible as genuine gold. The Bodhisattva dwelling here has merit and virtue. Using wisdom and experience, he cultivates the way. In spite of odds of demons, his mind does not retreat. The way a wondrous jewel cannot be destroyed. Commentary, he reveals honored virtuous ones and cultivates their dharmas. The Bodhisattva respects and venerates all Buddhas of the 10 directions and 3 periods of time, honors their merit and virtue, and cultivates all dharmas. Therefore, we living beings in turn should respect and revere the Bodhisattva and repay his kindness to us. He knows kindness, is easily instructed and without exasperation. The Bodhisattva recognizes the kindness done towards him by greatly virtuous, good-knowing advisors, and wishes to repay that kindness by following their teachings while cultivating the way, and in his turn showing the same kindness towards other living beings. Whether the living beings are easy to tame or subdue or not, in either case, the Bodhisattva teaches and transforms them and would never abandon a single living being. Even if it's the very worst possible living being, he still vows to teach and transform him to become a Buddha in the future, and does so without exasperation. At all times, in all situations, the Bodhisattva treats living beings with an attitude of kindness, compassion, joy, and giving. He would never get angry at any living being. If he had a temper and he flared up, that would be becoming exasperated. But the Bodhisattva employs patience to teach and transform living beings and never gets mad at them. He abandons pride, does not flatter, and in mind is tamed and compliant. The Bodhisattva gets rid of all pride and arrogance, unlike we ordinary people who cling to our conceit, always feeling we are number one, the very best. He wants to rid himself of flattery, which is playing up to the rich and looking down on the poor. He has no wish to do that, and his mind is tamed and compliant, very kind and compassionate. He increases in vigor and is irreversible. This Bodhisattva is daily more vigorous in his cultivation of the Bodhisattva way, day by day increasing his diligent cultivation of precepts, samadhi, and wisdom, and his eradication of greed, anger, and stupidity. He never retreats towards the true vehicles, never retreats to being a common person and never retreats to future falling into the three evil destinies. He is irreversible in position, thought, and conduct. When the Bodhisattva dwells upon this ground of blazing wisdom, his mind is purified and it is never lost. When he reaches this position, he obtains purified wisdom, which he never loses. That is, he never has any defiled thoughts, specifically no thoughts of desire, of lust, and love. He has no mind with regard to states. He doesn't give rise to defiled thinking when faced with that type of situation. His enlightened understanding is decisive. His good increases and grows. Since he has no defilements of mind, the great light of his wisdom shines forth. It's true and ultra wisdom, not the worldly knowledge and argumentative intelligence of an average, ordinary person. What that true wisdom, he can know what is meant by right and wrong, what is the way and what is not, what is drama and non-drama. He has the selective drama eye, and so is decisive and not confused by worldly dramas. Every day his good rules increase, which is the ripening of good karma. The net of doubts, turbidities, he completely leaves behind. He has enlightened understanding of recognition of all dharmas, which frees him of all doubts as well as all filth. This ground Bodhisattva among people is supreme. The Bodhisattva on the ground of blazing wisdom is an especially supreme person, and he has made offerings to limitless Nayutasa Buddhas in the past. Upon hearing proper Dharma, he also leaves home. In the Dharma assemblies of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, he listens to the proper Dharma, and after that he lives the home life, or else does so after hearing and understanding proper Dharma in the presence of all Dharma. Speaking Dharma masters throughout the world systems of the 10 directions, and is as indestructible as genuine gold. His cultivation is like a refining of true gold. All kinds of methods are used to smelt and define that gold, so not the least admixture is left. The Bodhisattva dwelling here has merit and virtue. On the ground of blazing wisdom, he is replete with limitless meritorious qualities. Using wisdom and expedience, he cultivates the way. He walks the Bodhisattva path, employing great wisdom and skillful expedient means. In spite of odds of demons, his mind does not retreat. No impending obstacles, states, or demonic tests cause him to change his mind. He does not retreat, just the way a wondrous jewel cannot be destroyed. Nothing can crack it, for it is entirely a wondrous jewel. Sutra telling here, one mostly is a Suyama Heaven King, has self-mastery of dharmas, and is revered by multitudes. Universally teaches flocks of beings to expel evil views, intently seeking Buddha's wisdom and practicing good karma. The Bodhisattva with diligence, atsu, power of vigor, acquires samadhis and so forth, numbering in 100 millions. If he uses power of vows and wisdom to enact them, it exceeds that number by amounts one cannot know. As it is upon the fourth Bodhisattva ground, the purified, subtle, and wonderful way cultivated, its merit, virtue, and interactions of aspiration and wisdom, I, for Buddha's disciples, have already proclaimed. Commentary. Dwelling here, one mostly is a Suyama Heaven King. When the Bodhisattva dwells upon the ground of blazing wisdom, he regularly is the king of the Suyama Heaven, has self-mastery of dharmas, and is revered by multitudes. His freedom and sovereignty over all dharmas causes all the throngs of gods and humans to revere and respect him. He universally teaches flocks of beings to expel evil views. He causes all living beings to rid themselves of deviant views and return to proper knowledge and proper views, intently seeking Buddha's wisdom and practicing good karma. He concentrates his mind in one direction, only seeking the wisdom of a Buddha and cultivating all good karmic deeds. The Bodhisattva with diligence acts through power of vigor. He is courageously vigorous in his cultivation of all dharmas and acquires samadhis and so forth, numbering in the 100 millions. The proper concentrations and proper receptions are hundreds upon thousands of 10,000s of millions in number. If he uses power of vows and wisdom to enact them, if it's through the vows the Bodhisattva made in the past and the powers he has cultivated, it exceeds that number by amounts one cannot know. How far it goes beyond that number no one could know. As it is upon the fourth Bodhisattva ground, the purified, subtle, and wonderful way cultivated is merit, virtue, and interactions of aspiration of wisdom. I, for the Buddha's disciples, have already proclaimed. I, Varachajari Bodhisattva, for all of you disciples of the Buddha, have already described what the Dharma doors of Bodhisattva cultivates on the fourth ground are like. I have told you about the merit and virtue it has, along with all the aspirations and wisdoms which give mutual assistance. And the fourth ground. Verse of transference. May the merit and virtue accrued from this work adorn the Buddha's pure lands, repaying 4 kinds of kindness above, and aiding those suffering in the paths below. May those who see and hear of this all bring forth the resolve for Bodhi, and when this retribution body is over, be born together in ultimate bliss.